Part 3, Chapter 2 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 2 1. I had not forgotten Liza. Mother was mistaken. The keen-sighted mother saw that there was something like coolness between brother and sister, but it was rather jealousy than lack of love. In view of what followed, I will explain in a couple of words. Ever since Prince Sergei's arrest, poor Liza had shown a sort of conceited pride, an unapproachable haughtiness, almost unendurable. But everyone in the house knew the truth and understood how she was suffering, and if at first I scowled and was sulky at her manner with us, it was simply owing to my petty irritability, increased tenfold by illness. That is how I explain it now. I had not ceased to love Liza. On the contrary, I loved her more than ever. Only I did not want to be the first to make advances, though I understood that nothing would have induced her either to make the first advances. As soon as all the facts came out about Prince Sergei, that is, immediately after his arrest, Liza made haste at once to take up an attitude to us, and to every one else, that would not admit of the possibility of sympathy, or any sort of consolation and excuses for Prince Sergei. On the contrary, she seemed continually priding herself on her luckless lover's action as though it were the loftiest heroism, though she tried to avoid all discussion of the subject. She seemed every moment to be telling us all, though I repeat that she did not utter a word, "None of you would do the same. You would not give yourself up at the dictates of honour and duty. None of you have such a pure and delicate conscience. And as for his misdeeds, who has not evil actions upon his conscience? Only every one conceals them. And this man preferred facing ruin to remaining ignoble in his own eyes." This seemed to be expressed by every gesture Liza made. I don't know, but I think in her place I should have behaved almost in the same way. I don't know either whether those were the thoughts in her heart. In fact, I privately suspect that they were not. With the other clear part of her reason, she must have seen through the insignificance of her hero, for who will not agree now that that unhappy man, noble hearted in his own way as he was at the same time an absolutely insignificant person? This very haughtiness, and as it were antagonism towards us all, this constant suspiciousness that we were thinking differently of him, made one surmise that in the secret recesses of her heart a very different judgment of her unhappy friend had perhaps been formed. But I hasten to add, however, that in my eyes she was at least half right. It was more pardonable for her than for any of us to hesitate in drawing the final conclusion. I will admit with my whole heart that even now, when all is over, I don't know at all how to judge the unhappy man who was such a problem to us all. Home was beginning to be almost a little hell on account of her. Liza, whose love was so intense, was bound to suffer terribly. It was characteristic of her to prefer to suffer in silence. Her character was like mine, proud and domineering. And I thought then, and I think now, that it was that made her love Prince Sergei, just because he had no will at all, and that from the first word, from the first hour, he was utterly in subjection to her. This comes about of itself in the heart, without any preliminary calculation. But such a love, the love of the strong woman for the weak man, is sometimes incomparably more intense and more agonizing than the love of equal characters, because the stronger unconsciously undertakes responsibility for the weaker, That is what I think, at any rate. All the family from the first surrounded her with the tenderest care, especially mother. But Liza was not softened. She did not respond to sympathy, and seemed to repulse every sort of help. At first she did talk to mother, but every day she became more reluctant to speak, more abrupt, and even more harsh. She asked Versalof's advice at first, but soon afterwards she chose Vasin for her counsellor and helper, as I learned afterwards with surprise. She went to see Vasin every day. She went to the law courts too, by Prince Sergei's instructions. She went to the lawyers, to the Crown Prosecutor. She came in the end to being absent from home for whole days together. Twice a day, of course, she visited Prince Sergei, who was in prison in the division for noblemen. But these interviews, as I was fully convinced later, were very distressing to Liza. Of course no third person can judge of the relations of two lovers, but I know that Prince Sergei was always wounding her deeply. And by what do you suppose? Strange to say, by his continual jealousy. Of that, however, I will speak later, but I will add one thought on the subject. It would be hard to decide which of them tormented the other more. Though with us she prided herself on her hero, Liza perhaps behaved quite differently alone with him. I suspect so indeed, from various facts, of which, however, I will also speak later. And so, as regards my feeling and my attitude towards Liza, any external change there was only simulated, a jealous deception on both sides, but we had never loved each other more than at that time. I must add, too, that though Liza showed surprise and interest when Makar Ivanovitch first arrived, she had since, for some reason, begun to treat him almost disdainfully, even contemptuously. She seemed intentionally to take not the slightest notice of him. Having inwardly vowed to be silent, as I explained in the previous chapter, I expected, of course, theoretically, that is, in my dreams, to keep my word. Oh, with Versaloff, for instance, I would have sooner begun talking of zoology, or of the Roman emperors, than of her, for example, or of that most important line in his letter to her, in which he informed her that the document was not burnt, but in existence; a line on which I began pondering to myself again, as soon as I had begun to recover and come to my senses after my fever. But alas, from the first steps towards practice, and almost before the first steps, I realised how difficult and impossible it was to stick to such resolutions. The day after my first acquaintance with Makar Ivanovitch, I was fearfully excited by an unexpected circumstance. 2. I was excited by an unexpected visit from Daria Anissimovna, the mother of the dead girl Olia. From my mother I had heard that she had come once or twice during my illness, and that she was very much concerned about my condition. Whether that good woman, as my mother always called her when she spoke of her, had come entirely on my account, or whether she had come to visit my mother in accordance with an established custom, I did not ask. Mother usually told me all the news of the household, to entertain me when she came with my soup to feed me before I could feed myself. I always tried to appear uninterested in these domestic details, and so I did not ask about Daria Anissimovna. In fact, I said nothing about her at all. It was about 11 o'clock. I was just meaning to get out of bed and install myself in the arm chair by the table, when she came in. I purposely remained in bed. Mother was very busy upstairs, and did not come down, so that we were left alone. She sat down on a chair by the wall facing me, smiled, and said not a word. I foresaw this pause, and her entrance altogether made an irritating impression on me. Without even nodding to her, I looked her straight in the face, but she too looked straight at me. "Are you dull in your flat now the Prince is gone?" I asked, suddenly losing patience. "No, I am not in that flat now. Through Anna Andreevna, I am looking after His Honour's baby now." "Whose baby?" "Andrei Petrovitch's," she brought out in a confidential whisper, glancing round towards the door. "Why, but there's Tatiana Pavlovna." "Yes, Tatiana Pavlovna and Anna Andreevna, both of them, and Lizaveta Makarovna also, and your mamma, all of them. They all take an interest. Tatiana Pavlovna and Anna Andreevna are great friends now." "A piece of news." She grew much livelier as she talked. I looked at her with hatred. "You are much livelier than when you came to see me last." "Oh, yes." "I think you've grown stouter." She looked strangely at me. "I have grown very fond of her, very." "Fond of whom?" "Why, Anna Andreevna, very fond. Such a noble young lady, and with such judgment." "You don't say so. What about her? How are things now?" "She is very quiet, very." "She was always quiet, always." "If you've come here with scandal," I cried suddenly, unable to restrain myself, "let me tell you that I won't have anything to do with it. I have decided to drop everything, every one. I don't care. I am going away." I ceased suddenly, for I realised what I was doing. I felt it degrading to explain my new projects to her. She heard me without surprise and without emotion. But again a pause followed. Again she got up, went to the door, and peeped into the next room. Having assured herself that there was no one there, and we were alone, she returned with great composure, and sat down in the same place as before. "You did that prettily," I laughed suddenly. "You are keeping on your lodging at the clerk's?" she asked suddenly, bending a little towards me, and dropping her voice as though this question were the chief object for which she had come. "Lodging? I don't know. Perhaps I shall give it up. How do I know?" "They are anxiously expecting you. The man's very impatient to see you, and his wife too. Andrei Petrovitch assured them you'd come back for certain." "But what is it to you?" "Anna Andreevna wanted to know too. She was very glad to learn that you were staying." "How does she know so positively that I shall certainly stay on at that lodging?" I wanted to add, "And what is it to her?" but I refrained from asking through pride. "And Monsieur Lambert said the same thing too." "What?" "Monsieur Lambert, he declared most positively to Andrei Petrovitch that you would remain, and he assured Anna Andreevna of it too." I felt shaken all over. What marvels! Then Lambert already knew Versalov. Lambert had found his way to Versalov. Lambert and Anna Andreevna. He had found his way to her too. I felt overcome with fever, but I kept silent. My soul was flooded with a terrible rush of pride or I don't know what. But I suddenly said to myself at that moment, if I ask for one word in explanation, I shall be involved in that world again, and I shall never have done with it. There was a glow of hate in my heart. I resolutely made up my mind to be mute, and to lie without moving. She was silent too, for a full minute. "What of Prince Nikolai Ivanovitch?" I asked suddenly, as though I had taken leave of my senses. The fact is, I asked simply to change the subject. And again I chanced to ask the leading question. Like a madman, I plunged back again into that world from which I had just before, with such a shudder, resolved to flee. "His Honour is at Tsarskoe Selo. He is rather poorly, and as the hot days have begun in town, they all advised him to move to their house at Tsarskoe for the sake of the air." I made no answer. "Madame and Anna Andreevna visit him there twice a week. They go together." "Anna Andreevna and Madame, that is she, were friends then?" They go together?" I did not speak. "They have become so friendly, and Anna Andreevna speaks so highly of Katerina Nikolaevna." I still remained silent. "And Katerina Nikolaevna is in a whirl of society again. It's one fête after another. She is making quite a stir. They say all the gentlemen at court are in love with her, and everything's over with Monsieur Buring, and there's to be no wedding, so everybody declares. It's been off ever since then. That is, since Versalof's letter." I trembled all over, but I did not utter a word. "Anna Andreevna is so sorry about Prince Sergey, and Katerina Nikolaevna too, and they all say that he will be acquitted, and that Stebelkoff will be condemned." I looked at her with hatred. She got up and suddenly bent down to me. "Anna Andreevna particularly told me to find out how you are," she said, quite in a whisper, "and she particularly begged you to go and see her as soon as you begin to go out. Good bye. Make haste and get well, and I'll tell her." She went away. I sat on the edge of the bed. A cold sweat came out on my forehead, but I did not feel terror. The incredible and grotesque news about Lambert and his machinations did not, for instance, fill me with horror in the least, as might have been expected from the dread, perhaps unaccountable, with which during my illness and the early days of my convalescence I recalled my meeting with him on that night. On the contrary, in that first moment of confusion, as I sat on the bed after Daria Anissimovna had gone, my mind did not dwell on Lambert. But more than all, I thought about the news of her rupture with Buring, and of her success in society, of her fêtes, of her triumphs, of the stir she was making. "She's making quite a stir," Daria Anisimovna's phrase was ringing in my ears, and I suddenly felt that I had not the strength to struggle out of that whirlpool. I had known how to control myself, to hold my tongue, and not to question Daria Anisimovna after her tales of marvels. An overwhelming thirst for that life, for their life, took possession of my whole spirit, and another blissful thirst, which I felt as a keen joy and an intense pain. My thoughts were in a whirl, but I let them whirl. Why be reasonable, I felt. Even mother kept Lambert's coming a secret, I thought, in incoherent snatches. Versaloff must have told her not to speak of it. I would rather die than ask Versaloff about Lambert. Versaloff. The thought flashed upon me again. Versaloff and Lambert. Oh, what a lot that's new among them. Bravo, Versaloff. He frightened the German Buring with that letter. He libelled her la calomnie. Il en reste toujours quelque chose. And the German courtier was afraid of the scandal. Ha! Ha! It's a lesson for her. Lambert, surely Lambert hasn't found his way to her. To be sure he has. Why shouldn't she have an intrigue with him? At this point I suddenly gave up pondering on this senseless tangle, and sank back in despair with my head on my pillow. "But it shall not be," I exclaimed with sudden determination. I jumped out of bed, put on my slippers and dressing gown, and went straight to Makar Ivanovitch's room, as though there were in it a talisman to repel all enticements, a means of salvation, and an anchor to which I could cling. It may really have been that I was feeling this at the time with my whole soul, else why should I have leaped up with such a sudden and irresistible impulse, and rushed into Makar Ivanovitch in such a state of mind? 3. But to my surprise I found other people, my mother and the doctor, with Makar Ivanovitch. As I had for some reason imagined I should find the old man alone, as he had been yesterday. I stopped short in the doorway in blank amazement. Before I had time to frown, Versaloff came in, followed by Liza. So they had all met, for some reason, in Makar Ivanovitch's room, just when they were not wanted. "I have come to ask how you are," I said, going straight up to Makar Ivanovitch. "Thank you, my dear. I was expecting you. I knew you would come. I was thinking of you in the night." He looked into my face caressingly, and I saw that perhaps he liked me best of them all; but I could not help seeing instantly that, though his face was cheerful, his illness had made progress in the night. The doctor had only just been examining him very seriously. I learned afterwards that the doctor, the same young man with whom I had quarrelled, had been treating Makar Ivanovich ever since he arrived, had been very attentive to the patient, and had diagnosed a complication of various diseases in him, but I don't know their medical terms. Makar Ivanovich, as I observed from the first glance, was on the warmest, friendliest terms with him. I disliked that at the instant, but I was of course in a very bad mood at the moment. "Yes, Alexander Semyonovitch, how is our dear invalid to day?" inquired Versalov. If I had not been so agitated, it would have been most interesting to me to watch Versalov's attitude to this old man. I had wondered about it the day before. What struck me most of all now was the extremely soft and pleasant expression in Versalov's face. There was something perfectly sincere in it. I have noted already, I believe, that Versalov's face became wonderfully beautiful as soon as it became ever so little kindly. "Why, we keep quarrelling," answered the doctor. "With Makar Ivanovich? I don't believe it. It's impossible to quarrel with him. But he won't obey. He doesn't sleep at night." "Come, give over, Alexander Semyonovitch. That's enough scolding," said Makar Ivanovich, laughing. "Well, Andrei Petrovitch, how have they treated our good lady? Here she's been sighing and moaning all the morning. She's worrying," he added, indicating mother. "Ach, Andrei Petrovitch," cried my mother, who was really very uneasy, "do make haste and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. How has it been settled for her, poor thing?" "They have found her guilty, and sentenced her." "Ach!" cried my mother. "But not to Siberia. Don't distress yourself. To a fine of 15 roubles, that's all. It was a farce." He sat down. The doctor sat down too. They were talking of Tatiana Pavlovna. I knew nothing yet of what had happened. I sat down on Makar Ivanovitch's left, and Liza sat opposite me on the right. She evidently had some special sorrow of her own to day, with which she had come to my mother. There was a look of uneasiness and irritation in her face. At that moment we exchanged glances, and I thought to myself, we are both disgraced, and I must make the first advances. My heart was suddenly softened to her. Versalov meanwhile had begun describing what had happened that morning. It seemed that Tatiana Pavlovna had had to appear before the justice of the peace that morning, on a charge brought against her by her cook. The whole affair was utterly absurd. I have mentioned already that the ill-tempered cook would sometimes, when she was sulky, refuse to speak, and would not say a word to her mistress for a whole week at a time. I mentioned, too, Tatiana's weakness in regard to her, how she put up with anything from her, and absolutely refused to get rid of her. All these whimsical caprices of old maiden ladies are, in my eyes, utterly beneath contempt, and so undeserving of attention. And I only mention this story here because this cook is destined to play a leading and momentous part in the sequel of my story. So Tatiana Pavlovna, driven out of all patience by the obstinate Finnish woman, who had refused to answer a word for several days, had suddenly at last struck her, a thing she had never done before. Even then the cook did not utter the slightest sound, but the same day she communicated the fact to a discharged midshipman called Osietroff, who earned a precarious existence by undertaking cases of various sorts, and of course by getting up such cases as this for the courts. It had ended in Tatiana Pavlovna's being summoned before the justice of the peace, and when the case was tried, Versalov had for some reason appeared as a witness. Versalov described all this with extraordinary gaiety and humour, so that even mother laughed. He even mimicked Tatiana Pavlovna, and the midshipman and the cook The cook had from the very beginning announced to the court that she wanted a money fine, for if they put my mistress in prison, whom am I going to cook for? In answer to the judge, Tatiana Pavlovna answered with immense condescension, not even deigning to defend herself. On the contrary, she had concluded with the words, "I did beat her, and I shall do it again," whereupon she was promptly fined 3 roubles for her impudent answer. The midshipman, a lean, lanky young man, would have begun with a long speech in defence of his client, but broke down disgracefully, to the amusement of the whole court. The hearing was soon over, and Tatiana Pavlovna was condemned to pay 15 roubles to the injured Maria. Tatiana Pavlovna promptly drew out her purse, and proceeded on the spot to pay the money, whereupon the midshipman at once approached her, and was putting out his hand to take it, but Tatiana Pavlovna thrust aside his hand almost with a blow, and turned to Maria. "Don't you trouble, madam. You needn't put yourself out. Put it down in our accounts. I'll settle with this fellow. See, Maria, what a lanky fellow you've picked out for yourself," said Tatiana Pavlovna, pointing to the midshipman, hugely delighted that Maria had spoken to her at last. "He is a lanky one, to be sure," Maria answered slyly. "Did you order cutlets with peas? I did not hear this morning. I was in a hurry to get here." "Oh no, with cabbage, Maria, and please don't burn it to a cinder as you did yesterday." "No, I'll do my best to day, madam. Let me have your hand," and she kissed her mistress's hand in token of reconciliation. She entertained the whole court, in fact. "Ah, what a woman!" said Mother, shaking her head, very much pleased with the news, and Andrei Petrovitch's account of it, though she looked uneasily on the sly at Liza. "She has been a self-willed lady from her childhood," smiled Makar Ivanovitch. "Spleen and idleness," opined the doctor. "Is it I am self-willed? Is it I am spleen and idleness?" asked Tatiana Pavlovna, coming in upon us suddenly, evidently very well pleased with herself. "It's not for you to talk nonsense, Alexander Semyonovitch. When you were 10 years old, you knew whether I was idle, and you've been treating yourself for spleen for the last year, and have not been able to cure yourself, so you ought to be ashamed. Well, you've picked me to pieces enough. Thanks for troubling to come to the court, Andrei Petrovitch. Well, how are you, Makarushka? It's only you I've come to see, not this fellow." She pointed to me, but at once gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder. I had never before seen her in such a good humour. "Well, how is he?" turning suddenly to the doctor, and frowning anxiously. "Why, he won't lie in bed, and he only tires himself out sitting up like this." "Why, I only sit up like this a little with company," Makar Ivanovitch murmured, with a face of entreaty like a child's. "Yes, we like this, we like this. We like a little gossip when our friends gather round us. I know, Makarushka," said Tatiana Pavlovna. "Yes, you're a quick one, you are, and there's no getting over you. Wait a bit, let me speak. I'll lie down, darling, I'll obey. But you know, to my thinking, if you take to your bed, you may never get up. That's what I've got at the back of my head, friend." To be sure, I knew that was it. Peasant superstitions. If I take to my bed, they say, 10 to 1 I shan't get up. That's what the peasants very often fear, and they would rather keep on their legs when they're ill than go to a hospital. As for you, Makar Ivanovitch, you're simply homesick for freedom and the open road. That's all that's the matter with you. You've got out of the habit of staying long in one place. Why, you're what's called a pilgrim, aren't you? And tramping is almost a passion in our peasantry. I've noticed it more than once in them. Our peasants are tramps before everything." "Then Makar is a tramp according to you?" Tatiana Pavlovna caught him up. "Oh, I did not mean that. I used the word in a general sense. Well, yes, a religious tramp. Though he is a holy man, yet he is a tramp, in a good respectful sense, but a tramp. I speak from the medical point of view." I assure you," I addressed the doctor suddenly, "that you and I and all the rest here are more like tramps than this old man, from whom you and I ought to learn, too, because he has a firm footing in life, while we all of us have no firm standpoint at all. But how should you understand that, though?" I spoke very cuttingly, it seemed, but I had come in feeling upset. I don't know why I went on sitting there, and felt as though I were beside myself. "What are you saying?" said Tatiana Pavlovna, looking at me suspiciously. "How did you find him, Makar Ivanovitch?" she asked, pointing her finger at me. "God bless him, he's a sharp one," said the old man, with a serious air. But at the words "sharp one," almost every one laughed. I controlled myself somehow. The doctor laughed more than any one. It was rather unlucky that I did not know at the time of a previous compact between them. Verseloff, the doctor, and Tatiana Pavlovna had agreed 3 days before to do all they could to distract mother from brooding and apprehension on account of Makar Ivanovitch, whose illness was far more dangerous and hopeless than I had any suspicion of then. That's why they were all making jokes and trying to laugh. Only the doctor was stupid, and did not know how to make jokes naturally. That was the cause of all that followed. If I had known of their agreement at that time, I should not have done what I did. Liza knew nothing either. I sat listening with half my mind. They talked and laughed, and all the time my head was full of Daria Onesimovna and her news, and I could not shake off the thought of her. I kept picturing how she had sat and looked, and had cautiously got up and peeped into the next room. At last they all suddenly laughed. Tatiana Pavlovna, I don't in the least know why, called the doctor an infidel. "Why, all you doctors are infidels." "Makar Ivanovitch," said the doctor, very stupidly pretending to be offended, and to be appealing to him as an umpire, "am I an infidel?" "You an infidel? No, you are not an infidel," the old man answered sedately, looking at him instantly. "No, thank God," he said, shaking his head. "You are a merry hearted man." "And if a man's merry hearted, he's not an infidel," the doctor observed ironically. "That's in its own way an idea," observed Verseloff. He was not laughing, however. "It's a great idea," I could not help exclaiming, struck by the thought. The doctor looked round inquiringly. These learned people, these same professors, probably they had been talking about professors just before, began Makar Ivanovitch, looking down. "At the beginning, I was frightened of them. I was in terror in their presence, for I dreaded an infidel more than anything. 'I have only one soul,' I used to think. 'What if I lose it? I shan't be able to find another.' But afterwards I plucked up heart. 'After all,' I thought, 'they are not gods, but just the same as we are, men of like passions with ourselves.' And my curiosity was great. 'I shall find out,' I thought, 'what this infidelity is like.' But afterwards even that curiosity passed over." He paused, though he meant to go on, still with the same gentle, sedate smile. "There are simple souls who put complete trust in every one, and have no suspicion of mockery. Such people are always of limited intelligence, for they are always ready to display all that is precious in their hearts to every newcomer. But in Makar Ivanovitch I fancied there was something else, and the impulse that led him to speak was different. And not only the innocence of simplicity, one caught glimpses, as it were, of the missionary in him. I even caught with pleasure some sly glances he bent upon the doctor, and even perhaps on Verseloff. The conversation was evidently a continuation of a previous discussion between them the week before, but unluckily the fatal phrase which had so electrified me the day before cropped up in it again, and led me to an outburst which I regret to this day. "I am afraid of the unbeliever, even now perhaps," the old man went on with concentrated intensity. "Only, friend Alexander Semyonovitch, I tell you what, I've never met an infidel, but I have met worldly men, That's what one must call them. They are of all sorts, big and little, ignorant and learned, and even some of the humblest class, but it's all vanity. They read and argue all their lives, filling themselves with the sweetness of books, while they remain in perplexity and can come to no conclusion. Some quite let themselves go, and give up taking notice of themselves. Some grow harder than a stone, and their hearts are full of wandering dreams. Others become heartless and frivolous, and all they can do is to mock and jeer. Another will, out of books, gather some flowers, and those according to his own fancy, but he still is full of vanity, and there is no decision in him. And then again there is a great deal of dreariness. The small man is in want. He has no bread, and nought to keep his babes alive with. He sleeps on rough straw, and all the time his heart is light and merry. He is coarse and sinful, yet his heart is light. But the great man drinks too much, and eats too much, and sits on a pile of gold, yet there is nothing in his heart but gloom. Some have been through all the sciences, and are still depressed, and I fancy that the more intellect a man has, the greater his dreariness. And then again, they have been teaching ever since the world began, and to what good purpose have they taught? That the world might be fairer and merrier, and the abode of every sort of joy. And another thing I must tell you, they have no seemliness, they don't even want it at all. All are ruined, but they boast of their own destruction. But to return to the one truth, they never think. And to live without God is naught but torment. And it seems that we curse that whereby we are enlightened, and know it not ourselves. And what's the sense of it? It's impossible to be a man, and not bow down to something. Such a man could not bear the burden of himself, nor could there be such a man. If he rejects God, then he bows down to an idol, fashioned of wood, or of gold, or of thought. They are all idolaters, and not infidels. That is how we ought to describe them, though we can't say there are no infidels. There are men who are downright infidels, only they are far more terrible than those others, for they come with God's name on their lips. I have heard of them more than once, but I have not met them at all. There are such, friend, and I fancy too that there are bound to be. There are, Makar Ivanovich, Versaloff agreed suddenly. There are such, and there are bound to be. There certainly are, and there are certainly bound to be, I burst out hotly and impulsively. I don't know why, but I was carried away by Versaloff's tone, and fascinated by a sort of idea in the words "there are bound to be." The conversation was an absolute surprise to me, but at that minute something happened, also quite unexpected. 4. It was a very bright day. By the doctor's orders, Makar Ivanovitch's blind was, as a rule, not drawn up all day, but there was a curtain over the window now, instead of the blind, so that the upper part of the window was not covered. This was because the old man was miserable at not seeing the sun at all when he had the blind, and as we were sitting there, the sun's rays fell suddenly full upon Makar Ivanovitch's face. At first, absorbed in conversation, he took no notice of it, but mechanically, as he talked, he several times turned his head on one side, because the bright sunlight hurt and irritated his bad eyes. Mother, standing beside him, glanced several times uneasily towards the window. All that was wanted was to screen the window completely with something, but to avoid interrupting the conversation, she thought it better to try and move the bench on which Makar Ivanovitch was sitting a little to the right. It did not need to be moved more than 6 or at the most 8 inches. She had bent down several times and taken hold of the bench, but could not move it. The bench, with Makar Ivanovitch sitting on it, would not move. Feeling her efforts unconsciously in the heat of conversation, Makar Ivanovitch several times tried to get up, but his legs would not obey him. But mother went on straining all her strength to move it, and at last all this exasperated Liza horribly. I noticed several angry, irritated looks from her, but for the first moment I did not know to what to ascribe them. Besides, I was carried away by the conversation, and I suddenly heard her almost shout sharply to Makar Ivanovitch, "Do get up, if it's ever so little. You see how hard it is for mother." The old man looked at her quickly, instantly grasped her meaning, and hurriedly tried to stand up, but without success. He raised himself a couple of inches and fell back on the bench. "I can't, my dearie," he answered plaintively, looking, as it were, meekly at Liza. "You can talk by the hour together, but you haven't the strength to stir an inch." "Liza!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna. Makar Ivanovitch made another great effort. "Take your crutches. They are lying beside you. You can get up with your crutches," Liza snapped out again. "To be sure," said the old man, and he made haste to pick up his crutches. "He must be lifted," said Versalof, standing up. The doctor, too, moved, and Tatiana Pavlovna ran up, but before they had time to reach him, Makar Ivanovitch, leaning on the crutches with a tremendous effort, suddenly raised himself and stood up, looking round with a triumphant air. "There, I have got up," he said almost with pride, laughing gleefully. "Thank you, my dear. You have taught me a lesson, and I thought that my poor legs would not obey me at all." But he did not remain standing long. He had hardly finished speaking when his crutch, on which he was leaning with the whole weight of his body, somehow slipped on the rug, and as his poor legs were scarcely any support at all, he fell heavily full length on the floor. I remember it was almost horrible to see. All cried out, and rushed to lift him up, but, thank God, he had broken no bones. He had only knocked his knees with a heavy thud against the floor, but he had succeeded in putting out his right hand and breaking his fall with it. He was picked up and seated on the bed. He was very pale, not from fright, but from the shock. The doctor had told them that he was suffering more from disease of the heart than anything. Mother was beside herself with fright, and still pale, trembling all over, and still a little bewildered. Makar Ivanovitch turned suddenly to Liza, and almost tenderly, in a soft voice, said to her, "No, my dearie, my legs really won't hold me." I cannot express what an impression this made on me at the time. There was not the faintest note of complaint or reproach in the poor old man's words. On the contrary, it was perfectly evident that he had not noticed anything spiteful in Liza's words, and had accepted her shout as something quite befitting, that is, that it was quite right to pitch into him for his remissness. All this had a very great effect on Liza, too. At the moment when he fell, she had rushed forward, like all the rest of us, and stood numb with horror, and miserable, of course, at having caused it all. Hearing his words, she almost instantly flushed crimson with shame and remorse. "That's enough," Tatiana Pavlovna commanded suddenly. "This comes of talking too much. It's time we were off. It's a bad look out when the doctor himself begins to chatter." "Quite so," assented Alexander Semyonovitch, who was occupied with the invalid. "I'm to blame, Tatiana Pavlovna. He needs rest." But Tatiana Pavlovna did not hear him. She had been for half a minute watching Liza intently. "Come here, Liza, and kiss me. That is, if you care to kiss an old fool like me," she said unexpectedly. And she kissed the girl. I don't know why, but it seemed exactly the right thing to do, so that I almost rushed to kiss Tatiana Pavlovna myself. What was fitting was not to overwhelm Liza with reproach, but to welcome with joy and congratulation the new feeling that must certainly have sprung up in her. But instead of all those feelings, I suddenly stood up and rapped out resolutely, "Makar Ivanovitch, you used again the word seemliness, and I have been worrying about that word yesterday, and all these days. In fact, all my life I have been worrying about it, only I didn't know what it was. This coincidence I look upon as momentous, almost miraculous. I say this in your presence." But I was instantly checked. I repeat, I did not know their compact about mother and Makar Ivanovitch. They considered me, of course, judging from my doings in the past, capable of making a scene of any sort. "Stop him, stop him!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, utterly infuriated. Mother began trembling. Makar Ivanovitch, seeing the general alarm, was alarmed too. "Arkady, hush!" Verslov cried sternly. "For me, my friends," I said, raising my voice, "to see you all beside this babe," I indicated Makar, "is unseemly. There is only one saint here, and that is mother, and even she " "You are alarming him," the doctor said emphatically. "I know I am the enemy to every one in the world, or something of the sort." I began faltering, but looking round once more, I glared defiantly at Versalov. "Arkady," he cried again, "just such a scene has happened once here already between us. I entreat you, restrain yourself now." I cannot describe the intense feeling with which he said this. A deep sadness, sincere and complete, was manifest in his face. What was most surprising was that he looked as though he were guilty, as though I were the judge and he were the criminal. This was the last straw for me. "Yes," I shouted to him in reply, "just such a scene we had before, when I buried Versalov, and tore him out of my heart. But then there followed a resurrection from the dead. But now there will be no rising again. But all of you here shall see what I am capable of. You have no idea what I can show you." Saying this, I rushed into my room. Versalov ran after me. 5. I had a relapse. I had a violent attack of fever, and by nightfall was delirious. But I was not all the time in delirium. I had innumerable dreams, shapeless and following one another in endless succession. One such dream, or fragment of a dream, I shall remember as long as I live. I will describe it without attempting to explain it. It was prophetic, and I cannot leave it out. I suddenly found myself with my heart full of a grand and proud design, in a large lofty room. I remember the room very well. It was not at Tatiana Pavlovna's, I may observe, anticipating events. But although I was alone, I felt continually, with uneasiness and discomfort, that I was not alone at all, that I was awaited, and that something was being expected of me. Somewhere outside the door people were sitting and waiting for what I was going to do. The sensation was unendurable. Oh, if I could only be alone! And suddenly she walked in. She looked at me timidly. She was very much afraid. She looked into my eyes. In my hand I had the letter. She smiled to fascinate me. She fawned upon me. I was sorry, but I began to feel repulsion. Suddenly she hid her face in her hands. I flung the letter on the table with unutterable disdain, as much as to say, "You needn't beg. Take it. I want nothing of you. I revenge myself for all your insults by contempt." I went out of the room, choking with immense pride. But at the door Lambert clutched me in the darkness. "Fool, fool!" he whispered, holding me by the arm with all his might. "She will have to open a high-class boarding-house for wenches in Vasilyevsky Island. Note well, to get her living if her father, hearing of the letter from me, were to deprive her of her inheritance and drive her out of the house." I quote what Lambert said, word for word, as I dreamed it. "Arkady Makarovitch is in quest of seemliness." I heard the low voice of Anna Andreevna somewhere close by on the stairs, but there was a note, not of approval, but of insufferable mockery in her words. I returned to the room with Lambert, but seeing Lambert, she began to laugh. My first impression was one of horrible dismay, such dismay as that I stopped short and would not go up to her. I stared at her and could not believe my eyes, as though she had just thrown off a mask. The features were the same, but each feature seemed distorted by an insolence that was beyond all bounds. The ransom, madam!" cried Lambert, and both laughed louder than ever, while my heart went cold. Oh, can that shameless creature be the woman, one glance from whom set my heart glowing with virtue? "You see what these proud creatures in their good society are ready to do for money," cried Lambert. But the shameless creature was not even abashed by that. She laughed at my being so horrified. Oh, she was ready to pay the ransom. That I saw, and what came over me? I no longer felt pity or disgust. I was thrilled as I had never been before. I was overwhelmed by a new and indescribable feeling, such as I had never known before, and strong as life itself. I could not have gone away now for anything on earth. Oh, how it pleased me that it was so shameful! I clutched her hands. The touch of her hands sent an agonizing thrill through me, and I put my lips to her insolent crimson lips that invited me, quivering with laughter. Oh, away with that vile memory! Accursed dream! I swear that until that loathsome dream, nothing like that shameful idea had ever been in my mind. There had never been even an unconscious dream of the sort, though I had kept the letter sewn up in my pocket, and I sometimes gripped my pocket with a strange smile. How was it all this came to me so complete? It was because I had the soul of a spider. It shows that all this had long ago been hatching in my corrupt heart, and laid latent in my desires. But my waking heart was still ashamed, and my mind dared not consciously picture anything of the sort. But in sleep the soul presented and laid bare all that was hidden in the heart, with the utmost accuracy, in a complete picture, and in prophetic form. And was that what I had threatened to show them, when I had run out of Makar Ivanovitch's room that morning? But enough, for the time. No more of this. That dream is one of the strangest things that has happened in my life. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 3. 1. 3 days later I got up from my bed, and as soon as I was on my legs, I felt that I should not go back to it again. I felt all over that convalescence was at hand. All these little details, perhaps, would not be worth writing, but then several days followed which were not remarkable for anything special that happened, and yet have remained in my memory as something soothing and consolatory. And that is rare in my reminiscences. I will not for the time attempt to define my spiritual condition. If I were to give an account of it, the reader would scarcely believe in it. It will be better for it to be made clear by facts themselves. And so I will only say one thing. Let the reader remember the soul of the spider, and that in the man who longed to get away from them all, and from the whole world, for the sake of seemliness. The longing for seemliness was still there, of course, and very intense, but how it could be linked with other longings of a very different sort is a mystery to me. It always has been a mystery, and I have marveled 1,000 times at that faculty in man, and in the Russian, I believe, more especially, of cherishing in his soul his loftiest ideal, side by side with the most abject baseness, and all quite sincerely. Whether this is a breadth in the Russian which takes him so far, or simply baseness, that is the question. But enough of that. However that may be, a time of calm followed. All I knew was that I must get well at all costs, and as quickly as possible, that I might as soon as possible begin to act. And so I resolved to live hygienically, and to obey the doctor, whoever he might be. Disturbing projects I put off with great good sense, the fruit of this same breadth, to the day of my escape, that is, to the day of my complete recovery. How all the peaceful impressions and sensations in that time of stillness were consistent with the painfully sweet and agitated throbbings of my heart when I dreamed of violent decisions, I do not know, but again I put it all down to breadth. But there was no trace now of the restlessness I had suffered from of late. I put it all off for the time, and did not tremble at the thought of the future, as I had so recently, but looked forward to it, like a wealthy man relying on his power and his resources. I felt more and more proud and defiant of the fate awaiting me, and this was partly due, I imagine, to my actual return to health, and the rapid recovery of my vital forces. Those few days of final and complete recovery I recall even now with great pleasure. Oh, they forgave me everything, that is, my outburst, and these were the people whom I had called unseemly to their faces. That I love in people, that is what I call intelligence of the heart. Anyway, this attracted me at once, to a certain degree, of course. Versalov and I, for instance, talked together like the best of friends, but only to a certain point. If at times we became ever so little too expansive, and we were over expansive at times, we pulled ourselves up at once as though a trifle ashamed of something. There are cases when the victor cannot help feeling abashed before the vanquished, and just because he has gained the upper hand over him, I was evidently the victor, and I was ashamed. That morning, that is, the one on which I got up again after my relapse, he came in to see me, and then I learned from him for the first time of their compact in regard to mother and Makar Ivanovitch. He added that though the old man was better, the doctor would not answer for the future. I promised him with my whole heart that I would be more careful of my behaviour in the future. While Versalov was telling me all this, I detected for the first time that he was most genuinely concerned about the old man, far more indeed than I could have expected from a man like him, and that he looked upon him as a being, for some reason, particularly precious to himself, not simply for mother's sake. This at once interested me, and almost surprised me; and I must confess, if it had not been for Versalov, I should have overlooked and failed to appreciate a great deal in this old man, who has left one of the most lasting and original impressions on my mind. Versalov seemed to be afraid of my attitude to Makar Ivanovitch; that is, he distrusted my intelligence and my tact, and he was therefore particularly pleased afterwards when he discerned that I knew how to behave with a man of quite different ideas and conceptions, could in fact be broad-minded and make allowances. I must confess too, and I don't think it's humiliating to do so, that in this man of the people I found something absolutely new to me in regard to certain feelings and conceptions, something I had known nothing of, something far more serene and consolatory than my own previous ideas on those subjects. It was none the less impossible sometimes to keep from being impatient at some positive superstitions in which he believed with the most revolting placidity and steadfastness. But this, of course, was only due to his lack of education. His soul was rather happily constructed, so much so that I have never met a man superior in that respect. 2. What attracted one first of all, as I have observed already, was his extraordinary pure heartedness, and his freedom from amour propre. One felt instinctively that he had an almost sinless heart. He had gaiety of heart, and therefore seemliness. The word gaiety he was very fond of, and often used. He sometimes showed an almost abnormal exaltation, an almost abnormal fervour, partly, I imagine, because the fever never really left him; but that did not mar his beautiful serenity. There were contrasts in him too, side by side with his marvellous simplicity. At times, to my vexation, he completely failed to detect irony. There was a sort of sly subtlety, most frequently apparent in controversy. And he was fond of controversy, though at times only through caprice. It was evident that he had been on foot over a great part of Russia, had heard a great deal; but I repeat, what he liked best of all was religious emotion, and therefore everything that led up to it; and he was fond of telling incidents that moved one to tenderness and reverence. He was fond of telling stories in general. I listened to many tales from him of his own wanderings, and various legends of the lives of the ascetics of ancient times. I am not familiar with these stories, but I believe that he told them all wrong, adapting them for the most part from the traditions current among the peasantry. It was simply impossible to accept some of his versions. But together with evident distortions or even inventions, there were continual flashes of something wonderfully complete, full of peasant feeling, and always touching. I recall, for instance, one long story out of the life of Maria of Egypt. Of this life, and of all such lives, I had had no idea at all till then. I frankly confess that it was almost impossible to hear the story without tears, not from tender feeling, but from a sort of strange ecstasy. One felt something strange and burning, like the parched sandy desert upon which the holy woman wandered among lions. I don't want to talk of this, though, and indeed I am not competent to do so. Apart from the tender feeling of his stories, I particularly liked certain extremely original views on disputed questions of modern life. He told me once, for instance, of something that had happened recently with a retired soldier. He had almost witnessed the incident. A soldier had come home to his village from serving in the army, and did not like going back to live with peasants. The peasants did not like him either. The man went wrong, took to drinking, and robbed someone. There was no strong evidence against him, but he was taken up and tried. The lawyer was defending him successfully. There was no proof against him. But suddenly, after listening a long time, the prisoner suddenly stood up and interrupted him. "No, you stop," said he, and then he told the whole story, to the tiniest grain of dust. He confessed his full guilt with tears and penitence. The jury went out, were shut up to confer, and suddenly they all came back. "No, not guilty." Every one shouted and rejoiced, and the soldier stood rooted to the spot. He seemed turned into a post, and couldn't make head or tail of it. He didn't understand a word of the judge's exhortation to him when he dismissed him. The soldier came out to freedom, and still couldn't believe it. He began to fret, sank into brooding, gave up eating and drinking, spoke to no one, and on the fifth day he took and hanged himself. "That's what it is to live with sin on the soul," said Makar Ivanovitch in conclusion. "Of course that's a foolish story, and there are masses of such stories nowadays in all the newspapers. But I liked his tone, and most of all some phrases of quite a new significance. Describing, for instance, how the soldier was disliked by the peasants when he went back to the village, Makar Ivanovitch used the expression, 'And we know what a soldier is. A soldier's a peasant spoilt.'" Speaking afterwards of the lawyer who had almost won the case, he said, "We know what a lawyer is. A lawyer's a conscience for hire." Both these expressions he brought out without effort, and almost without noticing them, and yet those two utterances revealed a complete and special attitude of mind on those subjects, not borrowed but peculiar to Makar Ivanovitch, if not to the whole peasantry. These judgments among the peasants in regard to certain subjects are sometimes really marvellous in their originality. "And how do you look upon the sin of suicide, Makar Ivanovitch?" I asked him apropos of the same story. "Suicide is the greatest human sin," he answered with a sigh. "But God alone is judge of it, for He alone knows all, every limit, every measure. We must pray without ceasing for such sinners. Whenever you hear of such a sin, pray fervently at bedtime for the sinner." If only you breathe a sigh for him to God, even though you don't know his name, the more acceptable will be your prayer for him. But will my prayer be any help to him if he is condemned already? How can you tell? There are many, many without faith, who thereby confound those of little knowledge. Heed them not, for they know not what foolishness they are speaking. The prayer of the living for the condemned may still in truth benefit him. So what a plight for him who has no one to pray for him! Therefore, at your evening prayer, say also at the end, Lord Jesus, have mercy on all those also who have none to pray for them. Very acceptable and pleasant will be this prayer also for all living sinners. Lord, who holdest all destinies in thy hand, save all sinners that repent not. That, too, is a good prayer. I promised him I would pray, feeling that I was giving him immense pleasure by this promise, and his face did in fact beam with joy, but I hasten to add that in such cases he did not take up a superior attitude to me, as a monk speaking to a raw youth. On the contrary, he very often liked listening to me. He was never weary, in fact, of hearing me talk on various subjects, realizing that though a youth, I was immeasurably superior to him in education. He was very fond, for instance, of talking of the life of hermits in the desert, and thought of the desert as something far above pilgrimage. I hotly opposed him, laying stress on the egoism of these people, who had abandoned the world and all the services they might have rendered mankind, simply with the egoistic idea of their own salvation. At first he didn't quite understand. I suspect, indeed, he didn't understand at all, but he zealously defended the desert. At first, of course, one grieves. That is when first one goes to dwell in the desert. But then each day one is more glad at heart, and at last one looks upon the face of God. Then I drew a picture to him of the useful activity in the world of the man of science, the doctor, or any friend of humanity, and roused him to real enthusiasm, for I spoke with warmth. He kept eagerly assenting to my words. "That's so, dear, that's so. God bless you. Your thoughts are true." But when I had finished, he did not seem to agree entirely. To be sure," he sighed deeply, "but are there many who hold fast, and are not led astray. Though money be not their God, yet it is a demigod, a great temptation. And then there's the female sex, and then doubt and envy. And so they will forget their great work, and will be absorbed in little things. But in the desert a man strengthens himself for every great deed. My dear, what is there in the world?" he exclaimed with intense feeling. "But is it only a dream? Take a grain of sand and sow it on a stone. When that yellow grain of sand of yours on the stone springs up, then your dream will come true in the world." That's a saying of ours. Very different from Christ's, "Go and give all that thou hast to the poor, and become the servant of all. Then thou wilt be a thousandfold richer than ever before. For not by bread alone, not by rich garments, not by pride, not by envy, wilt thou be happy, but by love, multiplied immeasurably. Not a little riches, not 100,000, not 1,000,000, but the whole world wilt thou gain." Now we gather and have not enough, and squander senselessly. But then there will be no orphans nor beggars, for all will be my people, all will be akin. I have gained all, I have bought all, every one. Now it is no uncommon thing for the rich and powerful to care nothing for the length of their days, and to be at a loss to invent a pastime. Then thy days and thy hours will be multiplied 1,000-fold, for thou wilt grudge the loss of a single minute, and wilt rejoice in every minute in gaiety of heart. Then thou wilt attain wisdom, not from books alone, but wilt be face to face with God himself. And the earth will shine more brightly than the sun, and there shall be no more sorrow nor sighing, nothing but one priceless paradise. It was these enthusiastic outbursts that I believe Versolov liked particularly. He was in the room on this occasion. "Makar Ivanovitch," I interrupted suddenly, feeling immensely stirred myself. I remember that evening. "Why, it's communism, absolute communism, you're preaching." And as he knew absolutely nothing of the doctrine of communism, and heard the word indeed for the first time, I began at once expounding to him all I knew on the subject. I must confess my knowledge was scanty and confused. Even now, in fact, it is not very ample. But in spite of that, I discoursed with great heat on what I did know. To this day I recall with pleasure the extraordinary impression I made on the old man. It was more than an impression. It was really an overwhelming effect. He was passionately interested, too, in the historical details, asking where, how, who arranged it, who said so. I have noticed, by the way, that that is characteristic of the Russian peasant. If he is much interested, he is not content with general ideas, but insists on having the most solid and exact facts. It was just for such details that I was at a loss, and as Versolov was present, I felt ashamed of my incompetence, and that made me hotter than ever. In the end, Makar Ivanovitch could do nothing but repeat with emotion, "Yes, yes," though he had evidently lost the thread and did not understand. I felt vexed, but Versolov interrupted the conversation and said it was bedtime. We were all in the room, and it was late, but when he peeped into my room a few minutes later, I asked him at once what he thought of Makar Ivanovitch, and what was his opinion of him. Versolov laughed gaily, but not at my mistakes about communism. He did not mention them, in fact. I repeat again, he seemed absolutely devoted to Makar Ivanovitch, and I often caught a very attractive smile on his face when he was listening to the old man. At the same time, this smile did not prevent his criticizing him. "Makar Ivanovitch is above all not a peasant, but a house serf," he pronounced with great readiness, "who has been a servant, born a servant, and of servants. The house serfs and servants used to share a very great deal in the interests of their master's private, spiritual, and intellectual life in the past. Note that to this day Makar Ivanovitch is most interested in the life of the gentry and upper class. You don't know yet how much interest he takes in recent events in Russia. Do you know that he is a great politician? Don't feed him on honey, but tell him where anyone is fighting, and whether we are going to fight. In old days I used to delight him by such accounts. He has the greatest respect for science, and of all sciences is fondest of astronomy. At the same time he has worked out for himself something so independent that nothing you could do would shake it. He has convictions, firm, fairly clear, and genuine. Though he's so absolutely uneducated, he is often able to astound one by his surprising knowledge of certain ideas which one would never have expected to find in him. He extols the desert with enthusiasm, but nothing would induce him to retire to the desert or enter a monastery, because he is above all things a tramp, as he was so charmingly called by Alexander Semyonovitch. And by the way, there's no need for you to be angry with him. Well, and what more? He's something of an artist. Many of his sayings are his own, though some are not. He's somewhat halting in his logic, and at times too abstract. He has moods of sentimentality, but of a thoroughly peasant kind, or rather moods of that tenderness universally found among peasants, which the people introduce so freely into their religious feelings. As for his purity of heart and freedom from malice, I won't discuss them. It's not for you and me to begin upon that. 3. To complete my picture of Makar Ivanovitch, I'll repeat some of his stories, choosing those taken from private life. These stories were of a strange character. It was impossible to extract any sort of moral or general tendency from them, except perhaps that they were all more or less touching. There were some, however, which were not touching. Some, in fact, were quite gay. Others even made fun of certain foolish monks, so that he actually discredited his own convictions by telling them. I pointed this out to him, but he did not understand what I meant. Sometimes it was difficult to imagine what induced him to tell the story, so that at times I wondered at his talkativeness, and put it down to the loquacity of old age and his feverish condition. "He is not what he used to be," Versaloff whispered to me once. "He was not quite like this in the old days. He will soon die, much sooner than we expect, and we must be prepared." I have forgotten to say that we had begun to have something like evenings. Besides my mother, who never left him, Versaloff was in his little room every evening. I came too, and indeed I had nowhere else to go. Of late Liza, too, had always been present, though she came a little later than the rest of us, and always sat in silence. Tatiana Pavlovna came too, and though more rarely, the doctor. Somehow I suddenly began to get on with the doctor, and though we were never very friendly, there were no further scenes between us. I liked a sort of simple-mindedness which I detected in him, and the attachment he showed to our family, so that I made up my mind at last to forgive him his professional superciliousness. And moreover, I taught him to wash his hands and clean his nails, even if he could put on clean linen. I explained to him bluntly that this was not a sign of foppishness or of elegant artificiality, but that cleanliness is a natural element of the trade of a doctor, and I proved it to him. Finally, Lukerya often came out of the kitchen and stood at the door listening to Makar Ivanovitch's stories. Versaloff once called her in from the door and asked her to sit down with us. I liked his doing this, but from that time she gave up coming to the door, her sense of the fitting. I quote one of his stories, selecting it simply because I remember it more completely. It is a story about a merchant, and I imagine that such incidents occur by thousands in our cities and country towns, if only one knew how to look for them. The reader may prefer to skip the story, especially as I quote it in the old man's words. 4. I'll tell you now of a wonderful thing that happened in our town, Afimyevsk. There was a merchant living there. His name was Skotoboynikov, Maxim Ivanovitch, and there was no one richer than he in all the countryside. He built a cotton factory, and he kept some hundreds of hands, and he exalted himself exceedingly. And everything, one may say, was at his beck and call, and even those in authority hindered him in nothing, and the archimandrite thanked him for his zeal. He gave freely of his substance to the monastery, and when the fit came upon him, he sighed and groaned over his soul, and was troubled not a little over the life to come. A widower he was, and childless. Of his wife there were tales that he had beaten her from the first year of their marriage, and that from his youth up he had been apt to be too free with his hands. Only all that had happened long ago. He had no desire to enter into the bonds of another marriage. He had a weakness for strong drink, too, and when the time came, he would run drunk about the town, naked and shouting. The town was of little account, and was full of iniquity. And when the time was ended, he was moved to anger, and all that he thought fit was good, and all he bade them do was right. He paid his people according to his pleasure. He brings out his reckoning beads, puts on his spectacles. How much for you, Foma? I've had nothing since Christmas, Maxim Ivanovitch. 39 roubles is my due. Ah, what a sum of money! That's too much for you. It's more than you're worth altogether. It would not be fitting for you. 10 roubles off the beads, and you take 29. And the man says nothing. No one dares open his lips. All are dumb before him. I know how much I ought to give him, he says. It's the only way to deal with the folk here. The folk here are corrupt, but for me they would have perished of hunger, all that are here. The folk here are thieves again. They covet all that they behold. There is no courage in them. They are drunkards, too. If you pay a man his money, he'll take it to the tavern, and will sit in the tavern till he's naked, not a thread on him. He will come out as bare as your hand. They are mean wretches. A man will sit on a stone facing the tavern, and begin wailing, "Oh, mother, my dear mother, why did you bring me into the world a hopeless drunkard? Better you had strangled me at birth, a hopeless drunkard like me. Can you call that a man? That's a beast, not a man. One must first teach him better, and then give him money. I know when to give it him." That's how Maxim Ivanovitch used to talk of the folk of Afimyevsk. Though he spoke evil of them, yet it was the truth. The folk were froward and unstable. There lived in the same town another merchant, and he died. He was a young man and light-minded. He came to ruin and lost all his fortune. For the last year he struggled like a fish on the sand, and his life drew near its end. He was on bad terms with Maxim Ivanovitch all the time, and was heavily in debt to him. And he left behind a widow, still young, and 5 children. And for a young widow to be left alone without a husband, like a swallow without a refuge, is a great ordeal, to say nothing of 5 little children, and nothing to give them to eat. Their last possession, a wooden house, Maxim Ivanovitch had taken for a debt. She set them all in a row at the church porch, the eldest a boy of 7, and the others all girls, one smaller than another, the biggest of them 4, and the youngest babe at the breast. When Mass was over, Maxim Ivanovitch came out of church, and all the little ones, all in a row, knelt down before him. She had told them to do this beforehand, and they clasped their little hands before them, and she behind them, with the 5th child in her arms, bowed down to the earth before him in the sight of all the congregation. "Maxim Ivanovitch, have mercy on the orphans. Do not take away their last crust. Do not drive them out of their home." And all who were present were moved to tears, so well had she taught them. She thought that he would be proud before the people, and would forgive the debt, and give back the house to the orphans. But it did not fall out so. Maxim Ivanovitch stood still. "You're a young widow," said he. "You want a husband. You are not weeping over your orphans. Your husband cursed me on his deathbed, and he passed by and did not give up the house. Why follow their foolishness, that is, connive at it? If I show her benevolence, they'll abuse me more than ever. All that nonsense will be revived, and the slander will only be confirmed." For there was a story that 10 years before he had sent to that widow before she was married, and had offered her a great sum of money. She was very beautiful, forgetting that that sin is no less than defiling the temple of God. But he did not succeed then in his evil design. Of such abominations he had committed not a few, both in the town and all over the province, and indeed had gone beyond all bounds in such doings. The mother wailed with her nurslings. He turned the orphans out of the house, and not from spite only, for indeed a man sometimes does not know himself what drives him to carry out his will. Well, people helped her at first, and then she went out to work for hire. But there was little to be earned, save at the factory. She scrubs floors, weeds in the garden, heats the bath house, and she carries the babe in her arms, and the other 4 run about the streets in their little shirts. When she made them kneel down at the church porch, they still had little shoes and little jackets of a sort, for they were merchants' children, but now they began to run barefoot. A child soon gets through its little clothes, we know. Well, the children didn't care. So long as there was sunshine, they rejoiced like birds, did not feel their ruin, and their voices were like little bells. The widow thought, "The winter will come, and what shall I do with you then? If God would only take you to him before then!" But she had not to wait for the winter. About our parts the children have a cough, the whooping cough, which goes from one to the other. First of all the baby died, and after her the others fell ill, and all 4 little girls she buried that autumn, one after the other. One of them, it's true, was trampled by the horses in the street. And what do you think? She buried them, and she wailed. Though she had cursed them, yet when God took them she was sorry. A mother's heart. All she had left was the eldest, the boy, and she hung over him trembling. He was weak and tender, with a pretty little face like a girl's, and she took him to the factory to the foreman, who was his godfather, and she herself took a place as nurse. But one day the boy was running in the yard, and Maxim Ivanovitch suddenly drove up with a pair of horses, and he had just been drinking, and the boy came rushing down the steps straight at him, and slipped and stumbled right against him as he was getting out of the droshky, and hit him with both hands in the stomach. He seized the boy by the hair and yelled, "Whose boy is it? A birch! Thrash him before me this minute." The boy was half dead with fright. They began thrashing him. He screamed. "So you scream too, do you? Thrash him till he leaves off screaming." Whether they thrashed him hard or not, he didn't give up screaming till he fainted altogether. Then they left off thrashing him. They were frightened. The boy lay senseless, hardly breathing. They did say afterwards they had not beaten him much, but the boy was terrified. Maxim Ivanovitch was frightened. "Whose boy is he?" he asked. When they told him, "Upon my word, take him to his mother. Why is he hanging about the factory here?" For 2 days afterwards he said nothing. Then he asked again, "How's the boy?" And it had gone hard with the boy. He had fallen ill and lay in the corner at his mother's, and she had given up her job to look after him, and inflammation of the lungs had set in. "Upon my word," said Maxim Ivanovitch, "and for so little! It's not as though he were badly beaten. They only gave him a bit of a fright. I've given all the others just as sound a thrashing, and never had this nonsense." He expected the mother to come and complain, and in his pride he said nothing, as though that were likely. The mother didn't dare to complain. And then he sent her 15 roubles from himself and a doctor, and not because he was afraid, but because he thought better of it. And then soon his time came, and he drank for 3 weeks. Winter passed, and at the Holy Ascension of our Lord, Maxim Ivanovitch asks again, "And how's that same boy?" And all the winter he'd been silent and not asked. And they told him, "He's better, and living with his mother, and she goes out by the day." And Maxim Ivanovitch went that day to the widow. He didn't go into the house, but called her out to the gate while he sat in his droshky. "See now, honest widow," says he, "I want to be a real benefactor to your son, and to show him the utmost favour. I will take him from here into my house, and if the boy pleases me, I'll settle a decent fortune on him, and if I'm completely satisfied with him, I may at my death make him the heir of my whole property, as though he were my own son, on condition, however, that you do not come to the house except on great holidays. If this suits you, bring the boy to morrow morning. He can't always be playing knuckle bones." And saying this, he drove away, leaving the mother dazed. People had overheard, and said to her, "When the boy grows up, he'll reproach you himself for having deprived him of such good fortune." In the night she cried over him, but in the morning she took the child, and the lad was more dead than alive. Maxim Ivanovitch dressed him like a little gentleman, and hired a teacher for him, and sat him at his book from that hour forward, and it came to his never leaving him out of his sight, always keeping him with him. The boy could scarcely begin to yawn before he'd shout at him, "Mind your book, study, I want to make a man of you." And the boy was frail. Ever since the time of that beating he'd had a cough. "As though we didn't live well in my house," said Maxim Ivanovitch, wondering. "At his mother's he used to run barefoot and gnaw crusts. Why is he more puny than before?" And the teacher said, "Every boy," says he, "needs to play about, not to be studying all the time. He needs exercise." And he explained it all to him reasonably. Maxim Ivanovitch reflected. "That's true," he said. And that teacher's name was Pyotr Stepanovitch. The kingdom of heaven be his. He was almost like a crazy saint. He drank much, too much indeed, and that was the reason he had been turned out of so many places, and he lived in the town on alms, one may say, but he was of great intelligence and strong in science. "This is not the place for me," he thought to himself. I ought to be a professor in the university. Here I'm buried in the mud. My very garments loathe me. Maxim Ivanovitch sits and shouts to the child, 'Play!' and he scarcely dares to breathe before him. And it came to such a pass that the boy could not hear the sound of his voice without trembling all over. And Maxim Ivanovitch wondered more and more. 'He's neither one thing nor the other. I picked him out of the mud. I dressed him in drap-de-dame with little boots of gold material. He has embroidered shirts like a general's son. Why has he not grown attached to me? Why is he as dumb as a little wolf?' And though people had long given up being surprised at Maxim Ivanovitch, they began to be surprised at him again. The man was beside himself. He pestered the little child, and would never let him alone. 'As sure as I'm alive, I'll root up his character. His father cursed me on his deathbed after he'd taken the last sacrament. It's his father's character.' And yet he didn't once use the birch to him. After that time he was afraid to. He frightened him, that's what he did. He frightened him without a birch. And something happened. One day, as soon as he'd gone out, the boy left his book and jumped on to a chair. He had thrown his ball on to the top of the sideboard, and now he wanted to get it. And his sleeve caught in a china lamp on the sideboard. The lamp fell to the floor and was smashed to pieces, and the crash was heard all over the house, and it was an expensive thing, made of Saxony china. And Maxim Ivanovitch heard at once, though he was 2 rooms away, and he yelled. The boy rushed away in terror. He ran out on the veranda, across the garden, and through the back gate on to the river bank. And there was a boulevard running along the river bank. There were old willows there. It was a pleasant place. He ran down to the water. People saw, and clasped his hands at the very place where the ferry boat comes in, but seemed frightened of the water, and stood as though turned to stone. And it's a broad open space. The river is swift there, and boats pass by. On the other side there are shops, a square, a temple of God, shining with golden domes. And just then Madame Ferzing, the colonel's wife, came hurrying down to the ferry with her little daughter. The daughter, who was also a child of 8, was wearing a little white frock. She looked at the boy and laughed, and she was carrying a little country basket, and in it a hedgehog. 'Look, mother,' said she, 'how the boy is looking at my hedgehog.' 'No,' said the lady, 'he's frightened of something. What are you afraid of, pretty boy?' All this was told afterwards. 'And what a pretty boy,' she said, 'and how nicely he's dressed. Whose boy are you?' she asked. And he'd never seen a hedgehog before. He went up and looked, and forgot everything at once. Such is childhood. 'What is it you have got there?' he asked. 'It's a hedgehog,' said the little lady. 'We've just bought it from a peasant. He found it in the woods.' 'What's that?' he asked. 'What is a hedgehog?' And he began laughing and poking it with his finger, and the hedgehog put up its bristles, and the little girl was delighted with the boy. 'We'll take it home with us and tame it,' she said. 'Ach,' said he, 'do give me your hedgehog.' And he asked her this so pleadingly, and he'd hardly uttered the words, when Maxim Ivanovitch came running down upon him. 'Ah, there you are. Hold him.' He was in such a rage that he'd run out of the house after him without a hat. Then the boy remembered everything. He screamed and ran to the water, pressed his little fists against his breast, looked up at the sky. They saw it, and leaped into the water. Well, people cried out and jumped from the ferry, tried to get him out, but the current carried him away. The river was rapid, and when they got him out, the little thing was dead. His chest was weak. He couldn't stand being in the water. His hold on life was weak. And such a thing had never been known in those parts. A little child like that to take its life. What a sin! And what could such a little soul say to our Lord God in the world beyond? And Maxim Ivanovitch brooded over it ever after. The man became so changed one would hardly have known him. He sorrowed grievously. He tried drinking, and drank heavily, but gave it up. It was no help. He gave up going to the factory, too. He would listen to no one. If any one spoke to him, he would be silent or wave his hand. So he spent 2 months, and then he began talking to himself. He would walk about, talking to himself. Vaskova, the little village down the hill, caught fire, and 9 houses were burnt. Maxim Ivanovitch drove up to look. The peasants whose cottages were burnt came round him wailing. He promised to help them, and gave orders, and then he called to Stewart again and took it back. "There's no need," said he. "Don't give them anything." And he never said why. "God has sent me to be a scorn unto all men," said he, "like some monster, and therefore so be it. Like the wind," said he, "has my fame gone abroad." The archimandrite himself came to him. He was a stern man, the head of the community of the monastery. "What are you doing?" he asked sternly. "I will tell you." And Maxim Ivanovitch opened the Bible and pointed to the passage: "Whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea." Matthew 18:6. "Yes," said the archimandrite, "though it was not said directly of this, yet it fits it well. It is sad when a man loses his measure. The man is lost, and thou hast exalted thyself." And Maxim Ivanovitch sits as though a stupor had come upon him. The archimandrite gazed upon him. "Listen," said he, "and remember. It is said, 'The word of a desperate man flies on the wind.' And remember also that even the angels of God are not perfect, but perfect and sinless is one only, our Lord Jesus Christ, and him the angels serve. Moreover, thou didst not will the death of that child, but wast only without wisdom. But this," said he, "is marvelous in my eyes. Thou hast committed many even worse iniquities. Many men thou hast ruined, many thou hast corrupted, many thou hast destroyed, no less than if thou hadst slain them. And did not his sisters, all the 4 babes, die almost before thine eyes? Why has this one only confounded thee? For all these in the past thou hast not grieved, I dare say, but hast even forgotten to think of them. Why art thou so horror stricken for this child, for whom thou wast not greatly to blame?" "I dream at night," Maxim Ivanovitch said. "And what?" But he told nothing more. He sat mute. The archimandrite marveled, but with that he went away. There was no doing anything with him. And Maxim Ivanovitch sent for the teacher, for Pyotr Stepanovitch. They had not met since that day. "You remember him?" says he. "Yes." "You painted a picture with oil colors here in the tavern," said he, and took a copy of the chief priest's portrait. "Could you paint me a picture?" "I can do anything. I have every talent. I can do everything." "Paint me a very big picture to cover the whole wall, and paint in it first of all the river, and the slope, and the ferry, and all the people who were there, the colonel's wife and her daughter, and the hedgehog. And paint me the other bank too, so that one can see the church and the square, and the shops, and where the cabs stand. Paint it all just as it is. And the boy by the ferry, just above the river, at that very place, and paint him with his 2 little fists pressed to his little breast. Be sure to do that. And open the heavens above the church on the further side, and let all the angels of heaven be flying to meet him. Can you do it or not?" "I can do anything." "I needn't ask a dauber like you. I might send for the finest painter in Moscow, or even from London itself. But you remember his face. If it's not like, or little like, I'll only give you 50 roubles. But if it's just like, I'll give you 200. You remember his eyes were blue, and it must be made a very, very big picture." It was prepared. Pyotr Stepanovitch began painting, and then he suddenly went and said, "No, it can't be painted like that." "Why so?" "Because that sin, suicide, is the greatest of all sins. And would the angels come to meet him after such a sin?" "But he was a babe. He was not responsible." "No, he was not a babe. He was a youth. He was 8 years old when it happened. He was bound to render some account." Maxim Ivanovitch was more terror stricken than ever. "But I tell you what, I've thought something," said Pyotr Stepanovitch. "We won't open the heaven, and there's no need to paint the angels, but I'll let a beam of light, one bright ray of light, come down from heaven as though to meet him. It's all the same as long as there's something." So he painted the ray. I saw that picture myself afterwards, and that very ray of light, and the river. It stretched right across the wall, all blue, and the sweet boy was there, both little hands pressed to his breast, and the little lady and the hedgehog. He put it all in. Only Maxim Ivanovitch showed no one the picture at the time, but locked it up in his room, away from all eyes, and when the people trooped from all over the town to see it, he bade them drive every one away. There was a great talk about it. Pyotr Stepanovitch seemed as though he were beside himself. "I can do anything now," said he. "I've only to set up in St. Petersburg at the court." He was a very polite man, but he liked boasting beyond all measure, and his fate overtook him. When he received the full 200 roubles, he began drinking at once, and showed his money to every one, bragging of it, and he was murdered at night when he was drunk, and his money stolen by a workman with whom he was drinking, and it all became known in the morning. And it all ended so that even now they remember it everywhere there. Maxim Ivanovitch suddenly drives up to the same widow. She lodged at the edge of the town in a working woman's hut. He stood before her and bowed down to the ground. And she had been ill ever since that time, and could scarcely move. "Good mother," he wailed, "honest widow, marry me, monster as I am. Let me live again." She looks at him, more dead than alive. "I want us to have another boy," said he, "and if he is born, it will mean that that boy has forgiven us both you and me, for so the boy has bidden me." She saw the man was out of his mind and in a frenzy, but she could not refrain. "That's all nonsense," she answered him, "and only cowardice. Through the same cowardice I have lost all my children. I cannot bear the sight of you before me, let alone accepting such an everlasting torture." Maxim Ivanovitch drove off, but he did not give in. The whole town was agog at such a marvel. Maxim Ivanovitch sent matchmakers to her. He sent for two of his aunts, working women in the chief town of the province. Aunts they were not, but kinsfolk of some sort, decent people. They began trying to turn her. They kept persuading her, and would not leave the cottage. He sent her merchants' wives of the town, too, and the wife of the head priest of the cathedral, and the wives of officials. She was besieged by the whole town, and she got really sick of it. "If my orphans had been living," she said, "but why should I now? Am I to be guilty of such a sin against my children?" The archimandrite, too, tried to persuade her. He breathed into her ear, "You will make a new man of him." She was horrified, and people wondered at her. "How can you refuse such a piece of luck?" And this was how he overcame her in the end. Anyway, he was a suicide, he said, and not a babe, but a youth, and owing to his years he could not have been admitted to the Holy Communion, and so he must have been bound to give at least some account. "If you enter into matrimony with me, I'll make you a solemn promise. I'll build a church of God to the eternal memory of his soul." She could not stand out against that, and consented. So they were married, and all were in amazement. They lived from the very first day in great and unfeigned harmony, jealously guarding their marriage vow, and like one soul in two bodies. She conceived that winter, and they began visiting the churches and fearing the wrath of God. They stayed in 3 monasteries and consulted prophecy. He built the promised church, and also a hospital, and almshouses in the town. He founded an endowment for widows and orphans, and he remembered all whom he had injured, and desired to make them restitution. He began to give away money without stint, so that his wife and the archimandrite even had to restrain him. "For that is enough," they said. Maxim Ivanovitch listened to them. "I cheated Foma of his wages that time," said he. So they paid that back to Foma, and Foma was moved even to tears. "As it is, I'm content," says he. "You've given me so much without that." It touched everyone's heart, in fact, and it shows it's true what they say, that a living man will be a good example, and the people are good-hearted there. His wife began to manage the factory herself, and so well that she's remembered to this day. He did not give up drinking, but she looked after him at those times, and began to nurse him. His language became more decorous, and even his voice changed. He became merciful beyond all wont, even to animals. If he saw from the window a peasant shamelessly beating his horse on the head, he would send out at once and buy the horse at double its value. And he received the gift of tears. If any one talked to him, he melted into tears. When her time had come, God answered their prayers at last, and sent them a son, and for the first time Maxim Ivanovitch became glad. He gave alms freely, and forgave many debts, and invited the whole town to the christening. And next day he was black as night. His wife saw that something was wrong with him, and held up to him the new-born babe. "The boy has forgiven us," she said. "He has accepted our prayers and our tears for him." And it must be said they had neither of them said one word on that subject for the whole year. They had kept it from each other in their hearts. And Maxim Ivanovitch looked at her, black as night. "Wait a bit," said he. "Consider. For a whole year he has not come to me, but last night he came in my dream. I was struck to the heart with terror when I heard those strange words," she said afterwards. The boy had not come to him in his dream for nothing. Scarcely had Maxim Ivanovitch said this when something happened to the new-born babe. It suddenly fell ill, and the child was ill for 8 days. They prayed unceasingly, and sent for doctors, and sent for the very best doctor in Moscow by train. The doctor came, and he flew into a rage. "I'm the foremost doctor," said he. "All Moscow is awaiting me." He prescribed a drop, and hurried away again. He took 800 roubles, and the baby died in the evening. And what after that? Maxim Ivanovitch settled all his property on his beloved wife, gave up all his money and all his papers to her, doing it all in due form according to law. Then he stood before her and bowed down to the earth. "Let me go, my priceless spouse. Save my soul while it is still possible. If I spend the time without profit to my soul, I shall not return. I have been hard and cruel, and laid heavy burdens upon men, but I believe that for the woes and wanderings that lie before me, God will not leave me without requital, seeing that to leave all this is no little cross and no little woe." And his wife heard him with many tears. "You are all I have now upon the earth, and to whom am I left?" said she. "I have laid up affection in my heart for you this year." And every one in the town counseled him against it, and besought him, and thought to hold him back by force. But he would not listen to them, and he went away in secret by night, and was not seen again. And the tale is that he perseveres in pilgrimage and in patience to this day, and visits his dear wife once a year. End of Part 3, Chapter 3.
Part 3, Chapter 4 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 3, Chapter 4. I am now approaching the culminating catastrophe to which my whole story is leading up. But before I can continue, I must give a preliminary explanation of things of which I knew nothing at the time when I was taking part in them, but which I only understood and fully realized long afterwards, that is, when everything was over. I don't know how else to be clear, as otherwise I should have to write the whole story in riddles. And so I will give a simple and direct explanation, sacrificing so-called artistic effect, and presenting it without any personal feelings, as though I were not writing it myself, something after the style of an entrefilet in the newspaper. The fact is that my old schoolfellow Lambert might well, and indeed with certainty, be said to belong to one of those disreputable gangs of petty scoundrels who form associations for the sake of what is now called chantage, an offense nowadays defined and punished by our legal code. The gang to which Lambert belonged had been formed in Moscow, and had already succeeded in a good many enterprises there. It was to some extent exposed later on. I heard afterwards that they had in Moscow an extremely experienced and clever leader, a man no longer young. They embarked upon enterprises, sometimes acting individually and sometimes in concert. While they were responsible for some filthy and indecent scandals, accounts of which have, however, already been published in the newspapers, they also carried out some subtle and elaborate intrigues under the leadership of their chief. I found out about some of them later on, but I will not repeat the details. I will only mention that it was their characteristic method to discover some secret, often in the life of people of the greatest respectability and good position. Then they would go to these persons and threaten to make public documentary evidence, which they often did not possess, and would demand a sum of money as the price of silence. There are things neither sinful nor criminal which even honorable and strong-minded people would dread to have exposed. They worked chiefly upon family secrets. To show how adroit their chief sometimes was in his proceedings, I will describe in 3 lines, and without any details, one of their exploits. A really wicked and sinful action was committed in a certain honorable family. The wife of a well-known and highly respected man entered into a secret love affair with a young and wealthy officer. They scented this out, and what they did was to give the young man plainly to understand that they would inform the husband. They hadn't the slightest proof, and the young man knew that quite well, and indeed they did not conceal it from him. But the whole ingenuity and the whole cunning of their calculations lay in the reflection that on receiving information even without proofs, the husband would take exactly the same steps as though he had positive proofs. They relied upon their knowledge of the man's character and of the circumstances of the family. The fact was that one member of the gang was a young man belonging to a very good set, and he had been able to collect information beforehand. They extracted a considerable sum from the lover, and without any risk to themselves, because their victim was himself eager for secrecy. Though Lambert took part in this affair, he was not actually one of the Moscow gang, acquiring a taste for the work he began by degrees, and experimentally acting on his own account. I may mention beforehand that he was not altogether well fitted for it. He was very sharp and calculating, but hasty, and what's more, simple, or rather naive. That is, he had very little knowledge of men or of good society. I fancy, for instance, that he did not realize the capacity of the Moscow chief, and imagined that the organization and conduct of such projects were very easy. And he imagined that almost every one was as great a scoundrel as he was himself. And if once he had conceived that a certain person was afraid, or must be afraid for this reason or for that, he would be as certain that the man was afraid as though it were an axiomatic truth. I don't know how to express this. I'll explain the fact more clearly later, but in my opinion, he had rather a coarse-grained intelligence, and not only had he no faith in certain good and generous feelings, but perhaps he had actually no conception of them. He had come to Petersburg because he had long conceived of Petersburg as offering a wider scope for his energies, and because in Moscow he had got into a scrape, and because someone was looking for him there with extremely evil intentions. On arriving in Petersburg, he at once got into touch with an old comrade, but he found the outlook unpromising and nothing to be done on a large scale. His acquaintance had increased, but nothing had come of it. "They're a wretched lot here, no better than boys," he said to me himself afterwards. And behold, one fine morning at sunrise, he found me half frozen under a wall, and at once dropped upon the scent of what he regarded as a very rich job. It all rested on my ravings as I thawed in his lodgings. I was practically delirious then. But from my words, it was manifest that of all the affronts I had suffered on that momentous day, the thing which most rankled in my heart and was most vivid in my memory was the insult I had received from Boering and from her. I should not otherwise have talked of nothing else in my delirium at Lambert's, but should have raved of Zerztchikov, for example. But it was only of the former I had talked, as I learned afterwards from Lambert himself. And besides, I was in a sort of ecstasy, and looked upon both Lambert and Alphonsine on that awful morning as, so to say, champions and deliverers. Afterwards, as I got better and lay in bed, wondering what Lambert could have learned from my ravings and to what extent I had babbled, it never occurred to me even to suspect that he could have found out so much. Oh, of course, from the gnawing at my conscience, I suspected even then that I had said a great deal I should not have said. But, I repeat, I never imagined that it had gone so far. I hoped, too, that I was not able to articulate my words clearly, and indeed I reckoned upon this, as I distinctly remembered it. And yet it turned out, in fact, that my articulation had been much more distinct than I afterwards supposed and hoped. But the worst of it was that all this only came to light afterwards, and long afterwards, and that was a misfortune for me. From my deliriums, my ravings, my mutterings, my transports, and so on, he learned, to begin with, almost all the surnames correctly, and even some addresses. And secondly, he was able to get a fairly correct idea of the consequence of the persons concerned. The old prince, her, Boering, Anna Andreevna, and even Versilov. Thirdly, he learned that I had been insulted and was threatening revenge. And lastly, and chiefly, that there was in existence a mysterious hidden document, a letter such that if it were shown to a half-crazy old prince, he would learn that his own daughter thought him a lunatic and was already consulting lawyers to get him locked up, and would either go quite mad, or would turn her out of the house and leave her out of his will, or would marry a certain Madame Versilov, whom he already wanted to marry, and was being prevented from marrying. In short, Lambert understood a great deal. No doubt a great deal still remained obscure, but the expert blackmailer had, anyway, dropped on a trustworthy scent. When I ran away afterwards from Alphonsine, he promptly found out my address, in the simplest possible way by going to the address bureau, and then immediately made the necessary inquiries, from which he discovered that all these persons about whom I had babbled to him did actually exist. Then he promptly took the first step. The most important fact was the existence of the document, and that I was in possession of it, and that that document was of the highest value. Of that Lambert had no doubt. Here I omit one circumstance, which will come in better later in its proper place, and will only mention here that that circumstance was what principally confirmed Lambert in the conviction of the real existence and still more of the value of the document. It was, I may say beforehand, a momentous circumstance, of which I could have no conception either at the time or afterwards, until the final catastrophe, when everything was discovered and became evident of itself. And so, convinced of the main facts, his first step was to go to Anna Andreevna. Yet one thing perplexes me to this day. How he, Lambert, succeeded in gaining admittance to and fastening himself upon such an unapproachable and superior personage as Anna Andreyevna. It is true that he gathered information about her, but what of that? It is true that he was extremely well dressed, spoke French with a Parisian accent, and had a French surname. But surely Anna Andreyevna must have discerned that he was a scoundrel at once. Or is one to suppose that a scoundrel was just what she wanted at that time? But surely that cannot be so. I never could find out the details of their interview, but I have often pictured the scene to myself in my imagination. What is most likely is that from the first word Lambert posed as a friend of my childhood, anxious over a dear and cherished comrade. But no doubt at that first interview he succeeded in hinting quite clearly that I had a document, and letting her know that it was a secret, and that only he, Lambert, was in possession of it, and that I was intending to revenge myself on Madame Amakov by means of it, and so on and so on. Above all, he could explain to her as precisely as possible the importance and value of this document. As for Anna Andreyevna, she was in such a position that she must have caught at any information of this kind, must have listened with the closest attention, and must have risen to the bait through the struggle for existence. Just at that time they had abstracted her fiancé from her, and had carried him off under guardianship to Tsarskoe, and they had even put her under supervision too. And then a find like this! This was not a case of some old woman whispering in her ear, of tearful lamentations, of scheming and backbiting. There was a letter, an actual piece of writing, that is a positive proof of the treacherous design of his daughter, and of all those who had snatched him from her, and that therefore he must be saved even by flight to her, to Anna Andreyevna, and must be married to her in 24 hours, otherwise he would be at once spirited away into a lunatic asylum. And perhaps the fact that Lambert attempted no subterfuges with the young lady even for a moment, but practically blurted straight out from the first word, "Mademoiselle, either remain an old maid or become a princess and a millionaire. There is a document, and I will steal it from the lad and give it to you, for a note of hand from you for 30,000. I positively imagine that that's just how it was. Oh, he thought they were all as scoundrelly as himself. I repeat, he had that sort of simplicity, that sort of innocence of the scoundrel. However it happened, it may very well be that even when she was demeaning herself like this, Anna Andreyevna was not embarrassed for a minute, but could perfectly well control herself and listen to the blackmailer talking in his own style, and all from the breadth of her nature. Oh, no doubt she flushed a little at first, and then she mastered herself and listened. And when I imagine that proud, unapproachable, genuinely dignified girl, with her brains, too, hand in hand with Lambert, well, what a mind! A Russian mind, so large, with such a desire for breadth, a woman's too, and in such circumstances. Now I'll make a résumé. By the time I went out after my illness, Lambert had two plans. I know that for a fact now. The first was to get an IOU for not less than 30,000 from Anna Andreyevna for the letter, and then to help her to frighten the prince, to abduct him, and to get her married to him at once. Something of that sort, anyway. The plan for this was complete. They were only waiting for my help, that is, for the document. The second plan was to desert Anna Andreyevna, throw her over, and sell the letter to Madame Amakov, if that would pay him better. In this he was reckoning on Boering. But Lambert had not yet applied to Madame Amakov, and was only on her track. He was waiting for me, too. Oh, he needed me. That is, not me, but the letter. He had formed two plans in regard to me also. The first was, if necessary, to act in concert with me, and to go halves with me, first taking possession of me morally and physically. But the second plan attracted him much more. It was to deceive me as a silly boy, and to steal the letter from me, or even simply to take it from me by force. This was his favorite plan, and the one he cherished in his dreams. I repeat, there was a circumstance which made him reckon with certainty on the success of his second plan, but, as I have said already, I will explain that later. In any case, he awaited me with nervous impatience. Everything depended upon me, every step and every decision. And I must do him the justice to say that he knew how to restrain himself till the time came, in spite of his hasty temper. He did not come to see me all the while I was ill. He only came once to the house and saw Verselov. He did not worry or frighten me. He kept up an attitude of complete independence as regards me till the day and hour of my going out. As for the possibility of my giving up the letter, telling about it, or destroying it, he had no anxiety on that score. From my words, he had been able to gather how much importance I attached to secrecy, and how afraid I was that someone might find out about the letter, and that I should go straight to him and to no one else on the first day I was well enough. He did not doubt in the least either. Darya Onissimovna came to see me partly by his orders, and he knew that my curiosity and apprehension were already aroused, and that I should not hold out. And, indeed, he had taken all precautions. He was in a position to know what day I was going out, so that I could hardly have eluded him if I had wanted to. But however eagerly Lambert may have been expecting me, Anna Andreyevna perhaps was awaiting me even more eagerly. I must say frankly that Lambert was to some extent right in his reckoning when he contemplated throwing her over, and it was her own fault. In spite of the agreement that no doubt existed between them, in what form I don't know, but I have no doubt about it, Anna Andreyevna, up to the very last moment, was not fully open with him. She did not lay all her cards on the table. She hinted at complete agreement on her part, and at all sorts of promises, but she confined herself to hints. She listened perhaps to his whole plan in detail, but she only approved in silence. I have good evidence for this conclusion, and the reason of it all was that she was waiting for me. She would rather have had to do with me than with the rascally Lambert. That's a fact I have no doubt of. That I understand, but her mistake was in letting Lambert at last understand it, and it would not have suited him at all if, passing him by, she had enticed the letter out of me and entered into a compact with me. Moreover, at that time he had complete confidence in the soundness of the job. Another man in his place would have had fears and still have been uncertain. But Lambert was young, insolent, and filled with impatient greed for gain. He knew little of human nature, and confidently assumed that all were scoundrels. Such a man could have no doubts, especially as he had already observed all sorts of traits in Anna Andreyevna which supported his belief. One last point, and the most important. Did Verselov know anything by that time, and had he even then taken part with Lambert in any plan, however remote? No, no, no. At that time he had not. Though perhaps even then a fatal word had been dropped. But enough, enough. I am hastening too far ahead. Well, and what of me? Did I know anything? And what did I know on the day I went out? When I began this entrefilet, I declared that I knew nothing on that day, but found out about everything much later, and only when it was all over. That's the truth. But is it the full truth? No, it is not. I certainly knew something already. I knew a great deal indeed. But how? Let the reader remember my dream. If I could have had such a dream, if it could have surged up from my heart and taken that shape, I must have had, not a knowledge, but a presentiment of a very great deal of what I have just explained, though in actual fact I only discovered it when everything was over. I had no knowledge of it, but my heart was throbbing with forebodings, and evil spirits had possession of my dreams. And it was to that man that I rushed, fully knowing what sort of man he was and foreseeing everything even in detail. And why did I rush to him? Imagine! It seems to me now, at the very minute when I am writing, that I knew exactly at the time why I was rushing to him, though again I knew nothing then. Perhaps the reader will understand this. Now, to get on with my story fact by fact. It begins 2 days before my outburst, when Liza came home in the evening in a state of agitation. She felt terribly humiliated, and indeed something insufferable had happened to her. I have already mentioned the terms she was on with Vasin. She went to see him, not simply to show us that she did not need us, but because she really had a high opinion of him. Their acquaintance had begun at Luga, and I always fancied that Vasin was not indifferent to her. In the misfortunes that had overwhelmed her, she might naturally have wished for the advice of a calm, resolute, always lofty mind such as she supposed Vasin's to be. Besides, women are not very clever in appreciating a man's mind at its true value when they like a man, and they will gladly accept paradoxes as the closest reasoning if they fall in with their own desires. What Liza liked in Vasin was his sympathy for her in her position, and, as she had fancied at first, his sympathy with Prince Sergei. When, later on, she suspected his feeling for her, she could not help appreciating the sympathy he showed for his rival. When she told Prince Sergei that she sometimes went to consult Vasin, he had from the first shown the greatest uneasiness. He began to be jealous. Liza was offended at this, and purposely maintained her friendly relations with Vasin. Prince Sergei said nothing, but was gloomy. Liza confessed to me long afterwards that Vasin had very soon ceased to attract her. He was composed, and just this everlasting, unruffled composure which had so attracted her at first, afterwards seemed to her distasteful. One would have thought he was practical, and he did, in fact, give her some apparently good advice, but all his advice, as ill luck would have it, appeared later on impossible to carry out. He gave his opinions sometimes too conceitedly, and showed no trace of diffidence with her, becoming more and more free in his manner as time went on, which she ascribed to his unconsciously feeling less and less respect for her position. Once she thanked him for his invariable goodwill to me, and for talking to me as an intellectual equal, though he was so superior to me, she was repeating my words. He answered, "That's not so, and not for that reason. It's because I see no difference between him and other people. I don't consider him more foolish than the clever, or more evil than the good. I treat everyone alike, because everyone's alike in my eyes." "Why do you mean to say you see no differences?" "Oh, of course people are all different in one way or another, but differences don't exist for me because the differences between people don't concern me. To me they are all the same, and everything's the same, and so I'm equally kind to all." "And don't you find it dull?" "No, I'm always satisfied with myself." And there's nothing you desire? Of course there is, but nothing I desire very much. There's scarcely anything I want, not another rouble. Whether I wear cloth of gold or remain as I am is all the same to me. Cloth of gold would add nothing to me. Titbits don't tempt me. Could places or honors be worth the place that I am worth? Liza declared on her honor that these were literally his words, but it's not fair to criticize them like this without knowing the circumstances under which they were uttered. Little by little, Liza came also to the conclusion that his indulgent attitude to Prince Sergei was not due to sympathy for her, but was perhaps only because all were alike to him and differences did not exist for him. But in the end, he did apparently begin to lose his indifference, and to take up an attitude not only of disapproval, but even of contemptuous irony towards Prince Sergei. This incensed Liza, but Vossen remained unaffected. Above all, he always expressed himself gently, and showed no indignation even in his disapproval, but confined himself to logical exposition of her hero's worthlessness. But there was irony in this very logic. Finally, he demonstrated almost directly the irrationality, the perverse violence of her love. Your feelings have been mistaken, and a mistake once recognized ought invariably to be corrected. This had happened on that very day. Liza indignantly got up from her place to go, but it will hardly be believed what this rational man did next, and how he concluded. With the air of a man of honor, and even with feeling, he offered her his hand. Liza bluntly called him a fool to his face, and walked out. To suggest deserting a man in misfortune because that man was unworthy of her, and above all to suggest it to a woman who was with child by that very man, there you have the mind of these people. I call this being dreadfully theoretical, and knowing nothing whatever of life, and put it down to a prodigious conceit. And what's more, Liza saw quite clearly that he was actually proud of his action, because he knew of her condition. With tears of indignation she hurried off to Prince Sergei, and he positively surpassed Vossen. One would have thought that, after what she told him, he might have been convinced that he had no cause for jealousy, but he became perfectly frantic. But jealous people are always like that. He made a fearful scene, and insulted her so outrageously that she almost resolved to break off all relations with him. She came home, however, still controlling herself, but she could not help telling mother. Oh, that evening the ice was completely broken, and they were on their old affectionate terms again. Both, of course, shed tears as usual in each other's arms, and Liza apparently regained her composure, though she was very gloomy. She sat through the evening in Makar Ivanovitch's room without uttering a word, but without leaving the room. She listened very attentively to what he said. Ever since the incident with the bench, she had become extremely and, as it were, timidly respectful to him, though she still remained taciturn. But this time Makar Ivanovitch suddenly gave an unexpected and wonderful turn to the conversation. I may mention that Versilov and the doctor had talked of his health with very gloomy faces that morning. I may mention, too, that we had for some days been talking a great deal about mother's birthday, and making preparations to celebrate it in 5 days' time. Apropos of her birthday, Makar Ivanovitch suddenly launched into reminiscences of mother's childhood, and the time when she couldn't stand up on her little feet. She was never out of my arms, the old man recalled. I used to teach her to walk, too, sometimes. I set her up in a corner 3 steps away and called her, and she used to totter across to me, and she wasn't frightened, but would run to me laughing. She'd rush at me and throw her arms round my neck. I used to tell you fairy tales later on, Sophia Andreevna. You were very fond of fairy tales. You'd sit on my knee listening for 2 hours at a stretch. They used to wonder in the cottage, just see how she's taken to Makar. Or I'd carry you off into the woods. I'd seek out a raspberry bush. I would sit you down by it and cut you a whistle pipe out of wood. When we'd had a nice walk, I'd carry you home in my arms, and the little thing would fall asleep. Once she was afraid of a wolf. She flew to me all of a tremble, and there wasn't a wolf there at all. I remember that, said Mother. Can you really remember it? I remember a great deal. Ever since I remember anything in life, I have felt your love and tender care over me, she said in a voice full of feeling, and she suddenly flushed crimson. Makar Ivanovitch paused for a little. Forgive me, children, I am leaving you. The term of my life is close at hand. In my old age I have found consolation for all afflictions. Thank you, my dear ones. That's enough, Makar Ivanovitch, darling, exclaimed Versilov in some agitation. The doctor told me just now that you were a great deal better. Mother listened in alarm. Why, what does he know, your Alexander Semyonovitch? He's a dear man and nothing more. Give over, friends. Do you think that I'm afraid to die? After my morning prayer today, I had the feeling in my heart that I should never go out again from here. It was told me. Well, what of it? Blessed be the name of the Lord. Yet I have a longing to be looking upon all of you still. Job, after all his sufferings, was comforted looking upon his new children, and forgot the children that were gone. It is impossible. Only with the years the sorrow is mingled with the joy and turned to sighs of gladness. So it is in the world. Every soul is tried and is comforted. I thought, children, to say one little word to you, he went on with a gentle, exquisite smile, which I shall never forget, and he turned to me. Be zealous for the Holy Church, my dear, and if the time calls for it, die for her. But wait a bit. Don't be frightened. It won't be at once, he added, laughing. Now, perhaps you don't think of it. Afterwards you will think of it. And something more. Any good thing you bethink yourself to do, do it for the sake of God and not for envy. Stand firmly to your cause, and do not give way through any sort of cowardice. Act steadily, neither rushing nor turning about. Well, that is all I want to tell you. Only accustom yourself to pray daily and unceasingly. I say this now, maybe you'll remember it. I should like to say something to you too, Andrei Petrovitch, sir, but God will find your heart without my words. And for long years we have ceased to speak of that, ever since that arrow pierced my heart. Now that I am departing, I would only remind you of what you promised then. He almost whispered the last words, with his eyes cast down. Makar Ivanovitch, Versilov said in confusion, and he got up from his chair. There, don't be troubled, sir. I only recalled it, and in the sight of God I am more to blame than any of you, seeing that though you were my master, I ought not to have allowed this weakness, and therefore, Sophia, fret not your soul too much, for all your sin is mine. And you scarcely had full judgment in those days, so I fancy, nor maybe you either, sir. He smiled with lips that quivered from some sort of pain. And though I might then have taught you, my wife, even with the rod, and indeed ought to have, yet I pitied you when you fell in tears before me and hid nothing, and kissed my feet. Not to reproach you have I recalled this, beloved, but only to remind Andrei Petrovitch. For you remember, sir, yourself your promise as a nobleman, and all will be covered with the wedding crown. I speak before the children, master." He was extremely agitated, and looked at Versilov as though expecting from him some word of confirmation. I repeat, it was all so sudden, so unexpected, that I sat motionless. Versilov was no less agitated. He went up to Mother in silence and warmly embraced her. Then Mother, also in silence, went up to Makar Ivanovitch and bowed down to his feet. In short, the scene was overwhelming. On this occasion we were by ourselves. Even Tatiana Pavlovna was not present. Liza drew herself up in her chair and listened in silence. Suddenly she stood up and said firmly to Makar Ivanovitch, "Bless me too, Makar Ivanovitch, for my great anguish. Tomorrow will decide my whole fate, and you will pray for me today." And she went out of the room. I knew that Makar Ivanovitch knew all about her already from Mother, but it was the first time I had seen Mother and Versilov side by side. Till then I had only seen her as his slave near him. There was still so much I did not understand, and had not detected in that man whom I had condemned, and so I went back to my room in confusion. And it must be said that it was just at this time that my perplexity about him was greatest. He had never seemed to me so mysterious and unfathomable as just at that time. But it's just about that I'm writing this whole account. All in its good time. It turns out, though, I thought to myself as I got into bed, that he gave his word as a nobleman to marry Mother if she were left a widow. He said nothing of that when he told me about Makar Ivanovitch before. Liza was out the whole of the following day, and when she came back rather late, she went straight to Makar Ivanovitch. I thought I would not go in, that I might not be in their way, but soon, noticing that Mother and Versilov were already there, I went in. Liza was sitting by the old man, crying on his shoulder, and he, with a sorrowful face, was stroking her head. Versilov told me in my room afterwards that Prince Sergei insisted on having his way, and proposed marrying Liza at the first opportunity before his trial was over. It was hard for Liza to make up her mind to it, though she scarcely had the right to refuse. And indeed, Makar Ivanovitch commanded her to be married. Of course, all this would have come about of itself, and she would certainly have been married of her own accord and without hesitation, but at the moment she had been so insulted by the man she loved, and she was so humiliated by this love, even in her own eyes, that it was difficult for her to decide. But, apart from her mortification, there was another circumstance deterring her, of which I could have no suspicion. "Did you hear that all those young people on the Petersburg side were arrested?" Versilov added suddenly. "What? Derkachev?" I cried. "Yes, and Vasin too." I was amazed, especially to hear about Vasin. "Why, was he mixed up in anything? Good heavens, what will happen to them now? And just when Liza was being so severe upon him. What do you think? What may happen to them? It's Stebelkov. I swear it's Stebelkov's doing." "We won't go into it," said Versilov, looking at me strangely, as people look at a man who has no knowledge or suspicion of something. "Who can tell what is going on among them, and who can tell what may happen to them? I didn't come to speak of that. I hear you meant to go out tomorrow. Won't you be going to see Prince Sergei?" "The first thing, though I must own it's very distasteful to me. Why, have you some message to send him?" "No, nothing. I shall see him myself. I'm sorry for Liza. And what advice can Makar Ivanovitch give her? He knows nothing about life or about people himself. Another thing, my dear boy." It was a long time since he had called me my dear boy. There are here, too, certain young men, among whom is your old schoolfellow Lambert. I fancy they are all great rascals. I speak simply to warn you. But of course it's your business, and I have no right. Andrei Petrovitch! I clutched his hand, speaking without a moment's thought, and almost by inspiration, as I sometimes do. The room was almost in darkness. Andrei Petrovitch, I have said nothing. You have seen that, of course. I have been silent till now. Do you know why? To avoid knowing your secrets. I've simply resolved not to know them ever. I'm a coward. I'm afraid your secrets may tear you out of my heart altogether, and I don't want that to happen. Since it's so, why should you know my secrets? It doesn't matter to you where I go, does it? You are right, but not a word more, I beseech you, he said, and went away. So, by accident, we had the merest scrap of an explanation. But he only added to my excitement on the eve of my new step in life next day, and I kept waking up all night in consequence. But I felt quite happy. Next day I went out of the house at 10 o'clock in the morning, doing my utmost to steal out quietly without taking leave or saying anything. I, so to speak, slipped out. Why I did so, I don't know. But if even mother had seen that I was going out and spoken to me, I should have answered with something spiteful. When I found myself in the street and breathed the cold outdoor air, I shuddered from an intense feeling, almost animal, which I might call carnivorous. What was I going for? Where was I going? The feeling was utterly undefined, and at the same time I felt frightened and delighted both at once. Shall I disgrace myself today or not? I thought to myself with a swagger, though I knew that the step once taken that day would be decisive and could not be retrieved all my life. But it's no use talking in riddles. I went straight to the prison, to Prince Sergei. I had received a letter for the superintendent from Tatiana Pavlovna 2 days before, and I met with an excellent reception. I don't know whether he was a good man, and it's beside the point, but he permitted my interview with the prince and arranged that it should take place in his room, courteously giving it up for our use. The room was the typical room of a government official of a certain standing, living in a government building. I think to describe it is unnecessary. So it turned out that Prince Sergei and I were left alone. He came in dressed in some sort of half-military attire, but wearing very clean linen and a dandified tie. He was washed and combed. At the same time he looked terribly thin and very yellow. I noticed the same yellowness even in his eyes. In fact, he was so changed in appearance that I stood still in amazement. "How you have changed!" I cried. "That's nothing. Sit down, dear boy." Half fatuously he motioned me to the armchair and sat down opposite, facing me. "Let's get to the point. You see, my dear Alexey Makarovitch—" "Arkady," I corrected him. "What? Oh, yes, no matter. Oh, yes." He suddenly collected himself. "Excuse me, my dear fellow, we'll return to the point." He was, in fact, in a fearful hurry to turn to something. He was entirely, from head to foot, absorbed by something, some vital idea which he wanted to formulate and expound to me. He talked a great deal and fearfully fast, gesticulating and explaining with strained and painful effort, but for the first minute I really could make nothing of it. To put it briefly, he had used this expression to put it briefly 10 times already. To put it briefly, he concluded, I troubled you yesterday, Arkady Makarovitch, and so urgently through Liza begged you to come to me, as though the place were on fire, but seeing that the essential part of the decision is bound to be momentous and conclusive for me— "Excuse me, Prince," I interrupted. "Did you send me a message yesterday? Liza said nothing to me about it." "What?" he cried, suddenly stopping short in extreme astonishment, almost in alarm. "She gave me no message at all. She came home last night so upset that she couldn't say a word to me." Prince Sergei leapt up from his seat. "Are you telling me the truth, Arkady Makarovitch? If so, this... Why, what is there so serious about it? Why are you so uneasy? She simply forgot or something." He sat down and seemed overcome by a kind of stupor. It seemed as though the news that Liza had given me no message had simply crushed him. He suddenly began talking rapidly and waving his hands, and again it was fearfully difficult to follow him. "Stay!" he exclaimed suddenly, pausing and holding up his finger. "Stay! This, if I'm not mistaken, this is a trick," he muttered with the grin of a maniac, "and it means that—" "It means absolutely nothing," I interposed, "and I can't understand how such a trivial circumstance can worry you so much. Ah, Prince, since that time, since that night, do you remember—" "Since what night, and what of it?" he cried pettishly, evidently annoyed at my interrupting him. "At Zerzchikov's, where we saw each other last. Why, before your letter. Don't you remember? You were terribly excited then, but the difference between then and now is so great that I am positively horrified when I look at you." "Oh, yes," he pronounced in the tone of a man of polite society, seeming suddenly to remember. "Oh, yes, that evening. I heard. Well, and are you better? How are you after all that, Arkady Makarovitch? But let us return to the point. I am pursuing 3 aims precisely. You see, there are 3 problems before me, and I—" He began rapidly talking again of his chief point. I realized at last that I was listening to a man who ought at once to have at least a vinegar compress applied to his head, if not perhaps to be bled. All his incoherent talk turned, of course, around his trial and the possible issue of it, and the fact that the colonel of his regiment had visited him and given him a lengthy piece of advice about something which he had not taken, and the notes he had just lately sent to someone, and the prosecutor, and the certainty that they would deprive him of his rights as a nobleman and send him to the northern region of Russia, and the possibility of settling as a colonist and regaining his position in Tashkent, and his plans for training his son, which Liza would bear him, and handing something down to him in the wilds of Archangel in the Holmogory. I wanted your opinion, Arkady Makarovitch. Believe me, I so feel and value. If only you knew, Arkady Makarovitch, my dear fellow, my brother, what Liza means to me, what she has meant to me here, now, all this time," he shouted, suddenly clutching at his head with both hands. "Sergei Petrovitch, surely you won't sacrifice her by taking her away with you to the Holmogory?" I could not refrain from exclaiming. Liza's fate, bound to this maniac for life, suddenly, and as it were for the first time, rose clearly before my imagination. He looked at me, got up again, took 1 step, turned and sat down again, still holding his head in his hands. "I'm always dreaming of spiders," he said suddenly. "You are terribly agitated. I should advise you to go to bed, Prince, and to ask for a doctor at once." "No, excuse me. Of that afterwards. I asked you to come and see me chiefly to discuss our marriage. The marriage, as you know, is to take place here at the church. I've said so already. Permission has been given for all this, and in fact they encourage it. As for Liza—" "Prince, have pity on Liza, my dear fellow," I cried. "Don't torture her now, at least don't be jealous." "What?" he cried, staring at me intently, with eyes almost starting out of his head, and his whole face distorted into a sort of broad grin of senseless inquiry. It was evident that the words "don't be jealous" had for some reason made a fearful impression on him. "Forgive me, Prince, I spoke without thinking. Oh, Prince, I have lately come to know an old man, my nominal father. Oh, if you could see him, you would be calmer. Liza thinks so much of him, too." "Ah, yes, Liza. Ah, yes, is that your father? Oh, pardon, mon cher. Something of the sort. I remember. She told me. An old man. I'm sure of it, I'm sure of it. I knew an old man, too. Mais passons. The chief point is to make clear what's essential at the moment. We must—" I got up to go away. It was painful to me to look at him. "I don't understand," he pronounced sternly and with dignity, seeing that I had got up to go. "It hurts me to look at you," I said. "Arkady Makarovitch, one word more." He clutched me by the shoulder with quite a different expression and gesture, and sat me down in the armchair. "You've heard about those— You understand?" He bent down to me. "Oh, yes, Dergachev. No doubt it's Stebelkov's doing," I cried impulsively. "Yes, Stebelkov. And— You don't know?" He broke off, and again he stared at me with the same wide eyes and the same spasmodic, senselessly questioning grin, which grew broader and broader. His face gradually grew paler. I felt a sudden shudder. I remembered Versolov's expression when he had told me of Vassin's arrest the day before. "Oh, is it possible?" I cried, panic-stricken. "You see, Arkady Makarovitch, that's why I sent to you, to explain. I wanted—" he began whispering rapidly. "It was you who informed against Vassin," I cried. "No, you see, there was a manuscript. Vassin gave it only a few days ago to Liza to take care of, and she left it here for me to look at, and then it happened that they quarreled the next day." "You gave the manuscript to the authorities!" "Arkady Makarovitch, Arkady Makarovitch! And so you!" I screamed, leaping up, emphasizing every word. "Without any other motive, without any other object, simply because poor Vassin was your rival, simply out of jealousy, you gave up the manuscript entrusted to Liza? Gave it up to whom? To whom? To the public prosecutor?" But he did not answer, and he hardly could have answered, for he stood before me like a statue, still with the same sickly smile and the same fixed look. But suddenly the door opened and Liza came in. She almost swooned when she saw us together. "You're here! So you're here!" she cried, her face suddenly distorted, seizing my hand. "So you know?" But she could read in my face already that I knew. With a swift, irresistible impulse, I threw my arms round her and held her close. And at that minute, for the first time, I grasped in all its intensity the hopeless, endless misery which shrouded in unbroken darkness the whole life of this willful seeker after suffering. "Is it possible to talk to him now?" she said, tearing herself away from me. "Is it possible to be with him? Why are you here? Look at him! Look at him! And can one judge him?" Her face was full of infinite suffering and infinite compassion as, exclaiming this, she motioned towards the unhappy wretch. He was sitting in the armchair with his face hidden in his hands, and she was right. He was a man in a raging fever, and not responsible. They put him in the hospital that morning, and by the evening he had brain fever. Leaving Prince Sergei with Liza, I went off about 1 o'clock to my old lodging. I forgot to say that it was a dull, damp day with a thaw beginning, and a warm wind that would upset the nerves of an elephant. The master of the house met me with a great display of delight, and a great deal of fuss and bustle, which I particularly dislike, especially at such moments. I received this dryly, and went straight to my room, but he followed me, and though he did not venture to question me, yet his face was beaming with curiosity, and at the same time he looked as though he had a right to be curious. I had to behave politely for my own sake, but though it was so essential to me to find out something, and I knew I should learn it, I yet felt it revolting to begin cross-examining him. I inquired after the health of his wife, and we went in to see her. The latter met me deferentially indeed, but with a businesslike and taciturn manner. This to some extent softened my heart. To be brief, I learned on this occasion some very wonderful things. Well, of course, Lambert had been, and he came twice afterwards, and he looked at all the rooms, saying that perhaps he would take them. Darya Onosimovna had come several times, goodness knows why. She was very inquisitive, added my landlord. But I did not gratify him by asking what she was inquisitive about. I did not ask questions at all, in fact. He did all the talking, while I kept up a pretense of rummaging in my trunk, though there was scarcely anything left in it. But what was most vexatious, he too thought fit to play at being mysterious, and noticing that I refrained from asking questions, felt it incumbent upon him to be more fragmentary and even enigmatic in his communications. "The young lady has been here too," he added, looking at me strangely. "What young lady?" "Anna Andreevna. She's been here twice. She made the acquaintance of my wife. A very charming person, very pleasant. Such an acquaintance is quite a privilege, Arkady Makarovitch." And as he pronounced these words, he positively took a step towards me. He seemed very anxious that I should understand something. "Did she really come twice?" I said with surprise. "The second time she came with her brother." That was with Lambert, I thought involuntarily. "No, not with Mr. Lambert," he said, seeming to guess at once, as though piercing into my soul with his eyes, "but with her real brother, young Mr. Versilov, a Kammerjunker, I believe." I was very much confused. He looked at me, smiling very caressingly. "Oh, and someone else came and was asking after you. That mademoiselle, a French lady, Mademoiselle Alphonsine de Verdun. Oh, how well she sings and recites poetry. She'd slipped off to see Prince Nikolay Ivanovitch at Tsarskoe to sell him a dog, she told me, a rare kind, black and no bigger than your fist." I asked him to leave me alone on the pretext of a headache. He immediately fell in with my request, even breaking off in the middle of a sentence, and not only without the slightest sign of huffiness, but almost with pleasure, waving his hand mysteriously as though to say, "I understand, I understand." And though he did not actually say this, he could not resist the satisfaction of walking out of the room on tiptoe. There are very vexatious people in the world. I sat for an hour and a half alone, deliberating. Rather, not really deliberating, but dreaming. Though I was perplexed, I was not in the least surprised. I even expected to hear something more, other marvels. Perhaps they have already hatched them, I thought. I had for a long time been firmly persuaded that the machinery of their plot was wound up and was in full swing. "They are only waiting for me," I thought again with a sort of irritable and pleasant self-satisfaction. That they were eagerly awaiting me and were scheming to carry out some plan at my lodging was clear as day. The old prince's wedding, can it be? He's surrounded by a regular network of intrigue. But am I going to permit it, my friends? That's the question, I said in conclusion with haughty satisfaction. Once I begin, I shall be carried away by the whirlpool like a chip. Am I free now, this minute, or am I not? When I go back to mother this evening, can I still say to myself, as I have done all these days, I am my own master? That was the gist of my questions, or rather of the throbbing at my heart in the hour and a half I spent sitting on the bed in the corner, with my elbows on my knees and my head propped in my hands. But I knew even then that all these questions were utter nonsense, and that I was drawn only by her, by her alone. At last I have said this straight out, and have written it with pen on paper, though even now, as I write this a year later, I don't know what name to give to the feeling I had then. Oh, I was sorry for Liza, and my heart was full of a most unfeigned grief. Nothing but the feeling of pain on her account could have calmed or effaced in me for a time that carnivorousness, I recall that word, but I was immensely spurred on by curiosity, and a sort of dread, and another feeling, I don't know what, but I know, and I knew then that it was an evil feeling. Perhaps my impulse was to fall at her feet, or perhaps I wanted to put her to every torture, and quickly, to show her something. No grief, no compassion for Liza could stop me. Could I have got up and gone home to Makar Ivanovitch? And is it quite impossible to go to them, to find out everything from them, and to go away from them forever, passing unscathed among marvels and monsters? At 3 o'clock, pulling myself together and reflecting that I might be late, I went out hastily, took a cab, and flew to Anna Andreevna. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Linda Johnson. Part 3, Chapter 5 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 3, Chapter 5. As soon as I was announced, Anna Andreevna threw down her sewing and rushed to meet me in the outermost of her rooms, a thing which had never happened before. She held out both hands to me and flushed quickly. She led me into her room in silence, sat down to her needlework again, made me sit down beside her. She did not go on with her sewing, but still scrutinized me with the same fervent sympathy, without uttering a word. "You sent Darya Onisimovna to me," I began bluntly, rather overwhelmed by this exaggerated display of sympathy, though I found it agreeable. She suddenly began talking without answering my question. "I have heard all about it. I know all about it. That terrible night. Oh, what you must have gone through! Can it be true? Can it be true that you were found unconscious in the frost?" "You heard that from Lambert," I muttered, reddening. "I heard it all from him at the time, but I've been eager to see you. Oh, he came to me in alarm. At your lodging, where you have been lying ill, they would not let him in to see you, and they met him strangely. I really don't know how it was, but he kept telling me about that night. He told me that when you had scarcely come to yourself, you spoke of me, and of your devotion to me. I was touched to tears, Arkady Makarovitch, and I don't know how I have deserved such warm sympathy on your part, especially considering the condition in which you were yourself. Tell me, Monsieur Lambert was the friend of your childhood, was he not?" "Yes, but what happened? I confess I was indiscreet, and perhaps I told him then a great deal I shouldn't have. Oh, I should have heard of that wicked, horrible intrigue apart from him. I always had a presentiment that they would drive you to that. Always. Tell me, is it true that Boering dared to lift his hand against you?" She spoke as though it were entirely owing to Boering and her that I had been found under the wall. And she is right, too, I thought, but I flared up. If he had lifted his hand against me, he would not have gone away unpunished, and I should not be sitting before you now without having avenged myself, I answered hotly. It struck me that she wanted for some reason to irritate me, to set me against somebody. I knew, of course, against whom, yet I fell in with it. You say that you had a presentiment that I should be driven to this, but on Katerina Nikolaevna's side it was, of course, only a misunderstanding, though it is true that she was too hasty in allowing her kindly feeling for me to be influenced by that misunderstanding. I should think she was too hasty indeed, Anna Andreevna assented quickly, with a sort of ecstasy of sympathy. Oh, if only you knew the intrigue that is being hatched there now! Of course, Arkady Makarovitch, of course it is difficult for you to realize now all the delicacy of my position, she brought out, blushing and casting down her eyes. Since I saw you last, that very morning I took a step which not everyone would be able to understand and interpret rightly. So it is hardly likely that it would be understood by anyone with your still uncorrupted mind and your fresh, loving, unsophisticated heart. Believe me, my dear friend, I appreciate your devotion to me, and I shall repay it with my everlasting gratitude. In the world, of course, they will throw stones at me. They have thrown them already. But even if they were right from their odious point of view, which of them could, which of them dare judge me? I have been abandoned by my father from childhood up. We Verselovs are an ancient, noble Russian family, yet we are adventurers, and I am eating the bread of charity. Was it not natural I should turn to one who has taken the place of a father to me, at whose hands I have received nothing but kindness during all these years? My feelings for him are known only to God, and he alone can judge them, and I refuse to accept the judgment of the world upon the step I have taken. When there is, moreover, at the bottom of this, the most cunning, the most evil intrigue, and the plot to ruin a trusting, noble-hearted father is the work of his own daughter, is it to be endured? No, I will save him if I have to ruin my reputation. I am ready to be with him simply as a nurse, to take care of him and to look after him, but I will not let hateful, cold, mercenary worldliness triumph. She spoke with unwonted fire, very possibly half assumed, though at the same time sincere, because it was evident how deeply involved she was in the matter. Oh, I felt that she was lying, though sincerely, for one can lie sincerely, and that she was now evil. But it is wonderful how it often is in dealing with women, this assumption of perfect refinement, these lofty manners, these inaccessible heights of well-bred grandeur and proud chastity. All this quite threw me out of my reckoning, and I began agreeing with her on every point, so long as I was with her. That is, I could not bring myself to contradict her anyway. Oh, a man is in absolute moral slavery to a woman, especially if he is a generous man. Such a woman can convince a generous man of anything she likes. She and Lambert, my goodness, I thought, looking at her in perplexity. To tell the whole truth, however, I don't know what to think of her to this day. Truly, her feelings were known only to God, and besides, human beings are such complicated machines that one cannot analyze them in some cases, and above all if the human being in question is a woman. Anna Andreevna, what is it you exactly want me to do? I asked, with a good deal of decision, however. How? What do you mean by your question, Arkady Makarovitch? I fancy, from everything and from certain other considerations, I explained, stammering, that you sent to me because you expected something from me. So what is it exactly? Without answering my question, she immediately began talking again, as rapidly and as earnestly as before. But I cannot, I am too proud to enter into explanations and negotiations with unknown persons, like Monsieur Lambert. I have been waiting for you. I don't want Monsieur Lambert. My position is awful, desperate, Arkady Makarovitch. I am forced to duplicity, hemmed in by the machinations of that woman, and that is more than I can endure. I am driven almost to the humiliation of intriguing, and I have been waiting for you as my savior. You must not blame me for looking greedily about me to find one friend at least, and so I cannot help being glad to see a friend. He who could think of me and even utter my name half frozen on that night must be devoted to me. That's what I've been thinking all this time, and that is why I rely on you." She looked into my face with impatient inquiry. And again, I had not the heart to disillusion her, and to tell her plainly that Lambert had deceived her, and that I had by no means told him that I was so devoted to her, and that her name was not the only one I mentioned. And so by my silence I confirmed, as it were, Lambert's lie. Oh, she knew very well, I am convinced, that Lambert had been exaggerating and simply lying to her, solely in order to have a plausible excuse to call upon her and to get into touch with her, though she looked into my face as though she were convinced of my truth and devotion. She must have known that I did not bring myself to contradict her from delicacy of feeling and the awkwardness of youth. But whether I was right in this surmise, I don't know. Perhaps I am horribly evil-minded. "My brother is taking my part," she said, with sudden heat, seeing that I was not disposed to speak. "I'm told you have been at my lodgings," I muttered in confusion. "Yes. You know, poor Prince Nikolay Ivanitch has no place now where he can take refuge from this intrigue, or rather from his own daughter, unless in your lodgings, that is, the lodgings of a friend. You know he looks upon you at least as a friend, and if you will only do something for his benefit, then do this. If only you can, if only you have the generosity and courage, and finally, if it is really true that there is something you can do." "Oh, it is not for my sake. It's not for my sake, but for the sake of the poor old man, the only person who genuinely loved you, and who has become as attached to you as though you were his own son, and is still missing you. For myself, I expect nothing, even from you, since even my own father has played me such a treacherous, such a spiteful trick." "I believe Andrei Petrovitch," I began. "Andrei Petrovitch," she repeated with bitter mockery. "Andrei Petrovitch, in answer to a direct question from me, told me on his word of honor that he had never had any intentions in regard to Katerina Nikolaevna, and I completely believed it when I took that step. And yet it seemed that his composure only lasted till he heard of Baron Boering." "That's wrong!" I cried. "There was a moment when I too believed in his love for that woman, but it's a mistake. And even if it were so, he might, I should think, be perfectly composed about it now, since the retirement of that gentleman." "What gentleman?" "Boering." "Who has told you of his retirement? Perhaps the gentleman in question never had any such views." She jeered malignantly. I fancied, too, that she looked at me jeeringly. "Darya Onisimovna told me," I muttered in confusion, which I was not able to conceal, and which she saw only too clearly. "Darya Onisimovna is a very nice person, and of course I cannot forbid her loving me, but she has no means of knowing what does not concern her." My heart began to ache, and As she had been reckoning on rousing my indignation, I did in fact begin to feel indignant, but not with "that woman," but for the time being with Anna Andreyevna herself. I got up. As an honorable man, I ought to warn you, Anna Andreyevna, that your expectations, in regard to me, may turn out to be utterly unfounded. I expect you to be my champion, she said, looking at me resolutely. Abandoned as I am by everyone, your sister, if you care to have it so, Arkady Makarovitch. Another instant, and she would have burst into tears. Well, you had better not expect anything, for perhaps nothing will come of it, I muttered with an indescribable feeling of disgust. How am I to understand your words? She said, showing her consternation too plainly. Why, that I am going away from you all, and that's the end of it, I suddenly exclaimed almost furiously. And the letter I shall tear up. Goodbye. I bowed to her and went out without speaking, though at the same time I scarcely dared to look at her, but had hardly gone downstairs when Darya Onisimovna ran after me with a half-sheet of paper folded in two. Where Darya Onisimovna had sprung from and where she had been sitting while I was talking with Anna Andreyevna I cannot conceive. She did not utter a word, but merely gave me the paper and ran away. I unfolded it. On the paper, clearly and distinctly written, was Lambert's address, and it had apparently been got ready several days before. I suddenly recalled that when Darya Onisimovna had been with me that day, I had told her that I did not know where Lambert lived, meaning I don't know and don't want to know. But by this time I had learned Lambert's address from Liza, whom I had specially asked to get it for me from the address bureau. Anna Andreyevna's action seemed to me too definite, even cynical. Although I had declined to assist her, she was simply sending me straight to Lambert, as though she had not the slightest faith in my refusal. It was quite clear to me that she knew everything about the letter, and from whom she could have learnt it, if not from Lambert, to whom she was sending me, that I might cooperate with him. There was no doubt that they all, every one of them, looked upon me as a feeble boy without character or will, with whom they could do anything, I thought with indignation. Nevertheless, I did go to Lambert's. Where else could I have satisfied my curiosity? Lambert, as it appeared, lived a long way off, in Cross Alley, close to the Summer Gardens, still in the same lodgings. But when I ran away from him that night, I had so completely failed to notice the way and the distance, that when I got his address from Liza 4 days earlier, I was surprised and could scarcely believe that he lived there. As I was going upstairs, I noticed at the door of the flat on the 3rd story 2 young men, and thought they had rung the bell before I came and were waiting for the door to be opened. While I was mounting the stairs, they both, turning their backs on the door, scrutinized me very attentively. The flat is all let out in rooms, and they must be going to see another lodger, I thought, frowning as I went up to them. It would have been very disagreeable to me to find anyone else at Lambert's. Trying not to look at them, I put out my hand to the bell. "Attendez," one of them cried to me. "Please, please don't ring again yet," said the other young man in a soft, musical voice, slightly drawling the words. "Here, we'll finish this, and then we'll all ring all together, shall we?" I waited. They were both very young men, about 20 or 22. They were doing something rather strange at the door, and I began to watch them with surprise. The one who had cried "Attendez" was a very tall fellow, over 6 feet, thin and lean, but very muscular, with a very small head in proportion to his height, and with a strange as it were comic expression of gloom on his rather pock-marked, though agreeable and by no means stupid, face. There was a look, as it were, of exaggerated intentness, and of unnecessary and excessive determination in his eyes. He was very badly dressed, in an old wadded overcoat, with a little fur collar of mangy-looking raccoon. It was too short for him and obviously second-hand. He had on shabby high boots, almost like a peasant's, and on his head was a horribly crushed, dirty-looking top-hat. His whole appearance was marked by slovenliness. His ungloved hands were dirty, and his long nails were black. His companion, on the other hand, was smartly dressed, judging from his light skunk fur coat, his elegant hat, and the light new gloves on his slender fingers. He was about my height, and he had an extremely charming expression on his fresh and youthful face. The tall fellow was taking off his tie, an utterly threadbare, greasy ribbon, hardly better than a piece of tape, and the pretty-looking youth, taking out of his pocket another newly purchased black tie, was putting it round the neck of the tall fellow, who, with a perfectly serious face, submissively stretched out his very long neck, throwing his overcoat back from his shoulders. "No, it won't do if the shirt is so dirty," said the younger one. "The effect won't be good. It will only make it look dirtier. I told you to put on a collar. I don't know how— Do you know how to do it?" he said, turning suddenly to me. "What?" I asked. "Why, fasten his tie. You see, it ought to go like this, to hide his dirty shirt, or else the whole effect is spoilt, whatever we do. I have just bought the tie for a rouble at Philippe's, the hairdresser's, on purpose for him." "Was it that rouble?" muttered the tall one. "Yes, I haven't a farthing now." "Then you can't do it? In that case, we must ask Alphonsine." "To see Lambert?" the tall fellow asked me abruptly. "Yes," I answered with no less determination, looking him in the face. "Dolgoruky?" he went on with the same air and the same voice. "No, not Korovkin," I answered as abruptly, mistaking what he said. "Dolgoruky?" the tall fellow almost shouted again, and he took a step towards me almost menacingly. His companion burst out laughing. "He says Dolgoruky and not Korovkin," he explained to me. "You know, in the Journal des Débats, the French constantly distort Russian names." "In the Indépendance," growled the tall fellow. "Well, it's just the same in the Indépendance. Dolgoruky, for instance. They write Dolgoruky. I have seen it myself. And Valoniev is always written Comte Wallonif." "Doboini!" cried the tall fellow. "Yes, there's Doboini too. I've seen it myself." And we both laughed. Some Russian Madame Doboini abroad. "But there's no need to mention them all, you know," he said, turning suddenly to the tall fellow. "Excuse me, are you Monsieur Dolgoruky?" "Yes, my name is Dolgoruky. How do you know it?" The tall one suddenly whispered something to the pretty-looking lad. The latter frowned and shook his head, but the tall fellow immediately addressed me. "Monsieur le Prince, vous n'avez pas de rouble d'argent pour nous, pas deux, mais un seul, voulez-vous?" "Oh, how horrid you are!" cried the boy. "Nous vous rendons," concluded the tall one, mispronouncing the French words coarsely and clumsily. "He's a cynic, you know," the boy laughed to me. "And do you suppose he can't speak French? He speaks like a Parisian, but he is mimicking those Russians who are awfully fond of talking loud in French together before other people, though they can't speak it themselves." "Dans les wagons," the tall fellow explained. "To be sure, in railway carriages. Oh, what a bore you are! There's no need to explain. Why will you always pretend to be a fool?" Meanwhile, I took out a rouble and offered it to the tall fellow. "Nous vous rendons," said the latter, pocketing the rouble. And turning to the door with a perfectly unmoved and serious face, he proceeded to kick it with his huge coarse boot, and without the faintest sign of ill humor. "Ah, you will be fighting with Lambert again," the boy observed uneasily. "You had much better ring the bell." I rang the bell, but the tall fellow continued kicking the door nevertheless. "Ah, sacré!" we heard Lambert's voice the other side of the door, and he quickly opened it. "Dis donc, voulez-vous que je vous casse la tête, mon ami?" he shouted to the tall man. "Mon ami, voilà Dolgoruky, l'autre mon ami," the tall fellow replied with dignified gravity, staring at Lambert, who was red with anger. As soon as the latter saw me, he seemed suddenly transformed. "It's you, Arkady! At last! Then you are better! Better are you at last!" He seized my hands, pressing them warmly. He was, in fact, so genuinely delighted that I felt pleased at once, and even began to like him. "I've come to you first of all." "Alphonsine!" cried Lambert. She instantly skipped out from behind the screen. "Le voilà!" "C'est lui!" cried Alphonsine, clasping and unclasping her hands. She would have rushed to embrace me, but Lambert protected me. "There, there, there! Down, down!" he shouted to her as though she were a dog. "It's like this, Arkady. Some fellows have agreed to dine together today at the Tatars. I shan't let you go. You must come with us. We'll have dinner. I'll get rid of these fellows at once, and then we can have a chat. Come in, come in! We'll set off at once, only wait a minute." I went in and stood in the middle of that room, looking about me and remembering it. Lambert, behind the screen, hurriedly dressed. The tall fellow and his companion followed us in spite of Lambert's words. We all remained standing. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine, voulez-vous me baiser?" growled the tall man. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine," the younger one was beginning, showing her the tie, but she flew savagely at both of them. "Ah, le petit vilain!" she shouted to the younger one. "Ne m'approchez pas, ne me salissez pas, et vous, le grand dadais, je vous planque à la porte tous les deux. Savez-vous cela?" Though she warned him off with contempt and disgust, as though she were really afraid of being soiled by contact with him, which I could not at all understand because he was such a pretty fellow and turned out to be just as well dressed when he took off his overcoat, the younger of the two men kept asking her to tie his tall friend's cravat for him, and to put him on one of Lambert's clean collars first. She was on the point of beating them in her indignation at such a suggestion, but Lambert, overhearing, shouted to her behind the screen not to hinder them, but to do as they asked. "They won't leave off if you don't," he added, and Alphonsine instantly produced a collar and began to fasten the tall man's cravat without the slightest sign of disinclination. The man stretched out his neck just as he had done on the stairs, while she tied his cravat. "Mademoiselle Alphonsine, avez-vous vendu votre Bologne?" he asked. "Qu'est-ce que ça, ma Bologne?" The younger man explained that ma Bologne meant a lapdog. "Tiens, quel est ce baragouin?" "Je parle comme une dame russe sur les eaux minérales," observed le grand dadais, still with his neck outstretched. "Qu'est-ce que ça qu'une dame russe sur les eaux minérales? Et où est donc votre jolie montre que Lambert vous a donnée?" she said suddenly to the younger one. "What? No watch again?" Lambert chimed in irritably behind the screen. "We've eaten it up," growled le grand dadais. "I sold it for 8 roubles. It was only silver gilt, and you said it was gold. So now at the shop it's only 16 roubles," the younger answered Lambert, defending himself reluctantly. "We must put an end to this," Lambert said even more irritably. I don't buy you clothes, my young friend, and give you good things for you to spend them on your tall friend. What was that tie, too, that you bought him? That was only a rouble. That was not with your money. He had no cravat at all, and he ought to buy a hat, too. Nonsense! Lambert was really angry. I gave him enough for a hat, too, and he goes off and wastes it on oysters and champagne. He positively reeks. He's dirty and untidy. You can't take him anywhere. How can I take him out to dinner? I'm a cad, growled the Dadais. Nous avons un rouble d'argent que nous avons prêté chez notre nouvel ami. Don't you give him anything, Arkady, Lambert cried again. Excuse me, Lambert, I ask you plainly for 10 roubles, cried the boy, growing suddenly angry and flushing, which made him look twice as handsome as before. And don't ever dare to say such stupid things as you did just now to Dolgoruky. I must have 10 roubles to pay Dolgoruky back that rouble at once, and with the rest I'll buy Andreyev a hat, so you see. Lambert came out from behind the screen. Here are 3 yellow notes and 3 roubles, and there's nothing more till Tuesday, and don't dare, or else— Le Grand Dandé fairly snatched the money from him. Dolgoruky, here is the rouble. Nous vous rendons avec beaucoup de grâce. Petya, come along, he called to his companion. Then, holding up the 2 notes and waving them in the air, while he stared fixedly at Lambert, he yelled at the top of his voice, Où est Lambert? Où est Lambert? Êtes-vous Lambert? How dare you? How dare you? Lambert yelled too, in terrible wrath. I saw that underlying all this was something in the past of which I knew nothing, and I looked on in astonishment. But the tall fellow was not in the least alarmed by Lambert's wrath. On the contrary, he yelled louder than ever, Ohé, Lambert! And so on. And so shouting, they went out on the stairs. Lambert was running after them, but he turned back. I'll throw them out by the scruff of their necks. They cost more than they are worth. Come along, Arkady, I'm late. I'm expected there by another fellow I need. A beast, too. They're all beasts. A low lot, he shouted again, almost gnashing his teeth, but all at once he recovered himself completely. I am glad that you have come at last. Alphonsine, not a step out of the house. Let us go. At the steps, a smart turnout was waiting for him. We got in, but all the way he could not quite regain his composure and get over a sort of rage against the 2 young men. I was surprised at his taking it so seriously, and what's more, at their being so disrespectful to Lambert, and his seeming almost frightened of them. From the old impression that had been stamped on me from childhood, it still seemed to me that everyone must be afraid of Lambert, as, in spite of all my independence, I certainly stood in awe of him myself at that moment. I tell you now they are all a low lot, Lambert persisted. Would you believe it? That tall ruffian pestered me the day before yesterday in decent company. He stood in front of me and shouted, Ohé, Lambert, in decent company. Everyone laughed, and do you know it was for me to give him money? Would you believe it? I gave it him. Oh, that ruffian! Would you believe it? He was an ensign in a regiment, but he was kicked out, and you wouldn't imagine it, but he is a man of education. He was brought up in a good family. You would hardly believe it. He has ideas. He might. And damn it all. And he is a perfect Hercules. He is of use, though not of much use. And you can see he does not wash his hands. I interested a lady in his case, an old lady of very good position, telling her that he was penitent, and on the point of committing suicide from remorse, and he went to see her, sat down and began whistling. And the other, the pretty fellow, is a general's son. His family is ashamed of him. I got him off when he was arrested. I saved him, and you see how he repays me. There are no people worth their salt here. I'll pay them out, I'll pay them out. They know my name. Did you talk to them about me? Yes, it was stupid of me. Please stay on a little after dinner. Control your feelings. There's an awful canaille coming. Yes, he's an awful canaille, and awfully cunning. They are all rascals here. There's not an honest man about. Well, we'll finish, then. What's your favorite dish? But it doesn't matter. The fare is always good. I'll pay, don't you worry. It's a good thing you are well dressed. I can give you money. You must come often. Only fancy, I've stood them meat and drink here. It's fish pie every day of the week. That watch he sold, it's the second time. That little fellow, Trichatov, you saw him. Alphonsine is sick at the very sight of him, and won't let him come near her. And here, in the presence of officers, he calls out, "I must have woodcock." I stood him woodcock, but I'll pay them out. Do you remember, Lambert, how we went to a restaurant together in Moscow, and you stuck a fork into me, and how you had 50 rubles then? Yes, I remember. Damn it, I remember. I like you, you may believe it. Nobody likes you, but I like you. I'm the only one that does. You remember that. The pockmarked fellow that is coming here is a cunning canaille. Don't you answer any of his questions. If he begins talking, it's all right. But if he begins questioning, make some nonsensical answer or hold your tongue. At any rate, in his excitement, he did not question me much on the way. I even felt insulted at his having such confidence in me and not even suspecting that I mistrusted him. I fancied that I detected in him the absurd idea that he could still order me about. And what's more, he's awfully ignorant and ill-bred, I thought, as I went into the restaurant. I had been into that restaurant in the Morskaya before, during my disgraceful period of degradation and depravity, and so the impression of those rooms, of those lackeys looking at me and recognizing me as a familiar visitor, and finally the impression made on me by the mysterious company of Lambert's friends, amongst whom I found myself so suddenly, and to whom I seemed already to belong, and, above all, an obscure feeling that of my own free will I was going into something abominable, and that I should certainly end up by doing something horrid, all this seemed to go through me in a flash. There was a moment when I very nearly went away, but the moment passed, and I remained. The pockmarked man, of whom for some reason Lambert was so much afraid, was already waiting for us. He was one of those men of stupidly practical appearance, whom I have always from my childhood detested. He was about 45, of middle height, with hair just turning gray. He was disgustingly close-shaven, except for 2 little neatly trimmed gray whiskers, like sausages, one on each side of his extremely flat and spiteful-looking face. He was, of course, dull, solemn, and taciturn, and even conceited, as such nonentities always are. He looked at me very attentively, but he did not say a word. Lambert was so stupid that though he sat us down at the same table together, he did not think it necessary to introduce us, and so he may well have taken me for one of the blackmailers associated with Lambert. To the 2 young men, who arrived almost simultaneously with us, he did not address a single word during the whole of dinner, but it was evident that he knew them well. He talked only to Lambert, and then almost in a whisper, and indeed Lambert did most of the talking, and the pock-marked man confined himself to fragmentary and wrathful ejaculations, which sounded like an ultimatum. He behaved superciliously, was ill-humored and sarcastic, while Lambert, on the other hand, was extremely excited, and was evidently trying to persuade him all the time, probably urging him on to some undertaking. On one occasion I put out my hand to take a bottle of red wine. The pock-marked man immediately took a bottle of sherry and handed it to me, though he had not said a word to me till then. "Try this," he said, offering me the bottle. I guessed on the spot that he, too, knew everything in the world about me, my story, and my name, and perhaps the fact that Lambert was counting upon me. The idea that he was taking me for a satellite maddened me again, and Lambert's face betrayed an intense and very stupid uneasiness when the pock-marked man addressed me. The latter noticed it and laughed. There's no doubt that Lambert depends on all of them, I thought, hating him at that instant with my whole soul. In this way, though we were sitting at the same table throughout the whole dinner, we were divided into two groups. The pock-marked man with Lambert facing each other close to the window, while I was beside the grubby Andreyev, and Trishatov sat facing me. Lambert hurried on the dinner, continually urging the waiters to make haste with the dishes. When the champagne was brought, he held out his glass to me. "To your health! Let's clink glasses," he said, breaking off his conversation with the pock-marked man. "And will you let me clink with you too?" said the pretty youth, holding out his glass across the table. Till the champagne arrived, he had been very silent and seemed pensive. The Dade said nothing at all, but sat silent and ate a great deal. "With pleasure," I answered Trishatov. We clinked glasses and drank. "But I'm not going to drink your health," observed the Dade, turning to me. "Not because I desire your death, but so that you may not drink any more here today." He spoke gloomily and ponderously. "3 glasses is enough for you. I see you are looking at my unwashed fist," he went on, putting his fist on the table. "I don't wash it, but as it is, I put it at Lambert's service for smashing other people's heads when he's in a tight place." And saying this, he brought down his fist on the table with such force that he set all the plates and glasses rattling. Besides us, there were people dining at 4 other tables, all of them officers or gentlemen of dignified appearance. It was a fashionable restaurant. All broke off their conversation for a moment and looked round to our corner, and indeed I fancied we had attracted curiosity for some time past. Lambert flushed crimson. "Ah, he's at it again. I thought I had asked you to behave yourself, Nikolay Semyonovitch," he said to Andreyev in a furious whisper. The latter gave him a prolonged stare. "I don't want my new friend Dolgoruky to drink a great deal here today." Lambert flushed more hotly than ever. The pock-marked man listened in silence, but with evident pleasure. Andreyev's behavior seemed to please him for some reason. I was the only one who did not understand why I was not to drink much wine. "He says that because he's only just had some money. You shall have another 7 rubles directly after dinner. Only do let us have dinner. Don't disgrace us," Lambert hissed at him. "Aha!" the Dade growled triumphantly. At this, the pock-marked man was absolutely delighted, and he sniggered spitefully. "Listen, you really—" began Trishatov to his friend with uneasiness and almost distress in his voice, evidently anxious to restrain him. Andreyev subsided, but not for long. That was not his intention. Just across the table, 5 paces from us, 2 gentlemen were dining, engaged in lively conversation. Both were middle-aged gentlemen, who looked extremely conscious of their own dignity. One was tall and very stout. The other was also very stout, but short. They were discussing in Polish the events of the day in Paris. For some time past, the Dade had been watching them inquisitively and listening to their talk. The short Pole evidently struck him as a comic figure, and he promptly conceived an aversion for him, after the manner of envious and splenetic people who often take such sudden dislikes for no reason whatever. Suddenly The short Pole pronounced the name of the deputy, Madire de Mongeau, but, as so many Poles do, he pronounced it with an accent on the syllable before the last, instead of on the last syllable. This was enough for the Dade. He turned to the Poles, and, drawing up himself with dignity, he suddenly articulated loudly and distinctly, as though addressing a question to them. "Madire de Mongeau?" The Poles turned to him savagely. "What do you want?" the tall, stout Pole shouted threateningly to him in Russian. The Dade paused. "Madire de Mongeau?" he repeated suddenly again, to be heard by the whole room, giving no sort of explanation, just as he had stupidly set upon me at the door with the reiterated question, "Dolgoruky?" The Poles jumped up from their seats. Lambert leapt up from the table and rushed to Andreyev, but, leaving him, darted up to the Poles and began making cringing apologies to them. "They are buffoons, pani, they are buffoons," the little Pole repeated contemptuously, as red as a carrot with indignation. "Soon it will be impossible to come." There was a stir all over the room, too, and a murmur of disapproval, though laughter was predominant. "Come out, please, come along," Lambert muttered, completely disconcerted, doing his utmost to get Andreyev out of the room. The latter, looking searchingly at Lambert, and judging that he would now give the money, agreed to follow him. Probably he had already extorted money from Lambert by the same kind of disgraceful behavior. Trishatov seemed about to run after them too, but he looked at me and checked himself. "Ah, how horrid!" he said, hiding his eyes with his slender fingers. "Very horrid," whispered the pock-marked man, looking really angry at last. Meanwhile, Lambert came back looking quite pale, and, gesticulating eagerly, began whispering something to the pock-marked man. The latter listened disdainfully, and meanwhile ordered the waiter to make haste with the coffee. He was evidently in a hurry to get off. And yet the whole affair had only been a schoolboyish prank. Trishatov got up with his cup of coffee and came and sat down beside me. "I am very fond of him," he said to me with a face as open as though he had been talking to me like this all his life. "You can't imagine how unhappy Andreyev is. He has wasted all his sister's dowry on eating and drinking, and in fact all they had he spent on eating and drinking during the year he was in the service, and I see now he worries. And as for his not washing, it's just through despair. And he has awfully strange ideas. He'll tell you, all of a sudden, that he's both a scoundrel and an honest man, that it's all the same and no difference, and that there's no need to do anything, either good or bad, they are just the same. One may do good or bad, but that the best of all is to be still, not taking off one's clothes for a month at a time, to eat and drink and sleep and nothing else. But believe me, he only says that. And do you know, I really believe he played the fool like this just now to break off with Lambert once for all. He spoke of it yesterday. Would you believe it, sometimes at night, or when he has been sitting long alone, he begins to cry. And do you know, when he cries, it's different from anyone else. He howls. He howls in an awful way, and you know it's even more pitiful. And he's such a big, strong fellow, and then all of a sudden, to see him howling, it is sad, poor fellow, isn't it? I want to save him, though I am a wretched, hopeless scamp myself, you wouldn't believe. Will you let me in, Dolgoruky, if I ever come and see you? Oh, do come, I really like you. What for? Well, thank you. Listen, will you drink another glass? Oh, but after all, you'd better not. He was right when he said you had better not drink any more. He suddenly gave me a significant wink. But I'll drink it all the same. I have nothing now, but would you believe it? I can't hold myself back in anything. If you were to tell me I must not dine at a restaurant again, I should be ready to do anything, simply to dine there. Oh, we genuinely want to be honest, I assure you, but we keep putting it off. And the years pass by, and the best of our years. I am awfully afraid that he will hang himself. He'll go and do it without telling anyone. He's like that. They are all hanging themselves nowadays. Why, I don't know. Perhaps there are a great many people like us. I, for instance, can't exist without money to spend. Luxuries matter a great deal more to me than necessities. I say, are you fond of music? I'm awfully fond of it. I'll play you something when I come and see you. I play very well on the piano, and I studied music a very long time. I've studied seriously. If I were to compose an opera, do you know, I should take the subject from Faust. I'm very fond of that subject. I'm always making up a scene in the cathedral, just imagining it in my head, I mean. The Gothic cathedral, the interior, the choirs, the hymns. Gretchen enters, and medieval singing, you know, so that you can hear the 15th century in it. Gretchen overwhelmed with grief, to begin with a recitative, subdued but terrible, full of anguish. The choirs thunder on, gloomily, sternly, callously. Dies irae, dies illa. And all of a sudden, the voice of the devil, the song of the devil. He is unseen. There is only his song, side by side with the hymns, mingling with the hymns, almost melting into them, but at the same time quite different from them. That must be managed somehow. The song is prolonged, persistent. It must be a tenor. It must be a tenor. It begins softly, tenderly. Do you remember, Gretchen, when you were innocent, when you were a child, you came with your mother to this cathedral and lisped your prayers from an old prayer book? But the song gets louder and louder, more intense, on higher notes. There's a sound of tears in them, misery unceasing and hopeless, and finally, despair. There's no forgiveness, Gretchen. There's no forgiveness for you here. Gretchen tries to pray, but only cries of misery rise up from her soul. You know when the breast is convulsed with tears, but Satan's song never ceases, and pierces deeper and deeper into the soul like a spear. It gets higher and higher, and suddenly breaks off almost in a shriek. The end to all, accursed one! Gretchen falls on her knees, clasps her hands before her, and then comes her prayer, something very short, semi-recitative, but naive, entirely without ornament, something medieval in the extreme. 4 lines, only 4 lines altogether. Stradella has some such notes. And at the last note she swoons. General confusion. She is picked up, carried out, and then the choir thunders forth. It is, as it were, a storm of voices, a hymn of inspiration, of victory, overwhelming, something in the style of our "Borne on high by angels," so that everything is shaken to its foundations, and it all passes into the triumphant cry of exultation, Hosanna, as though it were the cry of the whole universe, and it rises and rises, and then the curtain falls. Yes, you know, if only I could, I should have done something. Only I can never do anything now. I do nothing but dream. I am always dreaming. My whole life has turned into a dream. I dream at night, too. Ah, Dolgoruky, have you read Dickens' Old Curiosity Shop? Yes, why? Do you remember— Wait, I will have another glass. Do you remember there's one passage at the end when that mad old man and that charming girl of 13, his grandchild, take refuge after their fantastic flight, and wandering in some remote place in England, near a Gothic medieval church, and the little girl has received some post there, and shows the church to visitors. Then the sun is setting, and the child in the church porch, bathed in the last rays of light, stands and gazes at the sunset with gentle, pensive contemplation in her child's soul, a soul full of wonder as though before some mystery, for both alike are mysteries, the sun, the thought of God and the church, the thought of man, aren't they? Oh, I don't know how to express it. Only God loves such first thoughts in children. While near her on the step, the crazy old grandfather gazes at her with a fixed look. You know there's nothing special in it. In that picture of Dickens, there's absolutely nothing in it, but yet one will remember it all one's life, and it has survived for all Europe. Why? It's splendid. It's the innocence in it. And I don't know what there is in it, but it's fine. I used always to be reading novels when I was at school. Do you know I had a sister in the country only a year older than me? Oh, now it's all sold and we have no country place. I was sitting with her on the terrace under our old lime trees. We were reading that novel, and the sun was setting too. And suddenly we left off reading and said to one another that we would be kind too, that we would be good. I was then preparing for the university, and Dolgoruky, you know every man has his memories. And he suddenly let his pretty little head fall on my shoulder and burst out crying. I felt very sorry for him. It is true that he had drunk a great deal of wine, but he had talked to me so sincerely, so like a brother, with such feeling. Suddenly, at that instant, we heard a shout from the street, and there was a violent tapping at the window. There was a large plate-glass window on the ground floor, so that anyone could tap on the window with his fingers from the street. This was the ejected Andreev. "Oh hey, Lambert! Où est Lambert? Êtes-vous Lambert?" We heard his wild shout in the street. "Ah, yes, here he is. So he's not gone away," cried the boy, jumping up from his place. "Our account!" Lambert cried through his clenched teeth to the waiter. His hands shook with anger as he paid the bill, but the pock-marked man did not allow Lambert to pay for him. "Why not? Why, I invited you. You accepted my invitation." "No, excuse me." The pock-marked man pulled out his purse, and reckoning out his share, he paid separately. "You'll offend me, Semyon Sidorovitch." "That's what I wish," Semyon Sidorovitch snapped out, taking his hat, and without saying good-bye to anybody, he walked alone out of the room. Lambert tossed the money to the waiter and hurriedly ran after him, even forgetting my existence in his confusion. Trishatov and I walked out last of all. Andreev was standing like a post at the door, waiting for Trishatov. "You scoundrel!" cried Lambert, unable to restrain himself. "There, there!" Andreev grunted at him, and with one swing of his arm he knocked off his round hat, which went spinning along the pavement. Lambert flew abjectly to pick it up. 25 roubles! Andreev showed Trishatov the note, which he had just got from Lambert. "That's enough!" Trishatov shouted to him. "Why must you always make an uproar? And why have you wrung 25 roubles out of him? You only ought to have had 7. "Why did I wring it out of him? He promised us a private dinner with Athenian women, and instead of women, he regaled us with the pock-marked man. And what's more, I did not finish my dinner, and I've been freezing here in the cold. It's certainly worth 18 roubles. He owed me 7, so that makes 25. "Go to the devil, both of you!" yelled Lambert. "I'll send you both packing. I'll pay you out." "Lambert, I'll send you packing. I'll pay you out," cried Andreev. "Adieu, mon prince. Don't drink any more wine. Petya, marchez. Ohé, Lambert. Où est Lambert? Êtes-vous Lambert?" he roared for the last time as he strode away. "So I shall come and see you, may I?" Trishatov murmured hurriedly, and hastened after his friend. I was left alone with Lambert. "Well, come along," he brought out, seeming stupefied and breathing with difficulty. "Where shall I come along? I'm not coming anywhere with you," I made haste to reply defiantly. "You're not coming?" he said, startled and apprehensive. "Why, I have only been waiting for us to be alone." "But where to go?" I must confess I too had a slight ringing in my head from the 3 glasses of champagne and the 2 wine glasses of sherry I had drunk. This way, do you see? But this is an oyster bar. You see, it is written up. It smells so horrid." "That's only because you have just had dinner. We won't have oysters, but I'll give you some champagne." "I don't want any. You want to make me drunk." "That's what they told you. They've been laughing at you. You believe blackguards like that?" "No, Trishatov's not a blackguard, but I know how to take care of myself, that's all." "So you've a will of your own, have you?" "Yes, I have a character. More than you have, for you're servile to everybody you meet. You disgraced us. You begged pardon of the Poles like a lackey. I suppose you've often been beaten in restaurants?" "But we must have a talk, you fool!" he cried, with the same contemptuous impatience, which almost implied, "What are you driving at?" "Why, you are afraid, aren't you? Are you my friend or not?" "I am not your friend, and you are a swindler. We'll go along simply to show you I'm not afraid of you. Oh, what a horrid smell! It smells of cheese. How disgusting!" End of Part 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Linda Johnson. Part 3, Chapter 6 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 3, Chapter 6. I must beg the reader to remember again that I had a slight giddiness in my head. If it had not been for that, I should have acted and spoken differently. In the shop, in a back room, one could indeed have eaten oysters, and we sat down to a table covered with a filthy cloth. Lambert ordered champagne. A glass of cold wine of a golden color was set before me and seemed looking at me invitingly, but I felt annoyed. "You see, Lambert, what annoys me most is that you think you can order me about now as you used to do at Touchar's, while you are cringing upon everybody here." "You fool! Aye, let's clink glasses." "You don't even deign to keep up appearances with me. You might at least disguise the fact that you want to make me drunk." "You are talking rot, and you're drunk. You must drink some more, and you'll be more cheerful. Take your glass, take it." "Why do you keep on, 'take it'? I am going, and that's the end of it." And I really did get up. He was awfully vexed. "It was Trishatov whispered that to you. I saw you whispering. You are a fool for that. Alphonsine is really disgusted if he goes near her. He's a dirty beast. I'll tell you what he's like." "You've told me already. You can talk of nothing but your Alphonsine. You're frightfully limited." "Limited?" He did not understand. "They've gone over now to that pockmarked fellow. That's what it is. That's why I sent them about their business. They're dishonest. That fellow's a blackguard, and he's corrupting them. I insisted that they should always behave decently." I sat still, and as it were, mechanically took my glass and drank a draught. "I'm ever so far ahead of you in education," I said, but he was only too delighted that I went on sitting there, and at once filled up my glass. "And you know you're afraid of them," I went on taunting him, and no doubt I was even nastier than he was at that moment. "Andreyev knocked your hat off, and you gave him 25 rubles for it." I did give it him, but he'll pay me back. They are rebellious, but I'll be quits with them." "You are awfully upset by that pockmarked man. And do you know, it strikes me that I'm the only one left you? All your hopes now are resting on me, aren't they?" "Yes, Arkasha, that is so. You are the only friend left me. You are right in saying that." He slapped me on the shoulder. What could be done with a man so crude? He was utterly obtuse, and took irony for serious praise. "You could save me from bad things if you would be a good comrade, Arkady," he went on, looking at me caressingly. "In what way could I save you?" "You know yourself what it is. Without me, like a fool, you will certainly be stupid. But I'd get you 30,000, and we would go halves, and you know how. Why, think who you are. You're nothing. No name, no position, and here you'd win first prize straight off, and having such a fortune, you'll know how to make a career." I was simply astounded at this attack. I had taken for granted that he would dissemble, but he had begun upon it with such bluntness, such schoolboyish bluntness. I resolved to listen to him from a desire to be open-minded and from intense curiosity. "Look here, Lambert, you won't understand this, but I'm consenting to listen to you because I'm open-minded," I declared firmly, and again I took a gulp at my glass. Lambert at once filled it up. "I'll tell you what, Arkady. If a fellow like Boering had dared to abuse me and strike me in the presence of a lady I adored, I don't know what I should have done. But you put up with it. I'm ashamed of you. You're a poor creature." "How dare you say that Boering struck me?" I shouted, turning crimson. "It was more I struck him than he me." "No, it was he struck you, not you struck him." "You're lying. I trod on his foot too." "But he shoved you back and told the footman to drag you away. And she sat and looked on from her carriage and laughed at you. She knows that you have no father and that you can be insulted." "I don't understand this schoolboyish conversation, Lambert, and I'm ashamed of it. You are saying this to irritate me, and as crudely and as openly as though I were a boy of 16. You've been plotting with Anna Andreyevna," I cried, trembling with anger, and still mechanically sipping my wine. "Anna Andreyevna is a sly jade. She's humbugging you and me and all the world. I have been waiting for you because you can best finish off with that woman." "With what woman?" "With Madame Amakoff. I know all about it. You told me yourself that she's afraid of that letter you've got." "What letter? You're talking nonsense. Have you seen her?" I muttered in confusion. "Yes, I saw her. She's beautiful, très belle, and you've taste." "I know you've seen her, but you did not dare speak to her, and I wish you did not dare to speak of her either." "You're a boy, and she laughs at you, so there. We had a virtuous lady like that in Moscow. Oh, didn't she turn up her nose! But she began to tremble when we threatened that we would tell all we knew, and she knuckled under directly, and we got all we wanted both ways, money and— you understand. Now she's virtue unapproachable again in society. Phoo! My word, isn't she high and mighty, and hasn't she got a turnout? Ah, you should have seen that little back room it happened in. You've not lived, if only you knew the little back rooms they don't shrink from." "I've thought that," I could not help muttering. "They're corrupt to their very fingertips. You don't know what they're capable of. Alphonsine lived in a house like that, and she was disgusted." "I have thought of that," I chimed in again. "But they beat you, and you complain." "Lambert, you're a blackguard. You're a damned beast," I cried, suddenly pulling myself together and beginning to tremble. "I have dreamed all this. You were in it, and Anna Andreyevna." "Oh, you damned brute! Did you really think I was such a scoundrel? I dreamed it because I knew that you would say this. And besides, all this can't be so simple that you can talk to me about it so simply and directly." "He is in a rage. Tut, tut, tut," Lambert drawled, laughing and triumphant. "Well, Arkasha, my boy, now I've found out all I wanted to know. That's why I was so eager to see you. Listen, you love her, I see, and want to revenge yourself on Boering. That's what I wanted to find out. I've been suspecting it all this time while I've been waiting to see you. Ceci posé, cela change la question. And so much the better, for she loves you too. So you must marry her without a moment's delay. That's the best thing. You can't do anything else. That's your safest position. And then remember, Arkady, that you have a friend in me of whom you can make any use you like. And that friend will help you, and will marry you. I'll move heaven and earth, Arkasha. And you can give your old friend 30,000 for his trouble afterwards, eh? And I'll help you, don't doubt that. I know all the ins and outs of the business, and they shall give you the whole dowry, and you'll be a wealthy man with a career before you." Though my head was in a whirl, I looked at Lambert with wonder. He was in earnest, and not merely in earnest in what he said, but in believing in the possibility of my marrying. I could see that he thoroughly believed in it himself, and in fact caught at the idea with enthusiasm. I saw, of course, too, that he was entrapping me like a schoolboy. I certainly must have seen it even then. But the thought of marrying her so thrilled me that though I wondered how Lambert could believe in such a fantastic notion, yet at the same time I tried violently to believe in it myself, though I did not for an instant lose consciousness of the fact that it could not possibly come to pass. All this was mingled together at the same time. "But is it possible?" I faltered. "Why not? You will show her the letter. She'll be frightened and marry you to keep her money." I made up my mind not to stop Lambert in his vile suggestions, for he disclosed them to me with such simplicity, and did not suspect that I might be revolted by them. I did mutter, however, that I should not like to marry her simply by force. "I don't want to use force for anything. How can you be so base as to think me capable of it?" "Hoity-toity! Why, she'll marry you of her own accord. It won't be your doing. She'll be frightened and marry you herself. And she'll marry you because she loves you too," Lambert put in hastily. "That's a lie. You're laughing at me. How do you know she loves me?" "Of course she does. I know it. And Anna Andreevna assumes it. It's the truth in earnest. I'm telling you that Anna Andreevna assumes it. And I'll tell you something else when you come to me, and you'll see that she does love you. Alphonsine has been at Tsarskoe. She found out there." "What could she find out there?" "You come back with me. She'll tell you herself, and it will please you." "Why, aren't you as good as anybody? You are handsome. You are well educated." "Yes, I am well educated," I answered, hardly able to breathe. My heart was thumping, and, of course, not only from the wine. "You are handsome. You are well dressed." "Yes, I'm well dressed." "And you are good-natured." "Yes, I'm good-natured." "Why shouldn't she consent? Boering won't take her without money anyway, and you can deprive her of her money, so she'll be in a fright. You'll marry her and punish Boering. Why, you told me yourself that night after you were frozen that she was in love with you." "Can I have told you that?" "I'm sure I did not tell you that." "Yes, you did." "I was delirious when I said that. I suppose I told you of the letter too?" "Yes, you told me you had such a letter. I thought at the time, how can he let slip his luck if he has such a letter?" "It's all a mad idea. and I'm not so stupid as to believe it," I muttered. "To begin with, there's a difference in our ages, and besides, I've no surname." "But she'll marry you, though. She can't help marrying you when it's a question of so much money. I'll arrange that. And what's more, she loves you. You know that old prince is very well disposed to you. Through his protection, you know, you can form connections. And what does it matter if you have no name? Nowadays, nothing of that's necessary. Once you pocket the money, you'll get on, and in 10 years' time you will be such a millionaire that all Russia will resound with your fame. So you won't need a name then. Why, you can buy a title in Austria. And when you get married, keep her well in hand. They want a firm hand. If a woman's in love, she likes to feel a man's got a tight grip on her. Women like will in a man. When you frighten her with the letter, from that hour you will show her you have strength of will. Ah, she'll say he's so young and yet he has will." I sat, as it were, spellbound. I should never, with anyone else, have sunk to such an idiotic conversation. But in this case, a sort of voluptuous craving drew me on to continue it. Besides, Lambert was so stupid and so low that no one could feel ashamed of anything before him. "No, do you know, Lambert," I said suddenly, "you may say what you like, but a great deal of this is absurd. I have been talking to you because we were schoolfellows, and we need not be ashamed of saying anything to one another, but I would not have demeaned myself to it with anyone else for any consideration. And, first of all, tell me why you keep repeating so positively that she's in love with me. That was quite good, what you said just now about having capital. But you see, Lambert, you don't know anything of good society. All this is still with them on the most patriarchal family system, so to say, and therefore, as so far she does not know my abilities and what a position I may achieve in the world, she'll be ashamed of me. But I won't conceal from you, Lambert, that there really is one point that might give one hope. You see, she might marry me from gratitude, because I might save her from a man she hates, and she is afraid of that man." "Ah, you mean your father? Why, is he so much in love with her?" Lambert said, pricking up his ears with peculiar curiosity. "Oh, no!" I cried. "And how horrid you are! And at the same time, how stupid, Lambert! Why, if he were in love with her, how could I want to marry her? After all, we are father and son. That would be shameful. He loves my mother, and I saw how he held her in his arms. I did think at one time he loved Katerina Nikolaevna, but now I know for certain that though he may once have loved her, he has hated her for a long time now, and wants to revenge himself on her. And she's afraid of him, for I tell you, Lambert, he is very terrible when he begins to revenge himself. He becomes almost insane. When he's in a rage with her, he doesn't stick at anything. This is a feud in the old style, on account of the loftiest principles. In our time we don't care a hang for any general principles. Nowadays there are no general principles, but only special cases. Oh, Lambert, you don't understand. You're as stupid as a post. I am talking to you about these principles, but I'm sure you don't understand. You are awfully uneducated. Do you remember you used to beat me? Now I'm stronger than you are. Do you know that? Arkasha, come home with me. We'll spend the evening and drink another bottle, and Alphonsine will sing to the guitar." "No, I am not coming. Listen, Lambert, I've got an idea. If I don't succeed and don't marry, I shall fall back on the idea. But you haven't an idea." All right, you shall tell me about it. Come along." "I am not coming," I said, getting up. "I don't want to, and I'm not coming. I shall come and see you, but you are a blackguard. I'll give you 30,000, but I am cleaner and better than you. I see you want to deceive me all round, but I forbid you even to think of her. She's above everyone, and your plan is so low that I really wonder at you, Lambert. I want to be married, that's a different matter, but I don't want money. I despise money. I wouldn't take it if she begged me to on her knees. But marriage, that's a different matter. But you know that was quite right what you said, that one ought to keep a tight hand on her. It's a good thing to love passionately, with all the generosity of which a man is capable, and which can never be found in a woman. But to be despotic is a good thing too. For, do you know, Lambert, a woman loves despotism. You understand woman, Lambert, but you are wonderfully stupid in everything else. And, do you know, Lambert, you are not at all such a blackguard as you seem. You're simple. I like you. Ah, Lambert, why are you such a rogue? What a jolly time we might have if you weren't. You know, Trishatov's a dear. These last incoherent phrases I muttered in the street. Oh, I set all this down in every trivial detail, that the reader may see that with all my enthusiasm and my vows and promises to reform, and to strive for seemliness, I was capable then of falling so easily and into such filth. And I swear that if I were not fully convinced that I am no longer the same, but have gained strength of character by practical life, I should not have confessed all this to the reader. We went out of the shop, and Lambert supported me slightly, putting his arm round me. Suddenly I looked at him, and saw in his fixed, terribly intent, and perfectly sober eyes the very same expression as I had seen that morning when I was frozen, and when he had led me to the cab with his arm round me in the same way, and listened, all eyes and ears, to my incoherent babble. Men who are drunk, but not quite hopelessly drunk, sometimes have moments of absolute soberness. "I'm not going home with you for anything," I declared firmly and coherently, looking at him sarcastically and putting aside his arm. "Come, nonsense! I'll tell Alphonsine to make tea for us. Come!" He was horribly confident that I should not get away. He put his arm round me and held me with a sort of relish, as his prey, and the prey was what he needed, of course, that evening and in that condition. It will be clear later why. "I'm not coming," I repeated. "Cab!" At that instant a sledge drove up and I jumped into it. "Where are you off to? What are you about?" yelled Lambert, clutching at my fur coat in extreme dismay. "And don't dare to follow me," I cried. "Don't drive after me." At that very instant the sledge started and my coat was torn out of Lambert's hands. "You'll come all the same," he shouted after me in an angry voice. "I shall come if I want to. I can do as I like," I retorted, turning round in the sledge. He did not follow me, of course, because there did not happen to be another sledge at hand, and I succeeded in getting out of his sight. I drove on as far as the Haymarket, and there I stopped and dismissed the sledge. I had a great desire to walk. I was not conscious of being tired or of being much intoxicated. I felt full of vigor. I was aware of a fresh flow of energy, of an exceptional readiness for any sort of enterprise, and of innumerable pleasant ideas in my brain. My heart was thudding violently and loudly. I could hear every beat. And everything seemed so charming, so easy. When I passed the sentry at the Haymarket, I felt inclined to go up and kiss him. There was a thaw. The marketplace was dingy and evil-smelling, but I was delighted even with the marketplace. I am in the Obuhovsky Prospect, I thought, and afterwards I shall turn to the left and come out in the Semyonovsky Polk. I shall take a short-cut. That's delightful. It's all delightful. My coat is unbuttoned. How is it no one snatches it off? Where are the thieves? They say there are thieves in the Haymarket. Let them come. I might give them my fur coat. What do I want with a fur coat? A fur coat is property. La propriété, c'est le vol. But what nonsense, and how nice everything is. It's nice that the snow is melting. Why frost? There's no need of a frost at all. It's nice to talk nonsense, too. What was it I said to Lambert about principles? I said there were no general principles, but only special cases. That was stuff, utter stuff. And I said it on purpose, out of swagger. I am a little ashamed, but after all, it doesn't matter. I'll make up for it. Don't be ashamed. Don't distress yourself, Arkady Makarovitch. Arkady Makarovitch, I like you. I like you very much. In fact, my young friend, it's a pity you're a little rascal. Yes. I suddenly stood still, and my heart began to ache with ecstasy again. Good God, what was it he said? He said that she loves me. Oh, he is a scoundrel. He told a lot of lies. That was to make me stay the night with him. But perhaps not. He said Anna Andreevna thinks so too. Bah! But Darya Onisimovna might have found out something about it for him. She pokes her nose into everything. And why didn't I go to him? I should have found out everything. He has a plan, and I had a presentiment of it all, every bit of it. The dream. A bold scheme, Monsieur Lambert. Only let me tell you, it won't be so. Perhaps it will, though. Perhaps it will. And can he bring off my marriage? Perhaps he can. He is naive, and he believes it. He is stupid and impudent, like all practical people. Stupidity and impudence combined are a great force. But confess, you were really afraid of Lambert, Arkady Makarovitch. And what does he want with honest people? He says so seriously there isn't an honest man here. Why, what are you yourself? And what am I? Don't scoundrels need honest men? In swindling, honest men are more needed than anywhere. Ha ha ha! You did not know that till now, Arkady Makarovitch. You were so innocent. Good God, what if he really were to bring about my marriage? I stood still again. Here I must confess something stupid, as it is all so long ago. I must confess that I had long before been wishing to be married, at least not wishing, and it would never have happened, and I can guarantee it never will in the future, but more than once, a great many times in fact, I had dreamed how splendid it would be to be married, especially as I was falling asleep at night. I began to dream of it when I was about 16. I had a schoolfellow of my own age at the high school, called Lavrovsky, such a quiet, sweet, pretty boy, not particularly distinguished in any other way, however. I hardly ever talked to him. One day we happened to be sitting side by side, and he was very dreamy, and suddenly he said to me, "Ah, Dolgoruky, what do you think? We ought to be married now." "Yes, really, when should we be married, if not now? Now would be the very best time, and yet it's impossible." And he said that so frankly. And I agreed with it at once entirely, for I already had visions of something of the sort. For several days afterwards we met and talked, as it were, in secret, only of that, however. But afterwards, I don't know how it happened, but we left off talking to each other and drifted apart. And from that time I began to dream of marriage. This, of course, would not have been worth mentioning, only I wanted to show how far back this feeling sometimes goes. There is only one serious objection, I mused as I went on again. Oh, of course, the trivial difference in our ages is no real obstacle, but she is such an aristocrat, and I am simply Dolgoruky. It's awfully horrid. Couldn't Versilov marry Mother and petition the government for me to be legitimized as a reward for his services, so to say? He's been in the service, so must have rendered services. He was a mediator at the emancipation. Oh, damn it all, how loathsome! I suddenly uttered this exclamation, and stood still for the third time, but this time I felt as though I had been crushed to the earth. The agonizing feeling of humiliation from the consciousness that I could desire anything so shameful as the change of my surname by being legitimized, this treachery to my whole childhood, all this in one flash shattered my previous mood, and all my joyfulness was dissipated like smoke. No, I'll never tell that to anyone, I thought, turning crimson. I've sunk so low because I'm in love and stupid. No, if Lambert is right in anything, it is that nowadays, in our age, the man is what matters, and afterwards his money. Or rather not his money, but rather his property. With a capital like that, I would throw myself into the idea, and all Russia would ring with my fame in 10 years, and I would revenge myself on them all. And there's no need to stand on ceremony with her. Lambert's right there. She'll be frightened and simply marry me. She'll consent in the simplest and most abject way and marry me. You don't know in what little back room that happened. I remembered Lambert's words. That's true, I went on musing. Lambert's right in everything, 1,000 times more right than Versilov, and I and all the idealists. He is a realist. She shall see that I have strength of will, and she will say, he has will. Lambert's a scoundrel, and all he wants is to get 30,000 out of me. And yet he is the only friend I have. There is no other sort of friendship, and there can be no other. That's all been invented by unpractical people. And I shan't even be degrading her. Shall I be degrading her? Not in the least. All women are like that. Are there any women who are not abject? That's why she must have a man over her. That's why she's created a subordinate creature. Woman is vice and temptation, and man is honor and generosity. So it will be to the end of time. And what if I do mean to use that document? That does not matter. That does not prevent honor or generosity. Pure, unadulterated shillers don't exist. They are invented. It does not matter if one has to pass through filth to get there, as long as the goal is magnificent. It will all be washed off. It will all be smoothed away afterwards. And now it's only breadth. It's only life. It's only vital truth. That's what it is called nowadays. Oh, I repeat again, I must be forgiven for recording all my drunken ravings at the time. Of course, this is only the essence of what I thought then, but I fancy I used those very words. I was bound to record them because I have sat down to write in order to condemn myself. And what is to be condemned if not that? Can there be anything graver in my life? Wine is no justification. In vino veritas. Entirely absorbed in such dreams, I did not notice that I had reached home, that is, mother's lodgings. I did not even notice going in, but as soon as I slipped into our tiny entrance, I realized at once that something unusual was happening. There were loud voices and outcries in the room, and I could hear that mother was crying. In the doorway I almost fell over Lukeria, who was running from Makar Ivanovitch's room to the kitchen. I flung down my fur coat and went in to Makar Ivanovitch, for they were all gathered together in his room. There I found Mother and Versilov. Mother was supported in his arms, and he was pressing her to his heart. Makar Ivanovitch was sitting as usual on his little bench, but he seemed overcome with weakness, and Liza had her arms round his shoulders and with an effort was holding him up, and it was evident that he was on the point of falling. I took a rapid step towards him and realized with a shudder that the old man was dead. He had only just died 1 minute before I arrived. Only 10 minutes before he had felt just as usual. No one was with him then but Liza. She had been sitting with him, telling her grief, and he had been stroking her head, just as he had done the day before. Suddenly he began to tremble, Liza told us, tried to stand up, tried to cry out, and began falling on his left side, and was silent. "Rupture of the heart," said Versilov. Liza uttered a scream that could be heard all over the house, and they had all run in at once, and all that only the minute before I came in. "Arkady," Versilov cried, "run instantly to Tatiana Pavlovna. She's sure to be at home. Ask her to come at once. Take a sledge. Make haste, I entreat you." His eyes were shining. I remember that clearly. I did not notice in his face anything like simple pity, anything like tears. The others, Mother, Liza, and Lukerya, were crying. I was struck, on the contrary, and I remember this very well, by a look of unusual excitement, almost of elation, in his face. I ran for Tatiana Pavlovna. It was not far to go, as the reader knows already. I did not take a sledge, but ran all the way without stopping. My mind was in confusion, and yet there was something almost like elation in my heart too. I realized something momentous was happening. Every trace of drunkenness had disappeared completely, and with it every ignoble thought by the time I was ringing at Tatiana Pavlovna's door. The Finnish cook opened the door. "Not at home," she said, and would have shut it at once. "Not at home!" I cried, and rushed headlong into the passage. "Impossible! Makar Ivanovitch is dead!" What? I heard Tatiana Pavlovna cry out in her drawing-room through the closed door. "He is dead! Makar Ivanovitch is dead! Andrei Petrovitch begs you to go this minute." "What nonsense you're talking!" The bolt clicked, but the door only opened an inch. "What has happened? Tell me." "I don't know. He was dead when I arrived. Andrei Petrovitch says it's rupture of the heart." "I'll come at once, this minute. Run and tell them I'm coming. Run along, run along, run along. What are you stopping for?" But through the half-opened door, I had distinctly seen someone come suddenly out from behind the curtain that screened Tatiana Pavlovna's bed, and that someone was standing at the back of the room behind Tatiana Pavlovna. Mechanically and instinctively I clutched at the lock and would not let the door be shut. "Arkady Makarovitch, is it really true that he's dead?" I heard a soft, smooth, ringing voice, a well-known voice that thrilled everything in my heart at once. In the question was a note of some emotion that deeply stirred her heart. "Oh, if that's how it is," cried Tatiana Pavlovna, abandoning the door, "if that's how it is, you may settle it to please yourself. It's your own doing." She ran full speed out of the flat, flinging on her kerchief and her fur coat as she went downstairs. We were left alone. I threw off my fur coat, took a step forward, and shut the door. She stood before me as she had done that time before, with a bright face, and just as she had done then, she held out both hands to me. As though I had been struck down, I literally fell at her feet. I was beginning to cry, I don't know why. I don't remember how she made me sit down beside her. I only remember, as one of my most precious memories, that we sat side by side, hand in hand, and talked eagerly. She was questioning me about the old man and his death, and I was telling her about him, so that it might have been supposed that I had been crying over Makar Ivanovitch, though that would have been the acme of absurdity, and I know that she could not possibly have suspected me of such childish banality. All at once I pulled myself together and felt ashamed. I imagine now that I cried simply from joy, and I believe she knew that perfectly well, so that my heart is quite at rest when I remember it. It suddenly struck me as very strange that she should go on questioning me about Makar Ivanovitch. "Why, did you know him?" I asked in surprise. "Yes. I have never seen him, but he has played a part in my life too. I was told a great deal about him at one time by that man whom I fear. You know what man I mean. All I know is that that man has been in the past much nearer to your heart than you told me before," I said. I don't know what I meant to express by this, but I spoke, as it were, reproachfully, and with a frown. "You say he was kissing your mother just now? Holding her in his arms? You saw that yourself?" She did not hear what I said, but went on cross-examining me. "Yes, I saw it, and believe me," I hastened to assure her, seeing her joy, "it was with true and generous feeling." "God grant it," she said, crossing herself. "Now he is set free. That admirable old man simply held his life in bondage. His death will mean for him a renewal of duty and dignity as they were renewed once before. Oh, he is before all things generous. He will give peace of heart to your mother, whom he loves more than anything on earth, and will at last be at peace himself, and thank God it's high time." "He is dear to you?" "Yes, very dear, though not in the way he would have liked to be, and you mean by your question." "And is it for yourself or for him that you are afraid now?" I asked suddenly. "Oh, these are deep questions. Let us leave them." "Let us leave them, of course. But I knew nothing of this, nor of too much else perhaps. But may you be right. Now everything will begin anew, and if anyone is to be renewed, it's I first of all. I have been base in my thoughts in regard to you, Katerina Nikolaevna, and not more than an hour ago, perhaps, I was guilty of a low action in regard to you. But do you know, I am sitting beside you, and feel no pang of conscience. For everything now is over, and everything is beginning anew. And the man who was plotting vileness against you an hour ago, I don't know, and don't want to know." "Come, calm yourself," she smiled. "One would think you were a little delirious." "And how can one condemn oneself beside you, whether one is good or vile? You are as far beyond one as the sun. Tell me, how could you come out to me after all that's happened? Oh, if only you knew what happened only an hour ago, and what a dream has come true." "I expect I know all that," she smiled softly. "You have just been wanting to punish me in some way. You swore to ruin me, and would certainly have killed, or at least have beaten anyone who had dared to say one word against me." Oh, she smiled and jested, but this was only from her excessive kindness, for her heart at that moment, as I realized later, was full of such an immense anxiety of her own, such a violent, overmastering emotion, that she can only have talked to me and have answered my foolish, irritating questions. She can only have done that as one sometimes answers the persistent prattle of a little child, simply to get rid of it. I understood that dully and felt ashamed, but I could not help persisting. "No!" I cried, unable to control myself. "No! I did not kill the man who spoke ill of you. I encouraged him instead." "Oh, for goodness sake, please don't. There's no need to tell me anything," she said, suddenly putting out her hand to stop me, with a look of compassion in her face. But I leapt up from my seat and was standing before her to tell her everything, and if I had told her, nothing of what happened afterwards would have happened, for it would certainly have ended in my confessing everything and returning the document to her. But she suddenly laughed. There's no need of anything, no facts at all. I know all your misdoings. I'm ready to bet that you meant to marry me or something of that sort, and you have only just been plotting about it with someone, with some accomplice, some old school friend. Why, I believe I've guessed right," she cried, looking gravely at my face. "What? How could you guess?" I faltered like a fool, tremendously impressed. "Well, what next? But that's enough, that's enough. I forgive you, but no more about it." She waved her hand again with unmistakable impatience. I am given to dreaming myself, and if you only knew what shifts I have recourse to in my dreams when I let myself go. That's enough. You make me forget what I was going to say. I am very glad that Tatiana Pavlovna has gone away. I have been very anxious to see you, and we could not have talked as we are doing before her. I believe I was to blame for what happened. I was, of course I was. You to blame? But I had betrayed you to him, and what can you have thought of me? I've been thinking of that all this time, all these days. I've been thinking and feeling about it every minute. It was not a lie. There was no need for you to distress yourself so much. I quite understood at the time how it had all happened. You simply spoke too freely in your joy, and told him that you were in love with me, and that that I listened to you. Just what you would do at 20. You love him more than anyone in the world, don't you? And look to him to be your friend, your ideal? I quite understood that, but it was too late. Oh, yes, I was to blame. I ought to have sent for you at the time and have set your mind at rest, but I felt annoyed, and I told them not to admit you. That's what led to the scene at the entrance, and then that night. And do you know, like you, I've been dreaming all this time of meeting you secretly, only I did not know how to arrange it. And what do you suppose I dreaded more than anything? That you would believe what he said against me. Never, I cried. The memory of our meetings in the past is dear to me. The boy in you is very dear to me, and perhaps, too, that very sincerity. You know I'm a very serious person. I am one of the most serious and gloomy characters among modern women, let me tell you. We'll have another talk sometime, but now I'm not quite myself. I am upset, and I believe I'm a little hysterical, but at last, he will let me, too, live in peace. This exclamation broke from her unconsciously. I understood it at once, and did not want to catch it up, but I trembled all over. He knows I've forgiven him, she exclaimed suddenly, again, as though to herself. Could you really forgive him that letter? And how could he tell that you forgave him? I could not help exclaiming. How could he tell? Oh, he knows, she went on answering me, yet she looked as though she had forgotten my existence and were talking to herself. He has come to his senses now, and how could he not know that I forgave him when he knows every secret of my soul by heart? Why, he knows that I am a little after his kind myself. You? Why, yes, he knows that. Oh, I'm not passionate, I'm calm, but like him, I should like all men to be fine. Of course, there was something made him love me. How could he say that you had all the vices? He only said that. He has another secret in his heart. And didn't he write an awfully funny letter? Funny? I was listening to her with strained attention. I imagined that she really was hysterical, and it was speaking, perhaps, not for my benefit. But I could not resist the question. Oh, yes, funny, and how I should have laughed if I hadn't been frightened. Though I'm not such a coward, don't think it, but I didn't sleep all night after that letter. It seemed written in blood and frenzy. And after such a letter, what was left to come? I love life. I'm horribly afraid for my life. I'm horribly cowardly in that. Ah, listen, she cried, suddenly darting at me. Go to him. He's alone now. He can't be there still. Most likely he's gone off somewhere alone. Make haste and find him. You must make haste. Run to him. Show him that you are his son and love him. Prove that you are the dear, kind boy, my student whom Oh, God give you happiness. I love nobody, and it is better so, but I want everyone to be happy. Everyone, and him above all. And let him know that. At once. I should be very glad. She got up and suddenly disappeared behind the curtain. At that instant tears were shining on her face, hysterical after her laughter. I remained alone, agitated and confused. I was completely at a loss to what to ascribe such emotion in her, an emotion which I never should have suspected. Something seemed to be clutching at my heart. I waited 5 minutes, 10. The profound silence suddenly struck me, and I ventured to peep out of the door and to call. In answer to my call, Maria appeared and informed me in the most stolid tone that the lady had put on her things long, long ago and gone out by the back way. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Part 3, Chapter 7, of a Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance, GARNETT. Part 3, Chapter 7. 1. This was enough for me. I snatched up my fur coat, and throwing it on as I went, I rushed off with the thought, "She's bade me go to him, but where shall I find him?" But together with everything else I was struck by the question, why does she suppose that something has happened, and that now he will leave her in peace? Of course, because he will marry Mother. But what is she feeling? Is she glad that he will marry Mother, or is she unhappy about it? And was that why she was hysterical? Why is it I can't get to the bottom of it? I note this second thought that flashed upon me, literally, in order to record it. It is important. That evening was a momentous one, and really one is forced to believe in predestination. I had not gone 100 steps in the direction of Mother's lodging when I came across the man I was looking for. He clutched me by the shoulder and stopped me. "It's you!" he cried joyfully, and at the same time with the greatest astonishment. "Only fancy, I've been at your lodgings," he began quickly. "I have been looking for you. I've been asking for you. You are the one person I want in the whole universe. Your landlord told me some extraordinary tale, but you weren't there, and I came away and even forgot to tell him to ask you to run round to me at once. And would you believe it, I set off nevertheless, with the positive conviction that fate could not fail to send you to me now when most I need you. And here you are, the first person to meet me. Come home with me. You've never been to my rooms." In fact, we had been looking for each other, and something of the same sort had happened to each of us. We walked very rapidly. On the way he uttered only a few brief phrases, telling me he had left Mother with Tatyana Pavlovna, and so on. He walked holding my arm. His lodging was not far off, and we soon arrived. I had, in fact, never been to these rooms of his. It was a small flat of 3 rooms, which he had taken, or rather Tatyana Pavlovna had taken simply for that tiny baby. The flat had always been under Tatyana Pavlovna's supervision, and in it had been installed a nurse with the baby, and now Darya Onesmovna, too. But there had always been a room there for Versilov, the outermost of 3, a fairly good and spacious room, snugly furnished, like a study for literary pursuits. On the table, on the shelves, and on a what-not, there were numbers of books, while at Mother's there were none at all. There were manuscripts and bundles of letters. In fact, it all looked snug and as though it had been long inhabited. And I know that in the past Versilov has sometimes, though not very often, moved into this flat altogether, and had stayed there even for weeks at a time. The first thing that caught my attention was a portrait of Mother that hung over the writing table, a photograph in a magnificent carved frame of rare wood, obviously taken abroad and, judging from its size, a very expensive one. I had never heard of this portrait and knew nothing of it before, and what struck me most of all was the likeness which was remarkable in a photograph, the spiritual truth of it, so to say. In fact, it looked more like a real portrait by the hand of an artist than a mere mechanical print. When I went in, I could not help stopping before it at once. "Isn't it? Isn't it?" Brusilov repeated behind me, meaning, "Isn't it like?" I glanced at him and was struck by the expression of his face. He was rather pale, but there was a glowing and intense look in his eyes which seemed shining with happiness and strength. I had never seen such an expression on his face. "I did not know that you loved Mother so much," I blurted out, suddenly delighted. He smiled blissfully, though in his smile there was a suggestion of something like a martyr's anguish, or rather something humane and lofty. I don't know how to express it. But highly developed people, I fancy, can never have triumphantly and complacently happy faces. He did not answer, but taking the portrait from the rings with both hands, brought it close to him, kissed it, and gently hung it back on the wall. "Observe," he said, "photographs very rarely turn out to good likenesses, and that one can easily understand. The originals, that is, all of us, are very rarely like ourselves. Only on rare occasions does a man's face express his leading quality, his most characteristic thought. The artist studies the face and divines its characteristic meaning, though at the actual moment when he's painting, it may not be in the face at all. Photography takes a man as he is, and it is extremely possible that at moments Napoleon would have turned out stupid and Bismarck tender. Here in this portrait, by good luck, the sun caught Sonia in her characteristic moment of modest general love and rather wild shrinking chastity. And how happy she was when at last she was convinced that I was so eager to have her portrait. Though that photograph was taken not so long ago, still, she was younger then and handsomer. Yet even then she had those hollow cheeks, those lines on her forehead, that shrinking timidity in her eyes, which seems to gain upon her with the years and increase as time goes on. Would you believe it, dear boy? I can scarcely picture her now with a different face, and yet you know she was once young and charming. Russian women go off quickly. Their beauty is only a passing gleam. And this is not only due to racial peculiarity, but is because they are capable of unlimited love. The Russian woman gives everything at once when she loves. The moment and her whole destiny and the present and the future. She does not know how to be thrifty. She keeps nothing hidden in reserve, and their beauty is quickly consumed upon him whom they love. Those hollow cheeks, they too were once a beauty that has been consumed on me, on my brief amusement. You are glad that I love your mother, and perhaps you didn't believe that I did love her? Yes, my dear, I did love her very much, but I've done her nothing but harm. Here is another portrait. Look at that, too." He took it from the table and handed it to me. It, too, was a photograph, a great deal smaller, in a thin, oval, wooden frame. It was the face of a young girl, thin and consumptive, and at the same time very good-looking, dreamy and yet strangely lacking in thought. The features were regular, of the type suggesting the pampering of generations, but it left a painful impression. It looked as though some fixed idea had taken possession of this creature and was torturing her, just because it was too much for her strength. That is the girl you meant to marry, and who died of consumption. Her stepdaughter? I said rather timidly. Yes, I meant to marry her. She died of consumption, her stepdaughter. I knew that you knew all that gossip, though you could have known nothing about it but the gossip. Put the portrait down, my boy. That was a poor, mad girl and nothing more. Really mad? Or imbecile? I think she was mad, though. She had a child by Prince Sergei. It came about through madness, not through love. It was one of Prince Sergei's most scoundrelly actions. The child is here now in the next room, and I've long wanted to show it to you. Prince Sergei has never dared come here to look at the child. That was the compact I made with him abroad. I took the child to bring up with your mother's permission. With your mother's permission, I meant at the time to marry that unhappy creature." "Could such permission have been possible?" I protested warmly. "Oh, yes, she allowed it. Jealousy could only have been felt of a woman, and that was not a woman." "Not a woman to anyone but Mother. I shall never in my life believe that Mother was not jealous," I cried. "And you're right. I guessed it was so when everything was over, that is, when she had given her permission. But enough of that. It all came to nothing through Lydia's death, and perhaps it wouldn't have come off if she had lived. And even now I don't let Mother come to see the child. It was only an episode. My dear boy, I've been looking forward to having you here for ever so long. I've been dreaming of how we should get to know each other here. Do you know how long? For the last 2 years." He looked at me sincerely and truthfully, and with a warmth of heart in which there was no reserve. I gripped his hand. "Why have you put it off? Why did you not invite me long ago? If only you knew all that has been, which would not have been if only you had sent for me earlier." At that instant the samovar was brought in, and Darya Onisimovna suddenly brought in the baby asleep. "Look at it," said Veselov. "I am fond of it, and I told them to bring it in now that you might look at it. Well, take it away again. Darya Onisimovna, sit down to the samovar. I shall imagine that we have always lived together like this, and that we've been meeting every evening with no parting before us. Let me look at you. There, sit like this, that I can see your face. How I love your face. How I used to imagine your face when I was expecting you from Moscow. You ask why I did not send for you long ago? Wait a little. Perhaps you will understand that now. Can it be that it's only that old man's death that has set your tongue free? That's strange." But though I said that, I looked at him with love. We talked like two friends in the highest and fullest sense of the word. He had asked me to come here to make something clear to me, to tell me something, to justify himself. And yet everything was explained and justified before a word was said. Whatever I might hear from him now, the result was already attained, and we both knew that, and were happy, and looked at each other knowing it. "It's not the death of that old man," he answered. "It's not his death alone. There is something else, too, which has happened at the same time. God bless this moment and our future for a long time to come. Let us talk, my dear boy. I keep wandering from the point and letting myself be drawn off. I want to speak about one thing, but I launch into 1,000 side issues. It's always like that when the heart is full. But let us talk. The time has come, and I've been in love with you, boy, for ever so long." He sank back in the armchair and looked at me once more. "How strange it is to hear that! How strange it is!" I repeated in an ecstasy of delight. And then I remembered there suddenly coming into his face that habitual line, as it were, of sadness and mockery together, which I knew so well. He controlled himself, and with a certain stiffness began. 2. "You see, Arkady, if I had asked you to come earlier, what should I have said to you? That question is my whole answer. You mean that now you are Mother's husband and my father, while then you did not know what to say to me before about the social position. Is that it?" "Not only about that, dear boy. I should not have known what to say to you. There was so much I should have had to be silent about. Much that was absurd, indeed, and humiliating, because it was like a mountebank performance. Yes, a regular show at a fair. Come, how could we have understood each other before, when I've only understood myself today at 5 o'clock this afternoon, just 2 hours before Makar Ivanovitch's death? You look at me with unpleasant perplexity. Don't be uneasy. I will explain the facts, but what I have just said is absolutely true. My whole life has been lost in mazes and perplexity, and suddenly they are all solved on such a day at 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's quite mortifying, isn't it? A little while ago I should have really felt mortified." I was listening indeed with painful wonder. That old expression of Verselov's, which I should have liked not to meet that evening after what had been said, was strongly marked. Suddenly I exclaimed, "My God, you've received something from her at 5 o'clock this afternoon?" He looked at me intently, and was evidently struck at my exclamation, and perhaps at my expression. "From her." "You shall know all about it," he said, with a dreamy smile. And of course I shall not conceal from you anything you ought to know, for that's what I brought you here for. But let us put that off for a time. You see, my dear boy, I knew long ago that there are children who brood from their earliest years over their family through being humiliated by the unseemliness of their surroundings and of their parents' lives. I noticed these brooding natures while I was still at school, and I concluded then that it all came from their being prematurely envious. Though I was myself a brooding child, yet, excuse me, my dear, I'm wonderfully absent-minded. I only meant to say that almost all this time I have been continually uneasy about you. I always imagined you one of those little creatures doomed to solitude, though conscious of being gifted. Like you, I was never fond of my schoolfellows. It is sad for those natures who are flung back on their own resources and dreams, especially when they have a passionate, premature, and almost vindictive longing for seemliness. Yes, vindictive. But enough, dear boy. I'm wandering from the point. Before I had begun to love you, I was picturing you in your solitary wild dreams. But enough. I've actually forgotten what I had begun to speak about. But all this had to be said, however. But what could I have said to you before? Now I see your eyes looking at me, and I feel it's my son looking at me. Why, even yesterday I could not have believed that I should ever be sitting and talking to my boy as I am today. He certainly did seem unable to concentrate his mind, and at the same time he seemed, as it were, softened. I have no need to dream and brood now. It's enough for me now that I have you. I will follow you, I said, dedicating myself to him with my whole heart. Follow me? But my wanderings are just over. They have ended today. You are too late, my dear boy. Today is the end of the last act, and the curtain has gone down. This last act has dragged on long. It began very long ago, the last time I rushed off abroad. I threw up everything then. And you must know, my dear, I broke off all relations for good with your mother, and told her I was doing so myself. That you ought to know. I told her then I was going away forever, that she would never see me again. What was worst of all, I even forgot to leave her any money. I did not think of you either, not for 1 minute. I went away, meaning to remain in Europe and never to return home, my dear. I emigrated. To Herzen? To take part in the revolutionary propaganda abroad? Probably all your life you have been taking part in political conspiracies? I cried, unable to restrain myself. No, my dear, I've never taken part in any conspiracy. But how your eyes sparkle. I like your exclamations, my dear. No, I simply went away then from a sudden attack of melancholy. It was the typical melancholy of the Russian nobleman. I really don't know how to describe it better. The melancholy of our upper class and nothing else. Of the serf owner. The emancipation of the serfs, I was beginning to mutter, breathless. Serf owner? You think I was grieving for the loss of it? That I could not endure the emancipation of the serfs? Oh, no, my boy. Why, we were all for the emancipation. I emigrated with no resentful feeling. I had only just been a mediator, and exerted myself to the utmost. I exerted myself disinterestedly, and I did not even go away because I got very little for my liberalism. We none of us got anything in those days, that is to say again, not those that were like me. I went away more in pride than in penitence, and believe me, I was far from imagining that the time had come for me to end my life as a modest shoemaker. Je suis gentilhomme avant tout, et je mourrai gentilhomme. Yet, all the same, I was sad. There are perhaps 1,000 of my sort in Russia. No more, perhaps, really. But you know that is quite enough to keep the idea alive. We are the bearers of the idea, my dear boy. I am talking, my darling, in the strange hope that you may understand this rigmarole. I brought you here acting on a caprice of the heart. I've long been dreaming of how I might tell you something. You and no one else. However... No, tell me, I cried. I see the look of sincerity in your face again. Tell me, did Europe bring you back to life again? And what do you mean by the melancholy of the nobleman? Forgive me, darling. I don't understand yet. Europe bring me back to life? Why, I went to bury Europe. To bury? I repeated in surprise. He smiled. Arkady, dear, my soul was weary then, and I was troubled in spirit. I shall never forget my first moments in Europe that time. I had stayed in Europe before, but this was a special time, and I had never gone there before with such desperate sadness, and with such love as on that occasion. I will tell you about one of my first impressions, one of the dreams I had in those days, a real dream. It was when I was in Germany. I had only just left Dresden, and in absence of mind I passed the station at which I ought to have got out, and went off on to another line. I had to get out at once to change. It was between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, a fine day. It was a little German town. I was directed to an hotel. I had to wait. The next train was at 11 o'clock at night. I was quite glad of the adventure, for I was in no particular haste to get anywhere, and was simply wandering from place to place, my dear. The hotel turned out to be small and poor, but all surrounded by green trees and flower beds, as is always the case in Germany. They gave me a tiny room, and as I had been traveling all night, I fell asleep after dinner at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I dreamed a dream that was a complete surprise to me, for I had never had any dreams of the sort before. In the gallery at Dresden there is a picture by Claude Lorraine, called in the catalogue Assis and Galatea. But I used to call it the Golden Age. I don't know why. I had seen it before, but I had noticed it again in passing 3 days earlier. I dreamed of this picture, but not as a picture, but as it were a reality. I don't know exactly what I did dream, though. It was just as in the picture, a corner of the Grecian archipelago, and time seemed to have gone back 3,000 years. Blue smiling waves, isles and rocks, a flowery shore, a view like fairyland in the distance, a setting sun that seemed calling to me. There's no putting it into words. It seemed a memory of the cradle of Europe, and that thought seemed to fill my soul, too, with a love as of kinship. Here was the earthly paradise of man. The gods came down from the skies, and were of one kin with men. Oh, here lived a splendid race. They rose up and lay down to sleep happy and innocent. The woods and meadows were filled with their songs and merry voices. Their wealth of untouched strength was spent on simple-hearted joy and love. The sun bathed them in warmth and light, rejoicing in her splendid children. Marvelous dream, lofty error of mankind. The Golden Age is the most unlikely of all the dreams that have been, but for it men have given up their life and all their strength. For the sake of it prophets have died and been slain. Without it peoples will not live and cannot die, and the feeling of all this I lived through, as it were, in that dream. Rocks and sea, and the slanting rays of the setting sun. All this I seemed to see when I woke up and opened my eyes, literally wet with tears. I remembered that I was glad. A sensation of happiness I had never known before thrilled my heart till it ached. It was the love of all humanity. It was by then quite evening. Through the green of the flowers that stood in the windows of my little room broke slanting rays that flooded me with light. And then, my dear, that setting sun of the first day of European civilization which I had seen in my dream was transformed for me at once on waking into the setting sun of the last day of civilization. One seemed to hear the death knell ringing over Europe in those days. I am not speaking of the war and the Tuileries. Apart from that, I knew that all would pass away, the whole face of the old world of Europe, sooner or later, but I, as a Russian European, could not accept it. Yes, they had only just burnt the Tuileries. Oh, rest assured, I know it was logical. I quite understand the irresistible force of the idea. But as the bearer of the idea of the highest Russian culture, I could not accept it, for the highest Russian thought is the reconciliation of ideas. And who in the whole world would understand such a thought at that time? I was a solitary wanderer. I am not speaking of myself personally. It's the Russian idea I'm speaking of. There was all strife and logic. There, the Frenchman was nothing but a Frenchman. The German was nothing but a German. And this more intensely so than at any time in their whole history. Consequently, never had the Frenchman done so much harm to France, or the German to Germany, as just at that time. In those days, in all Europe, there was not one European. I alone among all the vitriol throwers could have told them to their face that their Tuileries was a mistake. And I alone among the avenging reactionists could have told them that the Tuileries, although a crime, was none the less logical. And that, my boy, was because I, as a Russian, was the only European in Russia. I am not talking of myself. I am talking of the whole Russian idea. I have been a wanderer, my boy. I was a wanderer, and knew well that I must wander and be silent. But yet I was sad. I cannot help respecting my position as a Russian nobleman. My boy, I believe you are laughing? No, I'm not laughing, I said in a voice full of feeling. I'm not laughing at all. You thrilled my heart by your vision of the Golden Age. And I assure you, I am beginning to understand you. But above all, I am glad that you have such a respect for yourself. I hasten to tell you so. I never expected that of you. I've told you already that I love your exclamations, dear boy. He smiled again at my naive exclamation, and getting up from his chair, began unconsciously walking up and down the room. I, too, got up. He went on talking in his strange language, which was yet so deeply pregnant with thought. 3. Yes, boy, I tell you again, I cannot help respecting my position as a Russian nobleman. Among us has been created by the ages a type of the highest culture never seen before, and existing nowhere else in the world, the type of worldwide compassion for all. It is a Russian type, but since it is taken from the most highly cultured stratum of the Russian people, I have the honor of being a representative of it. That type is the custodian of the future of Russia. There are perhaps only 1,000 of us in Russia, possibly more, possibly less. But all Russia has existed so far only to produce that 1,000. I shall be told with indignation that the result is poor if so many ages and so many millions of people have been spent to produce only this 1,000. I don't think it little. I listened with strained attention. A conviction, the guiding principle of a whole life, was emerging. That 1,000 men made his personality stand out in such strong relief. I felt that his expansiveness with me was due to some external shock. He talked so warmly to me because he loved me, but the reason he had suddenly begun to talk, and the reason he so wanted to talk to me especially, I could not guess. I emigrated, he went on, and I regretted nothing that I had left behind. I had served Russia to the utmost of my abilities as long as I was there. But when I went away, I went on serving her too, but in a wider sense. But serving her in that way, I served her far more than if I had remained only a Russian, just as the Frenchman at that time was a Frenchman, and a German only a German. In Europe they don't understand that yet. Europe has created a noble type of Frenchman, of Englishman, and of German, but the man of the future she scarcely knows at present. And I fancy, so far she does not want to know. And that one can well imagine. They are not free, and we are free. I, with my Russian melancholy, was the only one free in Europe. Take note, my dear, of a strange fact. Every Frenchman can serve not only his France, but humanity, only on condition that he remains French to the utmost possible degree. And it's the same for the Englishman and the German. Only to the Russian, even in our day, has been vouchsafed the capacity to become most of all Russian only when he is most European. And this is true even in our day. That is, long before the millennium has been reached. That is the most essential difference between us Russians and all the rest. And in that respect, the position in Russia is as nowhere else. I am in France a Frenchman. With a German, I am a German. With the ancient Greeks, I am a Greek. and by that very fact I am most typically a Russian. By that very fact I am a true Russian, and am most truly serving Russia, for I am bringing out her leading idea. I am a pioneer of that idea. I was an emigrant then, but had I forsaken Russia? No, I was still serving her. What though I did nothing in Europe? What if I only went there as a wanderer? Indeed, I know that was so. It was enough that I went there with my thought and my consciousness. I carried thither my Russian melancholy. Oh, it was not only the bloodshed in those days that appalled me, and it was not the Tuileries, but all that was bound to follow it. They are doomed to strife for a long time yet, because they are still too German and too French, and have not yet finished struggling in those national characters. And I regret the destruction that must come before they have finished. To the Russian, Europe is as precious as Russia. Every stone in her is cherished and dear. Europe is as much our fatherland as Russia. Oh, even more so. No one could love Russia more than I do. But I never reproached myself that Venice, Rome, Paris, the treasures of their arts and sciences, their whole history, are dearer to me than Russia. Oh, those old stones of foreign lands, those wonders of God's ancient world, those fragments of holy marvels are dear to the Russian, and are even dearer to us than to the inhabitants of those lands themselves. They now have other thoughts and other feelings, and they have ceased to treasure the old stones. There the conservative struggles only for existence, and the vitriol thrower is only fighting for a crust of bread. Only Russia lives not for herself, but for an idea, and you must admit, dear, the remarkable fact that for almost the last 100 years Russia has lived absolutely not for herself, but only for the other states of Europe. And what of them? Oh, they are doomed to pass through fearful agonies before they attain the kingdom of God. I must confess, I listened in great perplexity. The very tone of his talk alarmed me, though I could not help being impressed by his ideas. I was morbidly afraid of falsity. I suddenly observed in a stern voice, "You spoke just now of the kingdom of God. I've heard that you used to preach. Used to wear chains." "Let my chains alone," he said with a smile. "That's quite a different matter. I did not preach anything in those days, but that I grieved for their God. That is true. Atheism was proclaimed. Only by one group of them, but that made no difference. It was only the hotheads, but it was the first active step. That's what mattered. In that, too, you have their logic. But there's always melancholy in logic. I was the outcome of a different culture, and my heart could not accept it. The ingratitude with which they parted from the idea, the hisses and pelting with mud were intolerable to me. The brutality of the process shocked me. Reality always has a smack of the brutal about it, even when there's an unmistakable striving towards the ideal, and of course I ought to have known that, but yet I was a man of another type. I was free to choose, and they were not, and I wept. I wept for them, I wept for the old idea, and I wept perhaps with real tears, with no figure of speech. "Did you believe so much in God?" I asked incredulously. "My dear boy, that question perhaps is unnecessary. Supposing I did not believe very much, yet I could not help grieving for the idea. I could not help wondering at times how man could live without God, and whether that will ever be possible. My heart always decided that it was impossible, but at a certain period perhaps it is possible. I have no doubt that it is coming, but I always imagined a different picture." "What picture?" It was true that he had told me before that he was happy. There was, of course, a great deal of enthusiasm in his words. That is how I take a great deal that he said. Respecting him as I do, I can't bring myself to record here on paper all our conversation, but some points in the strange picture I succeeded in getting out of him I will quote. What had always worried me most was the thought of those chains, and I wanted to clear up the matter now, and so I persisted. Some fantastic and extremely strange ideas to which he gave utterance then have remained in my heart forever. I picture to myself, my boy, he said with a dreamy smile, that war is at an end and strife has ceased. After curses, pelting with mud and hisses, has come a lull, and men are left alone, according to their desire. The great idea of old has left them. The great source of strength that till then had nourished and fostered them was vanishing like the majestic sun setting in Claude Lorraine's picture. But it was somehow the last day of humanity, and men suddenly understood that they were left quite alone, and at once felt terribly forlorn. I have never, my dear boy, been able to picture men ungrateful and grown stupid. Men left forlorn would begin to draw together more closely and more lovingly. They would clutch one another's hands, realizing that they were all that was left for one another. The great idea of immortality would have vanished, and they would have to fill its place. And all the wealth of love lavished of old upon him who was immortal would be turned upon the whole of nature, on the world, on men, on every blade of grass. They would inevitably grow to love the earth and life as they gradually became aware of their own transitory and finite nature. And with a special love not as of old, they would begin to observe and would discover in nature phenomena and secrets which they had not suspected before. For they would look on nature with new eyes, as a lover looking on his beloved. On awakening, they would hasten to kiss one another, eager to love, knowing that the days are short, and that is all that is left them. They would work for one another, and each would give up all that he had to all, and by that only would be happy. Every child would know and feel that every one on earth was for him like a father or mother. Tomorrow may be my last day, each one would think, looking at the setting sun. But no matter, I shall die, but all they will remain, and after them their children. And that thought that they will remain, always as loving and as anxious over each other, would replace the thought of meeting beyond the tomb. Oh, they would be in haste to love, to stifle the great sorrow in their hearts. They would be proud and brave for themselves, but would grow timid for one another. Every one would tremble for the life and happiness of each. And they would grow tender to one another, and would not be ashamed of it as now, and would be caressing as children. Meeting, they would look at one another with deep and thoughtful eyes, and in their eyes would be love and sorrow. My dear boy, he broke off with a smile, this is a fantasy, and a most improbable one, but I have pictured it to myself so often, for all my life I could not have lived without it, and the thought of it. I am not speaking of my belief. My faith is great. I am a deist, a philosophic deist, like all the 1,000 of us, I imagine. But it's noteworthy that I always complete my picture with Heine's vision of Christ on the Baltic Sea. I could not get on without him. I could not help imagining him, in fact, in the midst of his bereaved people. He comes to them, holds out his hands, and asks them how could they forget him. And then, as it were, the scales would fall from their eyes, and there would break forth the great rapturous hymn of the new and the last resurrection. Enough of that, my dear. But my chains are all nonsense. Don't trouble your mind about them. And another thing, you know that I am modest and sober of speech. If I'm talking too freely now, it's due to various feelings, and it's with you. To no one else shall I ever speak like this. I add this to set your mind at rest. But I was really touched. There was none of the falsity I had dreaded, and I was particularly delighted to see clearly that he really had been melancholy and suffering, and that he really undoubtedly had loved much, and that was more precious to me than anything. I told him this with impulsive eagerness. But do you know, I added suddenly, it seems to me that in spite of all your melancholy in those days, you must have been very happy. He laughed gaily. You are particularly apt in your remarks today, he said. Well, yes, I was happy. How could I be unhappy with a melancholy like that? No one is freer and happier than a Russian wanderer in Europe, one of our 1,000. I am not laughing when I say that, and there's a great deal that's serious in it, and I would not have given up my melancholy for any happiness. In that sense, I've always been happy, my dear, all my life. And through being happy, I began then, for the first time in my life, really to love your mother." "How do you mean, for the first time in your life?" "It was just that, wandering and melancholy. I suddenly began to love her as I'd never loved her before, and I sent for her at once." "Oh, tell me about that, too. Tell me about Mother." "Yes, that's why I asked you here," he smiled gaily. "And do you know, I was afraid that you'd forgiven the way I treated your mother for the sake of Herzen, or some little conspiracy." End of Part 3, Chapter 7.
Part 3, Chapter 8 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 3, Chapter 8. 1. As we talked the whole evening and stayed together till midnight, I am not recording the whole conversation, but am only selecting what cleared up for me one enigmatic point in his life. I will begin by saying that I have no doubt that he loved my mother, and though he did abandon her and break off all relations with her when he went away, it was of course only because he was bored, or something of that kind, which is apt to happen indeed to every one on earth, but which is always difficult to explain. Abroad, after some length of time, however, he suddenly began to love Mother again, at a distance, that is, in thought, and sent for her. I shall be told perhaps that it was a caprice, but I think differently. To my mind it was a question of all that can be serious in human life, in spite of the apparent sloppiness which I am ready, if you like, to some extent to admit. But I swear that I put his grieving for Europe unmistakably on a level with, and in fact incomparably higher than, any modern practical activity in the construction of railways. His love for humanity I recognize as a most sincere and deep feeling, free from any sort of pose, and his love for Mother as something quite beyond dispute, though perhaps a little fantastic. Abroad, in melancholy and happiness, and I may add in the strictest monastic solitude, this fact I learned afterwards through Tatiana Pavlovna, he suddenly thought of Mother. To be exact, thought of her hollow cheeks, and at once sent for her. "My dear," he blurted out among other things, "I suddenly reflected that my serving the idea did not release me, as a morally rational creature, from the duty of making, in the course of my life, at least one fellow creature happy in a practical way." Can such a bookish thought have really been the reason of it? I asked him with surprise. "It's not a bookish thought, though perhaps it is. It was everything together. You know I loved your mother really, sincerely, not bookishly. If I hadn't loved her I shouldn't have sent for her, but should have made happy some casual German man or woman, if I had formulated that thought. To make in one's lifetime at least one fellow creature happy in a practical way, that is really happy, I would make a binding duty for every educated man, just as I would make it a law or an obligation for every peasant to plant at least one tree in his life to counteract the deforestation of Russia. Though indeed one tree in one's lifetime isn't much, one might order him to plant one every year. The man of higher education and culture, pursuing higher ideas, sometimes loses sight of reality altogether, becomes ridiculous, capricious, and cold, and indeed I may say stupid, not only in practical life but in theory. The duty not to neglect practice, and to make at least one real person happy, would correct everything, and would give fresh life even to the philanthropist himself. As a theory this is very absurd, but if it were adopted in practice and became a habit, it would not be stupid at all. I have experienced it myself. So soon as I began to develop this idea of a new creed, and at first, of course in jest, I suddenly began to realize the depth of the love for your mother that lay hidden in my heart. Until then I had not understood that I loved her. While I lived with her, I was only charmed with her while she was pretty. Then I began to be moody and changeable. It was only in Germany that I understood that I loved her. It began with her hollow cheeks, of which I could never think, and sometimes not even see, without a pain in my heart, real physical pain. There are memories that hurt, my dear, that cause actual pain. Almost everyone has some such memories, only people forget them, but it does happen that they suddenly recall them, or perhaps only some feature of them, and then they cannot shake them off. I began to recall 1,000 details of my life with Sonia. In the end they recalled themselves, and came crowding on my mind, and almost tortured me, while I was waiting for her coming. What distressed me most of all was the memory of her everlasting submissiveness to me, and the way she continually thought herself inferior to me in every respect, even imagine it physically. She was ashamed, and flushed crimson when I looked at her hands and fingers, which were by no means aristocratic. And not her fingers only. She was ashamed of everything in herself, in spite of my loving her beauty. She was always shrinkingly modest with me, but what was wrong was that in it there was always a sort of fear. In short, she thought herself something insignificant beside me, something almost unseemly, in fact. I used really sometimes to think at first that she still looked upon me as her master, and was afraid of me, but it was not that at all. Yet I assure you no one was more capable of understanding my failings, and I have never in my life met a woman with so much insight and delicacy of heart. Oh, how unhappy she was if I insisted at first, when she was so pretty, on her dressing smartly. It was a question of vanity, and some other feeling that was wounded. She realized that it would never be in her line to be a lady, and that in any dress but her own she would simply be ridiculous. As a woman she did not want to be ridiculous in her dress, and knew that every woman has her own style of dress, which thousands and hundreds of thousands of women will never understand, so long as they are dressed in the fashion. She feared my ironical looks, that was what she feared. But it was particularly sad for me to recall the look of deep amazement which I often caught fixed upon me during the time we were together. In her eyes there was the fullest comprehension of her lot, and of the future awaiting her, so that I too felt weighed down by that look in them, though I must admit in those days I did not discuss things with her, and treated all this somewhat disdainfully. And you know she wasn't always such a timorous, shy creature as she is now. Even now it happens that she will all at once grow gay, and look as pretty as a girl of 20. And in those days, in her youth, she was very fond of chattering and laughing, only with people she was at home with girls and women belonging to the household. And how she started if I came on her unawares, if she were laughing, how she blushed, and how timorously she looked at me. Once, not long before I went abroad, almost on the eve of my breaking off all relations with her, in fact, I went into her room and found her alone, at a little table, without any work in her hands, but deep in thought, resting her elbow on the table. It had hardly ever happened to her before to sit without work. At that time I had quite given up showing her affection. I succeeded in stealing in very quietly, on tiptoe, and suddenly embracing and kissing her. She leaped up, and I shall never forget the rapture, the bliss in her eyes, and suddenly it was succeeded by a swift rush of colour, and her eyes flashed. Do you know what I read in those flashing eyes? "You are kissing me as a charity, that's what it is." She began sobbing hysterically, making the excuse that I had startled her, but even at the time it made me think. And in fact all such reminiscences are very dreary things, dear boy. It's like those painful scenes which you sometimes find in the works of great artists, which one remembers ever afterwards with pain. For instance, Othello's last monologue in Shakespeare, Yevgeny at the feet of Tatiana, or the meeting of the runaway convict with the little girl on the cold night at the well in Les Miserables of Victor Hugo. It stabs the heart once for all, and leaves a wound for ever. Oh, how eager I was for Sonia to come, and how I longed to hold her in my arms. I dreamed with feverish impatience of a complete new programme of existence. I dreamed that gradually by systematic efforts, I would break down that constant fear of me in her soul, would make her appreciate her own value, and all in which she was actually superior to me. Oh, I knew quite well even then that I always began to love your mother as soon as we were parted, and always grew cold to her at once as soon as we were together again. But that time it was different. Then it was different." I was astonished. "And she?" The idea flashed across me. "Well, and how did mother and you meet then?" I asked cautiously. "Then? Oh, we didn't meet then at all. She only got as far as Königsberg and stopped there, and I was on the Rhine. I didn't go to her, and I told her to stay there and wait. We only saw each other again long after, oh, long after, when I went to her to ask her to consent to my marriage." 2. Now I'm coming to the core of it all, that is, as far as I was able to grasp it myself, for indeed his own account began to be somewhat disconnected. His talk became 10 times as incoherent and rambling as soon as he reached this part of the story. He met Katerina Nikolaevna suddenly, just when he was expecting mother, at the moment of most impatient expectation. They were all, at the time, on the Rhine, at some spa, all drinking the waters. Katerina Nikolaevna's husband was by then almost dying. He had at any rate been given up by the doctors. She made an impression on him at the first meeting, as it were cast a sort of spell upon him. It was a case of fate. It's remarkable that, recalling it and writing it down now, I don't remember that he once used the word love in connection with her, or spoke of being in love. The word fate I remember. And of course it was fate. He did not choose it. He did not want to love her. I don't know whether I can give a clear account of it, but his whole soul was in revolt at the fact that this could have happened to him. Everything in him that was free was annihilated by this meeting, and the man was fettered for life to a woman who had really nothing to do with him. He did not desire this slavery of passion. To state the fact plainly, Katerina Nikolaevna is a type rare amongst society women, a type perhaps unique in that circle. That is, she is an extremely good-natured and straightforward woman. I've heard, indeed, I know for a fact, that this was what made her irresistible in the fashionable world whenever she made her appearance in it. She used at times to withdraw into complete seclusion. Bersiloff did not believe, of course, when he first met her, that she was like that. In fact, he believed she was the exact opposite, that she was a hypocrite and a Jesuit. At this point I will anticipate by quoting her own criticism of him. She declared that he could not help thinking what he did of her, because an idealist always runs his head against reality, and is more inclined than other people to assume anything horrid. I don't know if this is true of idealists in general, but it was entirely true of him, no doubt. I may perhaps add here my own judgment, which flashed across my mind while I was listening to him then. I thought that he loved mother, more so to say with the humane love one feels for all mankind, than with the simple love with which women are loved as a rule, and that as soon as he met a woman whom he began to love with that simple love, he at once turned against that love, most probably because the feeling was new to him. Perhaps, though, this idea is incorrect. I did not, of course, utter it to him. It would have been indelicate, and he really was in such a condition that it was almost necessary to spare him. He was agitated. At some points in his story he simply broke off, and was silent for some moments, walking about the room with a vindictive face. She soon divined his secret. Oh, perhaps she flirted with him on purpose. Even the most candid women are base in these cases, and it is their overwhelming instinct. It ended in a rupture full of rankling bitterness, and I believe he tried to kill her. He frightened her, and would have killed her, perhaps, but it was all turned to hatred. Then there came a strange period. He was suddenly possessed by the strange idea of torturing himself by a discipline, the same as that used by the monks. Gradually, by systematic practice, you overcome your will, beginning with the most absurd and trivial things, and end by conquering your will completely and become free. He added that this practice of the monks is a serious thing. In the course of 1,000 years it has been brought by them to a science. But what is most remarkable is that he gave himself up to this idea of discipline, not in order to get rid of the image of Katerina Nikolaevna, but in the full conviction that he had not only ceased to love her, but hated her. He so thoroughly believed in his hatred for her as to conceive the idea of loving and marrying her stepdaughter, who had been seduced by Prince Sergei, to persuade himself absolutely of this new love, and to win the poor imbecile's heart completely by his devotion, making her perfectly happy. Why, instead of devoting himself to her, he did not think of Mother, who was all this time waiting for him at Königsberg, remained for me inexplicable. He quite forgot Mother, indeed, and even neglected to send money for her maintenance, so that Tatiana Pavlovna had to come to her rescue. Yet, finally, he did go to Mother to ask her permission to marry the young lady, pleading that such a bride was not a woman. Oh, perhaps all this is only a portrait of a theoretical man, as Katerina Nikolaevna said of him later. But why is it, though, that these theoretical people, if they really are theoretical people, are capable of such very real suffering, and end in such very real tragedy? On that evening, however, I looked at it differently, and I was disturbed by the thought. All your development, your whole soul, has been won by the suffering and the struggle of your whole life, while her perfection has cost her nothing. That's unjust. Woman is revolting in that way. I said this without the least intention of flattering him, speaking with warmth and indignation. Perfection, her perfection? But she has no sort of perfection, he said suddenly, seeming almost surprised at my words. She is the most ordinary woman. She is really a contemptible woman. But she is bound to have every perfection. Why is she bound to? Because she has such power. She is bound to have every sort of perfection, he cried vindictively. The saddest thing is that you are so harassed even now, I could not help blurting out suddenly. How harassed? He repeated my words again, standing still before me as though in some perplexity. And suddenly a slow, gentle, dreamy smile lighted up his whole face, and he held up his finger as though considering. Then, as though waking up, he took from the table an open letter and flung it down in front of me. Read it. You must know everything. And why have you made me rake up all this bygone foolishness? It has only roused up nasty and spiteful feelings in my heart. I cannot describe my astonishment. The letter was from her to him, received by him that afternoon at 5 o'clock. I read it, almost shaking with emotion. It was not long, and was written so simply and straightforwardly that as I read it I seemed to see her before me and hear her words. With the most simple truthfulness, and so almost touchingly, she confessed her terror, and then simply besought him to leave her in peace. In conclusion, she told him that she definitely was to marry Buring. Till then she had never written a word to him. And this is what I could make out of his explanation. As soon as he had read the letter that day, he was aware of a new sensation. For the first time in those fatal 2 years, he felt not the slightest hatred for her, or the slightest shock of emotion, such as had driven him out of his mind at a mere rumour of Buring. On the contrary, I sent her my blessing with perfect sincerity, he told me, with deep feeling. I heard these words with ecstasy. Then all the passion and agony that had possessed him had vanished all at once of itself, like a dream, like an obsession that had lasted 2 years. Hardly yet able to believe in himself, he hastened to Mother's, and arrived at the very moment when she was set free by the death of the old man who had bequeathed her to him. The coincidence of these two events had deeply stirred his soul. Not long afterwards he rushed to find me, and that immediate thought of me I shall never forget. I shall never forget the end of that evening either. The whole man was suddenly transformed again. We did not separate till late at night. The effect that all he told me had upon me I will describe later, in its proper place, and will confine myself now to a few words, in conclusion, about him. Reflecting upon it now, I realize that what captivated me so much at the time was his humility, so to speak, with me, his frank sincerity with a boy like me. It was infatuation, but my blessings on it, he exclaimed. But for that blind obsession, I might perhaps have never discovered in my heart my sole queen, my suffering darling, your mother. These passionate words, wrung from him by overmastering feeling, I note particularly in view of what followed. But at the time he gained complete possession of my heart and conquered it. I remember in the end we became very cheerful. He asked for some champagne, and we drank to Mother and to the future. Oh, he was so full of life and so eager to live. But we suddenly became extremely merry. Not from the wine. We only drank 2 glasses. I don't know why, but in the end we laughed almost helplessly. We began talking of quite extraneous matters. He began telling me an anecdote, and I told him one, and our laughter and our anecdotes were by no means malicious or amusing, but we were merry. He was unwilling to let me go. "Stay, stay a little longer," he repeated, and I stayed. He even came out to see me home. It was an exquisite evening, with a slight frost. "Tell me, have you sent her an answer yet?" I asked, quite casually, as I pressed his hand for the last time at the cross road. "No, not yet, but that's no matter. Come to morrow. Come early. Oh, and another thing. Drop Lambert altogether, and tear up that document, and make haste about it. Good bye." Saying this, he went away quickly. I remained standing still, and so much taken aback that I could not bring myself to call after him. The expression, "the document," startled me particularly. How could he have known of it? And that particular word, too, if not from Lambert? I went home in great confusion. And how can it have happened, the question flashed upon me suddenly, that such an obsession for 2 years can have vanished like a dream, like a vapour, like a phantom? End of Part 3, Chapter 8.
Part 3, Chapter 9 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 3, Chapter 9. But I waked up next morning feeling fresher and in better heart. I unconsciously reproached myself, indeed, with perfect sincerity, for a certain levity and, as it were, superciliousness, with which it seemed to me, recalling it, I had listened to some parts of his confession the evening before. Supposing it had been to some extent muddled, and some revelations had been, as it were, a little delirious and incoherent, he had not, of course, prepared to deliver a speech when he invited me the day before. He had simply done me a great honor in turning to me, as his one friend at such a moment, and I shall never forget his doing it. On the contrary, his confession was touching, though people may laugh at me for saying so, and if there were glimpses from time to time of something cynical, or even something that seemed ridiculous, I was not so narrow as to be unable to understand and accept realism, which did not, however, detract from the ideal. The great point was now that I understood the man, and I even felt, and was almost vexed at feeling, that it had all turned out to be so simple. I had always in my heart set that man on a supreme pinnacle, in the clouds, and had insisted on shrouding his life in mystery, so that I had naturally wished not to fit the key to it so easily. In his meeting with her, however, and in the sufferings he had endured for 2 years, there was much that was complex. He did not want to live under the yoke of fate. He wanted to be free, and not a slave to fate. Through his bondage to fate he had been forced to hurt mother, who was still waiting for him at Königsberg. Besides, I looked upon him in any case as a preacher. He cherished in his heart the golden age, and knew all about the future of atheism. And then the meeting with her had shattered everything, distorted everything. Oh, I was not a traitor to her, but still I was on his side. Mother, for instance, I reflected, would have been no hindrance, nor would marriage with her be so indeed. That I understood. That was something utterly different from his meeting with that woman. Mother, it is true, would not have given him peace either, but that was all the better. One cannot judge of such men as of others, and their life must always be different, and that's not unseemly at all. On the contrary, it would be unseemly if they settled down and became altogether like other ordinary people. His praises of the nobility, and his words, Je mourrai gentilhomme did not disconcert me in the least. I understood what sort of gentilhomme he was. He was a man ready to abandon everything, and to become the champion of political rights for all, and the leading Russian thought of a universal harmony of ideas. And even though all this might be nonsense, that is, the universal harmony of ideas, which is of course inconceivable, yet the very fact that he had all his life bowed down to an idea and not to the stupid golden calf was good. My God! Why, conceiving my idea, had I myself, could I have been bowing down to the golden calf? Could I have been aiming only at money then? I swear that all I wanted was the idea. I swear I would not have had one chair, one sofa upholstered in velvet, and I would have eaten the same plate of soup as now, if I had had millions. I dressed and hurried off impatiently to see him. I may add that in regard to his outburst yesterday about the document, I was ever so much more at ease in my mind than I had been the day before. To begin with, I hoped to have it out with him. And besides, what was there in Lambert's having wormed his way in to him and having talked to him of something? But what rejoiced me most was an extraordinary sensation. It came from the thought that he no longer loved her. I put absolute faith in it, and felt as if someone had lifted a fearful weight off my heart. I recall a conjecture that flashed upon me at the time, that the unseemliness and senselessness of his last violent outbreak on hearing about Boering and the sending of that insulting letter, that final crisis might be taken as a sign and augury of a change in his feeling, and an approaching return to sanity. It must be as it is in illness, I thought, and, in fact, he is bound to reach the opposite extreme. It is a pathological episode and nothing more. This thought made me happy. And let her arrange her life as she pleases. Let her marry her Boering as much as she likes, so long as he, my father, my friend, loves her no longer, I exclaimed. I had, however, certain secret feelings of my own, on which I do not care to enlarge in my notes here. That's enough. And now, without further reflections, I will give an account of the awful event that followed and how the facts worked together to bring it about. At 10 o'clock, just as I was getting ready to go out, to see him of course, Darya Onisimovna appeared. I asked her joyfully whether she came from him, and heard with vexation that she did not come from him, but from Anna Andreevna, and that she, Darya Onisimovna, had left the lodging as soon as it was light. What lodging? Why, the same where you were yesterday. You know, the lodging where you were yesterday, where the baby is. It is taken in my name now, and Tatiana Pavlovna pays the rent. Oh, well, that's nothing to me, I interrupted with annoyance. Is he at home, anyway? Shall I find him? And to my surprise, I heard from her that he had gone out even before she had. So she had gone out as soon as it was light, and he had gone out even earlier. Then has he come back yet? No, he's certainly not back yet, and perhaps he won't come back at all, she declared, turning upon me the same sharp and furtive eye, and keeping it fixed on me, as she had done on the occasion I have described, when she visited me as I lay ill in bed. What infuriated me most was that their mysteries and imbecilities should be forced on me again, and that these people could not get on without secrets and intrigues. Why do you say he will certainly not come back? What do you mean by that? He has gone to see mother, that's all. I don't know. And what have you come for? She told me that she had just come from Anna Andreevna, who had sent her for me, and urgently expected me at once, or else it would be too late. These last enigmatic words finally exasperated me. Why too late? I don't want to come, and I'm not coming. I won't let them take possession of me again. I don't care a damn for Lambert. You can tell her so. And if she sends Lambert to me, I'll kick him out. You can tell her so. Darya Onisymovna was awfully alarmed. "Oh, no," she said, taking a step towards me, clasping her hands as though she were beseeching me. "Don't be so hasty. There's something very important the matter, very important to yourself, to them too, to Andrei Petrovitch, to your mamma, to everyone. Go and see Anna Andreevna at once. She can't wait any longer. I assure you, on my honor, and afterwards you can make your decision." I looked at her with surprise and repulsion. "Nonsense, it will be nothing. I'm not coming," I shouted obstinately and vindictively. "Now everything's different. Though how could you understand that? Goodbye, Darya Onisymovna. I won't go on purpose. I won't question you on purpose. You simply bother me. I don't want to know anything about your mysteries." As she did not go away, however, but still stood waiting, I snatched up my fur coat and cap and went out myself, leaving her in the middle of the room. There were no letters or papers in my room, and I never used to lock my door when I went out. But before I had reached the front door, my landlord ran after me downstairs without his hat and not in full uniform. "Arkady Makarovitch! Arkady Makarovitch!" "What now?" "Have you no instructions to leave?" "No, nothing." He looked at me with eyes like gimlets, in evident uneasiness. "About your room, for instance?" "What about my room? Why, I sent you the rent when it was due." Oh, no, sir, I was not thinking of the money," he said with a broad smile, his eyes still piercing into me like pins. "Why, what on earth's the matter with you all?" I shouted at last, growing almost savage. "What do you want too?" He waited for a few seconds longer, still seeming to expect something from me. "Well then, you will give instructions later, if you are not in the humor now," he muttered, grinning more broadly than ever. "You go on and I'll see to it." He ran back upstairs. Of course, all this might well make one reflect. I purposely avoid omitting a single detail in all that petty tomfoolery, for every little detail helped to make up the final situation and had its place in it, a fact of which the reader will be convinced. But that they really did bother me was true. If I was upset and irritated, it was at hearing again in their words that tone of intrigue and mystery of which I was so sick, and which so brought back the past. But to continue. It turned out that Versolov was not at home, and it appeared that he really had gone out as soon as it was light. To Mother's, of course. I stuck obstinately to my idea. I did not question the nurse, rather a stupid peasant woman, and there was no one else in the lodging. I ran to Mother's, and I must admit I was so anxious that I took a sledge halfway. He had not been at Mother's since the evening before. There was no one with Mother except Tatiana Pavlovna and Liza. Liza began getting ready to go out as soon as I went in. They were all sitting upstairs in my coffin. In the drawing-room, Makar Ivanovitch was laid out on the table, and an old man was reading the Psalter over him in an even, monotonous voice. For the future, I am not going to describe anything more that does not relate to the matter in hand. I will only say that the coffin, which they had already made, was standing in the middle of the room, and was not a plain one, though it was black. It was upholstered in velvet, and the pall was of an expensive sumptuousness, that was not in keeping with the character of a monk or with the convictions of the dead man, but such was the special desire of my mother and Tatiana Pavlovna, who arranged the matter together. I had not, of course, expected to find them cheerful, but the peculiar overwhelming distress, mixed with uneasiness and anxiety, which I read in their eyes, struck me at once, and I instantly concluded that sorrow for the dead was certainly not the only cause. All this, I repeat, I remember perfectly. In spite of everything, I embraced mother tenderly and at once asked about him. A gleam of tremulous curiosity came into mother's eyes at once. I made haste to mention that we had spent the whole evening together till late at night, but that today he had been away from home since early morning, though at parting last night he had asked me to come as early as I could this morning. Mother made no answer, and Tatiana Pavlovna, seizing a favorable moment, shook her finger at me meaningly. "Good-bye, brother," Liza blurted out, going quickly out of the room. I ran after her, of course, but she stopped short at the outer door. "I thought you would guess you must come with me," she said in a rapid whisper. "Liza, what's the matter?" "I don't know what, but a great deal. No doubt the last chapter of The Same Old Story. He has not come, but they have heard something about him. They won't tell you, you needn't trouble yourself, and you won't ask if you are sensible, but mother's shattered. I've not asked about anything either. Goodbye." She opened the door. "And, Liza, about you, yourself, have you nothing to tell me?" I dashed after her into the entry. Her terribly exhausted and despairing face pierced my heart. She looked at me, not simply with anger, but with a sort of exasperated fury, laughed bitterly, and waved me off. "If only he were dead, I should thank God!" She flung up at me from the stairs and was gone. She said this of Prince Sergei, and he, at that very time, was lying delirious and unconscious. I went upstairs, sad but excited. The same old story. What same old story? I thought defiantly, and I had suddenly an irresistible impulse to tell them at least a part of the impression left upon me by his last night's confession, and the confession too. "They're thinking some evil of him now, so let them know all about it," floated through my mind. I remember that I succeeded very cleverly in beginning to tell them my story. Instantly their faces betrayed an intense curiosity. This time Tatiana Pavlovna positively fixed me with her eyes, but mother showed more reserve. She was very grave, but the glimmer of a faint, beautiful, though utterly hopeless smile came into her face, and scarcely left it all the time I was talking. I told the story well, of course, though I knew that it would be almost beyond their comprehension. To my surprise, Tatiana Pavlovna did not attack me, did not insist on minute details, or try to pick holes, as she usually did as soon as I began telling anything. She only pinched up her lips and screwed up her eyes, as though making an effort to get to the bottom of it. At times I positively fancied that they understood it all, though that could hardly have been so. I spoke, for instance, of his convictions, but principally of his enthusiasm last night, his enthusiastic feeling for mother, his love for mother, and how he had kissed her portrait. Hearing this, they exchanged a rapid, silent glance with each other, and mother flushed all over, though both continued silent. Then I could not, of course, before mother, touch on the principal point, that is, his meeting with her and all the rest of it, above all her letter to him the day before, and his moral resurrection after getting that letter, and that indeed was the chief point, so that all his feeling with which I had hoped to please mother so much, naturally remained inexplicable, though of course that was not my fault. I had told all that could be told extremely well. I ended in complete confusion. Their silence was still unbroken, and I began to feel very uncomfortable with them. "Most likely he's come back now, and may be at my lodgings waiting for me," I said, and got up to go. "Go and see! Go and see!" Tatiana Pavlovna urged me resolutely. "Have you been downstairs?" mother asked me, in a sort of half-whisper as she said good-bye. "Yes, I have been, and I bowed down and prayed for him. What a peaceful, serene face he has, mother. Thank you, mother, for not sparing expense over his coffin. At first I thought it strange, but I thought at once that I should have done the same." "Will you come to the church tomorrow?" she asked, and her lips trembled. "What do you mean, mother?" I asked in surprise. "I shall come to the requiem service today, and I shall come again, and besides, tomorrow is your birthday, mother darling. To think that he died only 3 days before." I went away painfully surprised. How could she ask such questions, whether I were coming to the funeral service in the church? If that's what they think of me, what must they think of him? I knew that Tatiana Pavlovna would run after me, and I purposely waited at the outer door of the flat, but she pushed me out onto the stairs and closed the door behind her. "Tatiana Pavlovna, don't you expect Andrei Petrovitch today or tomorrow then? I am alarmed." "Hold your tongue. Much it matters your being alarmed. Tell me what you kept back when you were telling us about that rigmarole last night." I didn't think it necessary to conceal it, and feeling almost irritated with Versolov, I told her all about Katerina Nikolaevna's letter to him the day before, and of the effect of the letter, that is, of his resurrection into a new life. To my amazement, the fact of the letter did not surprise her in the least, and I guessed that she knew of it already. "But you are lying." "No, I'm not." "I dare say," she smiled malignantly, as though meditating. "Risen again, has he? So that's the latest, is it? But is it true that he kissed her portrait?" "Yes, Tatiana Pavlovna." "Did he kiss it with feeling? He wasn't putting it on?" "Putting it on, as though he ever did. For shame, Tatiana Pavlovna. You've a coarse soul, a woman's soul." I said this with heat, but she did not seem to hear me. She seemed to be pondering something again, in spite of the terrible chilliness of the stairs. I had on my fur coat, but she was in her indoor dress. "I might have asked you to do something. The only pity is you're so stupid," she said with contempt and apparent vexation. "Listen, go to Anna Andreyevna's and see what's going on there. But no, don't go. A booby's always a booby. Go along, quick march. Why do you stand like a post?" "And I'm not going to Anna Andreyevna's. Anna Andreyevna sent to ask me herself." "She did? Darya Onisimovna?" She turned to me quickly. She had been on the point of going away, and had already opened the door, but she shut it again with a slam. "Nothing will induce me to go to Anna Andreyevna's," I repeated with spiteful enjoyment. "I won't go because I've just been called a booby, though I've never been so sharp-sighted as today. I see all you're doing, it's as clear as day, but I'm not going to Anna Andreyevna all the same." "I know it," she exclaimed, but again pursuing her own thoughts and taking no notice of my words at all. "They will devour her now completely and draw her into a deadly noose." "Anna Andreyevna?" "Fool! Then whom do you mean? Surely not Katerina Nikolaevna. What sort of deadly noose?" I was terribly frightened. A vague but terrible idea set my whole heart quivering. Tatiana Pavlovna looked at me searchingly. "What are you up to there?" she asked suddenly. "What are you meddling in there? I've heard something about you too. You'd better look out." "Listen, Tatiana Pavlovna, I'll tell you a terrible secret, only not just now, there's not time now, but tomorrow when we're alone. But in return, you tell me the whole truth, how and what you mean by a deadly noose, for I am all in a tremble." "Much I care for your trembling!" she exclaimed. "What's this other secret you want to tell tomorrow? Why, you know nothing whatever." She transfixed me with a questioning look. "Why, you swore then that Kraft had burnt the letter, didn't you?" "Tatiana Pavlovna, I tell you again, don't torment me." I persisted in my turn, not answering her question, for I was beside myself. "Take care, Tatiana Pavlovna, that your hiding this from me may not lead to something worse. Why, yesterday he was absolutely turning over a new leaf." "Go along, you idiot! You are like a lovesick sparrow yourself, I'll be bound. Father and son in love with the same idol. Phoo! Horrid creatures!" She vanished, slamming the door indignantly. Furious at the impudent, shameless cynicism of these last words, a cynicism of which only a woman would have been capable, I ran away, deeply insulted. But I won't describe my vague sensations, as I have vowed to keep to facts which will explain everything now. On my way, of course, I called in at his lodging, and heard from the nurse that he had not been home at all. And isn't he coming at all? Goodness knows. Facts, facts! But will the reader understand? I remember how these facts overwhelmed me and prevented me from thinking clearly, so that by the end of the day my head was in a perfect whirl. And so I think I must say 2 or 3 words by way of introduction. The question that tormented me was this: if he really had gone through a spiritual change and had ceased to love her, in that case, where should he have been now? The answer was, first of all, with me, whom he had embraced the evening before, and next with Mother, whose portrait he had kissed. And yet, in spite of these natural alternatives, he had suddenly, as soon as it was light, left home and gone off somewhere, and Darya Onisimovna had for some reason babbled of his not being likely to return. What's more, Liza had hinted at the last chapter of some same old story, and of Mother's having some news of him, and the latest news too. Moreover, they undoubtedly knew of Katerina Nikolaevna's letter too. I noticed that, and yet they did not believe in his resurrection into a new life, though they had listened to me attentively. Mother was crushed, and Tatiana Pavlovna had been diabolically sarcastic at the word resurrection. But if all this was so, it must mean that some revulsion of feeling had come over him again in the night, another crisis, and this after yesterday's enthusiasm, emotion, pathos. So all his resurrection had burst like a soap bubble, and he perhaps was rushing about somewhere again now, in the same frenzy as he had been after hearing the news of Boering. There was the question, too, what would become of Mother, of me, of all of us, and finally, what would become of her? What was the deadly noose Tatiana had babbled of when she was sending me to Anna Andreevna? So that deadly noose was there, at Anna Andreevna's. Why at Anna Andreevna's? Of course, I should run to Anna Andreevna's. I had said that I wouldn't go on purpose, only in annoyance. I would run there at once. But what was it Tatiana had said about the document? And hadn't he himself said to me the evening before, "Burn the document"? These were my thoughts. This was what strangled me, too, in a deadly noose. But what I wanted most of all was him. With him I could have decided everything. I felt that. We should have understood each other in 2 words. I should have gripped his hands, pressed them. I should have found burning words in my heart. This was the dream that haunted me. Oh, I would have calmed his frenzy. But where was he? Where was he? And as though this were not enough, Lambert must needs turn up at such a moment when I was so excited. When I was only a few steps from my door, I met him. He uttered a yell of delight on seeing me and seized me by the arm. "I've been to see you 3 times already. Enfant, come and have lunch." "Stay, have you been to my rooms? Was Andrei Petrovitch there?" "No, there was no one there. Drop them all! You're a fool. You were cross yesterday. You were drunk, and I've something important to tell you. I heard a splendid piece of news this morning about what we were discussing yesterday." "Lambert," I interrupted hurriedly, breathing hard and unconsciously declaiming a little, "I am only stopping with you now to finish with you for good. I told you yesterday, but you still won't understand. Lambert, you're a baby and as stupid as a Frenchman. You persist in thinking that it's the same as it was at Touchar's, and that I'm as stupid as at Touchar's. But I'm not so silly as I was at Touchar's. I was drunk yesterday, but not from wine, but because I was excited. And if I seemed to agree with the stuff you talked, it was because I pretended, so as to find out what you were driving at. I deceived you, and you were delighted and believed it, and went on talking nonsense. Let me tell you that marrying her is such nonsense that it wouldn't take in a schoolboy in the first form. How could you imagine I should believe it? Did you believe it? You believed it because you have never been in aristocratic society and don't know how things are done among decent people. Things aren't done so simply in aristocratic society, and it's not possible for her so simply to go and get married. Now, I will tell you plainly what it is you want. You mean to entice me so as to make me drunk, and to get me to give up the document, and to join you in some scoundrelly plot against Katerina Nikolaevna. So I tell you it's nonsense. I'll never come to you, and you may as well know that tomorrow or the day after that letter will be in her own hands, for it belongs to her, for it was written by her, and I'll give it to her myself. And if you care to know where, I can tell you that through Tatiana Pavlovna, her friend. I shall give it at Tatiana Pavlovna's, and in Tatiana Pavlovna's presence, and I'll take nothing from her for giving it her. And now be off, and keep away from me forever, or else I shan't treat you so civilly next time, Lambert." As I finished, I was in a slight shudder all over. A very serious thing, and the nastiest habit in life, which vitiates everything in all one does, is showing off. Some evil spirit prompted me to work myself up with Lambert, till rapping out the words with relish and raising my voice higher and higher, in my heat I ended up by dragging in the quite unnecessary detail that I should return the document through Tatiana Pavlovna and in her lodging. But I had such a longing to crush him. When I burst out so directly about the letter, and suddenly saw his stupid alarm, I immediately felt a desire to overwhelm him by giving him precise details. And this womanish, boastful babbling was afterwards the cause of terrible misfortunes, for that detail about Tatiana Pavlovna and her lodging was naturally caught up and retained by a scoundrel who had a practical mind for little things. In more exalted and important matters he was useless and unintelligent, but for such trifles he had a keen sense nevertheless. If I had held my tongue about Tatiana Pavlovna, great disasters would not have occurred. Yet when he heard what I said, for the first minute he was terribly upset. "Listen," he muttered. "Alphonsine. Alphonsine will sing. Alphonsine has been to see her. Listen, I have a letter, almost a letter, in which Madame Armakoff writes of you. The pockmarked fellow got it for me. Do you remember him? And you will see. Come along." "You are lying. Show me the letter." "It's at home. Alphonsine has got it. Come along." He was lying and talking wildly, of course, trembling for fear I should run away from him. But I suddenly abandoned him in the middle of the street, and when he seemed disposed to follow me, I stood still and shook my fist at him. But he already stood hesitating, and let me get away. Perhaps a new plan had dawned upon him. But the meetings and surprises in store for me were not yet over, and when I remember the whole of that disastrous day, it always seems as though all those surprises and unforeseen accidents were somehow conspiring together, and were showered on my head from some accursed horn of plenty. I had scarcely opened the door of my lodging, when in the entry I jostled against a tall young man, of dignified and elegant exterior, with a long, pale face, wearing a magnificent fur coat. He had a pince-nez on his nose, but as soon as he saw me he took it off, evidently as a mark of politeness, and courteously lifting his top hat, but without stopping, however, said to me with an elegant smile, "Hallo, bonsoir," and passing me, went downstairs. We recognized each other at once, though I had only once seen him for a moment in Moscow. It was Anna Andreevna's brother, the young Kammerjunker, Versalov's son, and consequently almost my brother. He was accompanied by my landlady. The landlord was not yet back from his office. As soon as he had gone, I simply pounced on her. "What has he been doing here? Has he been in my room?" "He's not been in your room at all. He came to see me," she snapped out briefly and dryly, and returned to her room. "No, you can't put me off like that," I cried. "Kindly answer me. Why did he come?" "My goodness! Am I always to tell you why people come to see me? We may have our own interests to consider, mayn't we? The young man may have wanted to borrow money. He found out an address from me. Perhaps I promised it him last time." "Last time? When?" "Oh, my goodness! Why, it's not the first time he's been." She went away. The chief thing I gathered was the change of tone. They had begun to be rude to me. It was clear that this was another secret. Secrets were accumulating with every step, with every hour. For the first time, young Versalov had come with his sister, with Anna Andreevna, when I was ill. I remember that perfectly, as well as Anna Andreevna's amazing words the day before that perhaps the old prince would stay at my rooms. But all this was so mixed up and so monstrous that I could scarcely gather anything from it. Clapping my hands to my forehead and not even sitting down to rest, I ran to Anna Andreevna's. It appeared that she was not at home, and I received from the porter the information that she had gone to Tsarskoe, and might perhaps not be back till about this time tomorrow. She was at Tsarskoe, and no doubt with the old prince, and her brother was examining my lodgings. "No, that shall not be!" I cried, gnashing my teeth. "And if there really is some deadly noose, I will defend the poor woman." From Anna Andreevna's I did not return home, for there suddenly flashed upon my feverish brain the thought of the restaurant on the canal side where Andrei Petrovitch had the habit of going in his gloomy hours. Delighted at this conjecture, I instantly ran thither. It was by now 4 o'clock, and was already beginning to get dark. In the restaurant, I was told that he had been there, stayed a little while, and had gone away, but perhaps he would come back. I suddenly determined to wait for him, and ordered dinner. There was a hope, anyhow. I ate my dinner, ate indeed more than I wanted, so as to have a right to stay as long as possible, and I stayed, I believe, 4 hours. I won't describe my disappointment and feverish impatience. Everything within me seemed shaking and quivering. That organ, those diners, oh, all the dreariness of it is stamped upon my soul, perhaps for the rest of my life. I won't describe the ideas that whirled in my head like a crowd of dry leaves in autumn after a hurricane. It really was something like that, and I confess that I felt at times that my reason was beginning to desert me. But what worried me till it was a positive pain, in a side current, of course, besides my chief torment, was a persistent, poisonous impression, persistent as a venomous autumn fly, which one does not think about, but which whirls about one, pesters one, and suddenly bites one painfully. It was only a reminiscence, an incident of which I had never spoken to anyone in the world before. This was what it was, since it seems I must tell this too. When it was settled that I was to leave Moscow and come to Petersburg, I received instructions through Nikolay Semyonovitch to wait for money to be sent me for the journey. From whom the money was coming I did not ask. I knew it was from Versalov, and as I dreamed day and night of my meeting with him, making exalted plans about it while my heart almost swooned within me, I had quite given up speaking about him aloud, even to Marie Ivanovna. I remember that I had money of my own, but I proceeded to wait expectantly for the money to come by post. Suddenly, however, Nikolay Semyonovitch, returning home, informed me, as usual briefly and without going off into explanations, that I was to go next day to Myasnitsky at 11 o'clock in the morning, to Prince V.'s flat, and that there Andrei Petrovitch's son, the Kammerjunker Versalov, who had just arrived from Petersburg and was staying with his schoolfellow Prince V., would hand over to me a sum of money for my journey. On the face of it, the arrangement was simple enough. Andrei Petrovitch might well send the money by his son rather than by post, but the news crushed me and filled me with alarm. I had no doubt that Versalov wished to bring his son, my brother, and me together. This threw a light upon the intentions and feelings of the man of whom I dreamed. But a question of the utmost magnitude presented itself to me. How should I, and how must I behave at this utterly unexpected interview, and how could I best keep up my dignity? Next day, exactly at 11 o'clock, I turned up at Prince V.'s flat, which, as I was able to judge, was splendidly furnished, though it was a bachelor's establishment. I was kept waiting in the hall, where there were several lackeys in livery, and from the next room came sounds of loud talk and laughter. Prince V. had other visitors besides the Kammerjunker. I told the footman to announce me, and I fancy in rather haughty terms. Anyway, he looked at me strangely, and as I fancied, not so respectfully as he should have done. To my amazement, he was a very long time in announcing me, 5 minutes, and all the while the same laughter and the same sounds of conversation reached me. I waited standing, knowing that it would be impossible and unseemly for me, just as much a gentleman, to sit down in a hall where there were footmen. My pride would have prevented me under any circumstances from entering the drawing-room without a special invitation. Over-fastidious pride, perhaps it was, but that was only fitting. To my amazement, the 2 lackeys who were left in the hall had the impertinence to sit down. I turned away to avoid noticing it, and yet I could not help quivering all over, and suddenly turning and stepping up to one of the footmen, I ordered him to go at once and take in my name again. In spite of my stern expression and extreme excitement, the lackey looked at me lazily, without getting up, and the other one answered for him. "It's been taken in. Don't disturb yourself." I made up my mind to wait only another minute, or possibly even less, and then to go. I was very well dressed. My suit and overcoat were new anyway, and my linen was perfectly fresh. Marie Ivanovna had seen to that with a special view to the occasion. But I learned for a fact, much later, when I was in Petersburg, that these lackeys had heard the evening before from young Versalov's valet that the young gentleman's bastard brother, a student, was coming. I know this now for a fact. The minute passed. It's a strange sensation when one decides and cannot decide. Shall I go or not? Shall I go or not? I repeated to myself every second, almost in a fever. And suddenly the lackey who had taken my name returned. Between his fingers he held fluttering 4 red notes, 40 roubles. "Here, sir, will you please take 40 roubles?" I boiled over. This was such an insult. All the night before I had been dreaming of the meeting Versalov had arranged between us 2 brothers. I had spent the whole night in feverish visions of the demeanor I ought to adopt, that I might not discredit the whole cycle of ideas which I had worked out in my solitude, and which might have made me feel proud in any circle. I dreamed of how proud, gentlemanly, and sad perhaps I would be even in Prince V.'s society, and how in that way I should be admitted into that circle. Oh, I'm not sparing myself, and so be it, for it's just such details that I ought to record. And then, to be given 40 roubles by a lackey in the hall, and after being kept 10 minutes waiting, and not even in an envelope, not even on a salver, but straight from the lackey's fingers. I shouted so violently at the lackey that he started and stepped back. I told him he must go back at once, and his master must bring the money himself. In fact, my request was, of course, incoherent and incomprehensible to the man, but I shouted so that he went. To make things worse, my shouting was heard in the room, and the talk and laughter suddenly subsided. Almost at the same time, I heard footsteps, dignified, quiet, unhurried, and a tall figure of a handsome and haughty-looking young man. He seemed to me then even thinner and paler than when I met him today, appeared in the doorway, a yard from the door leading into the passage. He was wearing a magnificent red silk dressing gown and slippers, and had a pince-nez on his nose. Without uttering a word, he fixed me with his pince-nez and proceeded to stare at me. I took one step towards him like a wild beast and began glaring at him defiantly. But he only scrutinized me for a moment, 10 seconds at the utmost. Suddenly I detected on his lips a scarcely perceptible but most malignant smile. What made it so malignant was that it was scarcely perceptible. He turned round without a word and went back into the room, just as deliberately, just as quietly and smoothly as he had come. Oh, these insolent fellows are trained by their mothers from childhood to be insolent. I lost my head, of course. Oh, why did I lose my head? Almost at that moment, the same lackey reappeared with the same notes in his hand. "Be so good as to take this. It is sent you from Petersburg, but his honor can't see you. Perhaps another time, when he's more at leisure." I felt that these last words were his own addition, but I was still overwhelmed with confusion. I took the money and walked to the door. I took it simply because I was confused. I ought not to have taken it. But the lackey, no doubt wanting to mortify me further, ventured upon a regular flunkey's impertinence. He flung the door extra wide open before me, and pronounced with exaggerated emphasis and dignity as I went out, "This way, if you please." "You blackguard!" I roared at him, and I raised my hand, but I did not bring it down. "And your master's a blackguard too. Tell him so directly," I added, and went down the stairs. "Don't you dare! If I were to report that to my master, you would be taken that very minute with a note to the police station, and don't you dare threaten me." I went down the stairs. It was a grand open staircase, and above I could be watched as I went down the red-carpeted stairs. All three lackeys came out and stood looking over the banisters. I made up my mind to keep quiet, of course. To brawl with lackeys was impossible. I walked the whole length of the stairs without increasing my pace. I believe I even moved more slowly. Oh, there may be philosophers, and shame upon them, who will say that all this is nonsense, the irritability of a milksop. Let them say so, but for me it was a wound which has not healed to this day, even to the present moment when I am writing this, when all is over and even avenged. Oh, I swear I am not given to harboring malice, and I am not revengeful. No doubt I always, even before my illness, wanted to revenge myself when I was insulted, but I swear it was only to revenge myself by magnanimity. Let me revenge myself magnanimously, but so that he felt it and understood, and I should have been avenged. And, by the way, I must add that though I am not revengeful, I have a good memory for injuries, in spite of being magnanimous. I wonder whether others are the same. Then I went with generous feelings, perhaps absurd, but no matter. Better they were absurd and generous than not absurd but mean, vulgar and mediocre. I never told anyone of that meeting with my brother, even Marie Ivanovna, even Liza. That interview was exactly like an insulting slap in the face. And now I came across this gentleman when I least expected to meet him. He smiles to me, takes off his hat, and says bonsoir in quite a friendly way. That give one something to think about, of course, but the wound was reopened. After sitting for more than 4 hours in the restaurant, I suddenly rushed away as though I were in a fit, again to Verselov's, of course, and again, of course, I did not find him at home. He had not been to the house at all. The nurse was bored, and she asked me to send Darya Onisimovna, as though I had thoughts for that. I ran to mother's, but did not go in. Calling Luceria into the passage, I learnt from her that he had not been there either, and that Liza too was not at home. I saw that Luceria too would have liked to ask me something, and also perhaps to give me some commission, but I had no thoughts for that. There was one last hope left, that he had gone to my lodging, but I had no faith in this. I have already stated that I was almost out of my mind, and lo and behold, in my room I found Alphonsine and my landlord. They were coming out, it is true, and in Pyotr Ippolitovitch's hand was a candle. "What's this?" I yelled at the landlord almost senselessly. "How dare you take that hussy into my room?" "Tiens!" cried Alphonsine. "Et les amis?" "Get out!" I roared. "Mais c'est un os!" She whisked out into the passage, pretending to be alarmed, and instantly disappeared into the landlady's room. Pyotr Ippolitovitch, still holding the candle in his hand, came up to me with a severe face. "Allow me to observe, Arkady Makarovitch, that you are too hasty. With all respect to you, Mademoiselle Alphonsine is not a hussy, but quite the contrary indeed, is here not as your visitor, but as my wife's, with whom she has been for some time past acquainted." "And how dared you take her into my room?" I repeated, clutching at my head, which almost suddenly began to ache violently. "By chance. I went in to shut the window, which I had opened to air the room, and as Alphonsine Karlovna and I were continuing our conversation, she came into your room simply following me." "That's a lie. Alphonsine's a spy. Lambert's a spy. Perhaps you're a spy too, and Alphonsine came into my room to steal something." "That's as you please. You'll say one thing today, but tomorrow you'll speak differently. And I've let our rooms for some time, and have moved with my wife into the little room, so that Alphonsine Karlovna is almost as much a lodger here as you are." "You've let your rooms to Lambert?" I cried in dismay. "No, not to Lambert," he answered with the same broad grin, in which, however, the hesitation I had seen in the morning was replaced by determination. "I imagine that you know to whom, and only affect not to know for the sake of appearances, and that's why you are angry. Good night, sir." "Yes, yes, leave me alone." I waved my hand, almost crying, so that he looked at me in surprise. He went away, however. I fastened the door with the hook and threw myself on my bed with my face in the pillow. And that is how I passed that awful day, the first of those 3 momentous days with which my story concludes. End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Recording by Linda Johnson. Part 3, Chapter 10 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance GARNETT. Part 3, Chapter 10. But, again anticipating the course of events, I find it is necessary to explain to the reader something of what is coming, for the logical sequence of the story is obscured by such numerous incidents that otherwise it would be impossible to understand it. That something is the deadly noose to which Tatiana Pavlovna let slip an allusion. It appeared that Anna Andreyevna had ventured at last on the most audacious step that could be imagined in her position. She certainly had a will of her own. On the pretext of his health, the old prince had been in the nick of time carried off to Tsarskoe Sielo, so that the news of his approaching marriage with Anna Andreyevna might not be spread abroad, but might for the time be stifled, so to say, in embryo. Yet the feeble old man, with whom one could do anything else, would not on any consideration have consented to give up his idea and jilt Anna Andreyevna, who had made him an offer. On this subject he was a paragon of chivalry, so that he might sooner or later bestir himself and suddenly proceed to carry out his intentions with that irresistible force which is so very frequently met with in weak characters, for they often have a line beyond which they cannot be driven. Moreover, he fully recognized the delicacy of the position of Anna Andreyevna, for whom he had an unbounded respect. He was quite alive to the possibility of rumors, of jibes, of injurious gossip. The only thing that checked him and kept him quiet for the time was that Katerina Nikolaevna had never once allowed herself to drop the faintest hint reflecting on Anna Andreyevna in his presence, or to raise the faintest objection to his intention of marrying her. On the contrary, she showed the greatest cordiality and every attention to her father's fiancée. In this way, Anna Andreyevna was placed in an extremely awkward position, perceiving, with her subtle feminine instinct, that she would wound all the old prince's tenderest feelings, and would arouse his distrust and even perhaps his indignation by the slightest criticism of Katerina Nikolaevna, whom he worshipped too, and now more than ever, just because she had so graciously and dutifully consented to his marriage. And so, for the present, the conflict was waged on that plane. The two rivals vied with one another in delicacy and patience, and as time went on, the prince did not know which of them to admire the most, and like all weak but tender-hearted people, he ended by being miserable and blaming himself for everything. His depression of spirits reached a morbid point, I was told. His nerves were thoroughly upset, and instead of regaining health in Tsarskoe, he was, so I was assured, on the point of taking to his bed. Here I may note in parenthesis what I only learnt long afterwards, that Böhring had bluntly proposed to Katerina Nikolaevna that they should take the old gentleman abroad, inducing him to go by some sort of strategy, letting people know privately meanwhile that he had gone out of his mind, and obtaining a doctor's certificate to that effect abroad. But Katerina Nikolaevna would not consent to that on any account, so at least it was declared afterwards. She seems to have rejected the project with indignation. All this is only a rather roundabout rumor, but I believe it. And just when things had reached this apparently hopeless position, Anna Andreevna suddenly learnt through Lambert that there was in existence a letter, in which the daughter had consulted a lawyer about declaring her father insane. Her proud and revengeful mind was roused to the utmost. Recalling previous conversations with me, and putting together many trifling circumstances, she could not doubt the truth of it. Then, inevitably, the plan of a bold stroke matured in her resolute, inflexible, feminine heart. That plan was to tell the prince all about it, suddenly, with no preliminaries or negotiations, to frighten him, to give him a shock, to prove to him that what inevitably awaited him was the lunatic asylum, and if he were perverse, if he refused to believe and expressed indignation, to show him his daughter's letter, as though to say, since there was once an intention of declaring him insane, it might well be tried again in order to prevent his marriage. Then to take the frightened and shattered old man to Petersburg, straight to my lodging. It was a terrible risk, but she had complete confidence in her powers. Here I will digress for a moment to observe that the later course of events proved that she had not been mistaken as to the effect of this blow. What is more, the effect of it exceeded her expectations. The news of the existence of this letter produced perhaps a far stronger effect on the old prince than she or any of us had anticipated. I had no idea until then that the old prince had heard of this letter before. But, like all weak and timid people, he did not believe the rumor, and did his utmost to dismiss it from his mind in order to preserve his serenity. What is more, he reproached himself for his baseness in being ready to believe it. I may add the fact, that is, the existence of the letter, had a far greater effect on Katerina Nikolaevna than I had expected. In fact, this scrap of paper turned out to be of far greater consequence than I, carrying it in my pocket, had imagined. But I am running too far ahead. But why, I shall be asked, to my lodgings? Why convey the old prince to my pitiful little den, and alarm him perhaps by the sordidness of his surroundings? If not to his own home, where all her plans might be thwarted at once, why not to some sumptuous private apartments, as Lambert urged? But it was just on this that Anna Andreevna reckoned in her desperate step. Her chief object was to confront the prince with the document, but nothing would have induced me to give it up. And as there was no time to lose, Anna Andreevna, relying on her power to carry off the position, resolved to begin without the document, bringing the old prince straight to me. For what purpose? To catch me by that same step, so to say, to kill two birds with one stone. She reckoned on working upon me by the sudden blow, the shock, the unexpectedness of it. She anticipated that when I found the old man in my room, when I saw his helplessness and his alarm, and heard them all imploring me, I should give in and show the document. I must confess, her calculation was crafty and clever, and showed psychological insight. What is more, she was very nearly successful. As for the old man, Anna Andreevna had succeeded in bringing him away, and had forced him to believe her simply by telling him that she was bringing him to me. All this I learned later. The mere statement that the letter was in my hands extinguished in his timid heart the last doubts of the fact, so great were his love and respect for me. I may remark, too, that Anna Andreevna herself never for a moment doubted that I still had the letter and had not let it go out of my hands. Her great mistake was that she had a wrong conception of my character, and was cynically reckoning on my innocence, my good nature, and even my sentimentality. And, on the other hand, she imagined that even if I had made up my mind to give up the letter, to Katerina Nikolaevna, for instance, I should only do so under special conditions, and she made haste to anticipate those conditions by the suddenness, the unexpectedness of her master-stroke. And finally, Lambert confirmed her in all this. I have mentioned already that Lambert's position at this time was most critical. The traitor would have liked above everything to lure me from Anna Andreevna, so that with him I might sell the letter to Madame Amakov, which he, for some reason, considered a more profitable course. But since nothing would induce me to give up the document till the last moment, he decided, at any rate, to act with Anna Andreevna also, that he might not risk losing everything, and, therefore, he did his utmost to force his services on her till the very last hour. And I know that he even offered to procure a priest if necessary. But Anna Andreevna had asked him, with a contemptuous smile, not to suggest this. Lambert struck her as horribly coarse, and aroused her utmost aversion. But, to be on the safe side, she still accepted his services. As a spy, for instance. By the way, I do not know for certain to this day whether they bought over Pyotr Ippolitovitch, my landlord, and whether he got anything at all from them for his services, or whether he simply worked for them for the joy of intrigue. But that he acted as a spy upon me, and that his wife did also, I know for a fact. The reader will understand now that, though I was to some extent forewarned, yet I could not have guessed that the next day, or the day after, I should find the old prince in my lodgings, and in such circumstances. Indeed, I never could have conceived of such audacity from Anna Andreevna. One may talk freely and hint at anything one likes, but to decide, to act, and to carry things out, well, that really is character. To continue. I waked up late in the morning. I slept an exceptionally sound and dreamless sleep, as I remember with wonder, so that I waked up next morning feeling unusually confident again, as though nothing had happened the day before. I intended not going first to Mother's, but straight to the church of the cemetery, with the idea of returning to Mother's after the ceremony and remaining the rest of the day. I was firmly convinced that, in any case, I should meet him sooner or later at Mother's. Neither Alphonsine nor the landlord had been at the flat for a long time. I would not on any account question the landlady, and indeed I made up my mind to cut off all relations with them for the future, and even to give up my lodgings as soon as I could. And so, as soon as my coffee had been brought, I put the hook on the door again. But suddenly There was a knock at the door, and to my surprise it turned out to be Trishatov. I opened the door at once, and delighted to see him, asked him to come in, but he refused. "I will only say 2 words from the door, or perhaps I will come in, for I fancy one must talk in a whisper here, only I won't sit down. You are looking at my horrid coat. Lambert took my greatcoat." He was, in fact, wearing a wretched old greatcoat, which did not fit him. He stood before me without taking off his hat, a gloomy, dejected figure, with his hands in his pockets. "I won't sit down. I won't sit down. Listen, Dolgoruky. I know nothing in detail, but I know that Lambert is preparing some treachery against you at once, and you won't escape it, and that's certain. And so, be careful. I was told by that pockmarked fellow, do you remember him? But he did not tell me anything more about it, so I can't tell you. I've only come to warn you. Goodbye." "But sit down, dear Trishatov. Though I'm in a hurry, I'm so glad to see you," I cried. "I won't sit down. I won't sit down, but I shall remember you were glad to see me. Oh, Dolgoruky, why deceive others? I've consciously, of my own free will, consented to every sort of abomination, to things so vile that I can't speak of them before you. Now we are at the pockmarked fellow's. Goodbye. I am not worthy to sit down with you." "Nonsense, Trishatov, dear." "No, you see, Dolgoruky, I keep a bold face before everyone, and I'm going to have a rollicking time. I shall soon have a better fur coat than my old one, and shall be driving a fast trotter. But I shall know in my own mind that I did not sit down in your room because I judge myself unworthy, because I'm low compared with you. It will always be nice for me to remember that when I'm in the midst of disgraceful debauchery. Goodbye. Goodbye, and I won't give you my hand. Why, Alphonsine won't take my hand. And please don't follow me or come to see me. That's a compact between us." The strange boy turned and went out. I had no time then, but I made up my mind to seek him out as soon as I had settled our affairs. I won't describe the rest of that morning, though there is a great deal that might be recalled. Versaloff was not at the funeral service in the church, and I fancy from their faces I could have gathered that they did not expect him there. Mother prayed devoutly, and seemed entirely absorbed in the service. There were only Liza and Tatiana Pavlovna by the coffin. But I will describe nothing. After the burial, we all returned and sat down to a meal, and again I gathered by their faces that he was not expected to it. When we rose from the table, I went up to Mother, embraced her, and congratulated her on her birthday. Liza did the same after me. "Listen, brother," Liza whispered to me on the sly. "They are expecting him." "I guessed so, Liza. I see it." "He is certainly coming." So they must have heard something positive, I thought, but I didn't ask any question. Though I'm not going to describe my feelings, all this mystery began to weigh like a stone upon my heart again, in spite of my confident mood. We all settled down in the drawing-room, near Mother, at the round table. Oh, how I liked being with her then, and looking at her. Mother suddenly asked me to read something out of the Gospel. I read a chapter from St. Luke. She did not weep, and was not even very sorrowful, but her face had never seemed to me so full of spiritual meaning. There was the light of thought in her gentle eyes, but I could not trace in them any sign that she expected something with apprehension. The conversation never flagged. We recalled many reminiscences of Makar Ivanovitch. Tatiana Pavlovna, too, told us many things about him of which I had no idea before. And, in fact, it would make an interesting chapter if it were all written down. Even Tatiana Pavlovna wore quite a different air from usual. She was very gentle, very affectionate, and, what is more, also very quiet, though she talked a good deal to distract Mother's mind. But one detail I remember well. Mother was sitting on the sofa, and on a special round table on her left there lay, apparently put there for some purpose, a plain antique icon, with halos on the heads of the saints, of which there were two. This icon had belonged to Makar Ivanovitch. I knew that, and knew also that the old man had never parted from it, and looked upon it with superstitious reverence. Tatiana Pavlovna glanced at it several times. "Listen, Sophia," she said, suddenly changing the conversation. "Instead of the icon's lying down, would it not be better to stand it up on the table against the wall, and to light the lamp before it?" "No, better as it is," said Mother. "I dare say you're right. It might seem making too much fuss." I did not understand at the time, but this icon had long ago been verbally bequeathed by Makar Ivanovitch to Andrei Petrovitch, and Mother was preparing to give it to him now. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We were still talking when I noticed a sudden quiver in Mother's face. She drew herself up quickly and began listening, while Tatiana Pavlovna, who was speaking at the time, went on talking without noticing anything. I at once turned to the door, and an instant later saw Andrei Petrovitch in the doorway. He had come in by the back stairs, through the kitchen and the passage, and Mother was the only one of us who had heard his footsteps. Now I will describe the whole of the insane scene that followed word by word and gesture by gesture. It was brief. To begin with, I did not at the first glance, anyway, observe the slightest change in his face. He was dressed as always, that is, almost foppishly. In his hand was a small but expensive nosegay of fresh flowers. He went up and handed it to Mother with a smile. She was looking at him with frightened perplexity, but she took the nosegay, and a faint flush at once glowed on her pale cheeks, and there was a gleam of pleasure in her eyes. "I knew you would take it like that, Sonia," he said. As we all got up when he came in, he took Liza's easy chair, which was on the left of Mother, and sat down in it without noticing he was taking her seat. And so he was quite close to the little table on which the icon was lying. "Good evening to you all. I felt I must bring you this nosegay on your birthday, Sonia, and so I did not go to the funeral, as I could not come to the grave with a nosegay, and you didn't expect me at the funeral, I know. The old man certainly won't be angry at these flowers, for he bequeathed us joy himself, didn't he? I believe he's here somewhere in the room." Mother looked at him strangely. Tatiana Pavlovna seemed to wince. "Who's here in the room?" she asked. "Makar Ivanovitch. Never mind. You know that the man who is not entirely a believer in these marvels is always more prone to superstition. But I had better tell you about the nosegay. How I succeeded in bringing it I don't know. 3 times on the way I had a longing to throw it in the snow and trample on it." Mother shuddered. "A terrible longing. You must have pity on me and my poor head, Sonia. I longed to because they are too beautiful. Is there any object in the world more beautiful than a flower? I carried it, with snow and frost all round. Our frost and flowers, such an incongruity. I wasn't thinking of that, though. I simply longed to crush it, because it was so lovely. Sonia, though I'm disappearing again now, I shall soon come back, for I believe I shall be afraid. If I am afraid, who will heal me of my terrors? Where can I find an angel like Sonia? What is this icon you've got here? Ah, Makar Ivanovitch's, I remember. It belonged to his family, his ancestors. He would never part from it. I know. I remember he left it to me. I quite remember. And I fancy it's an unorthodox one. Let me have a look at it." He took up the icon, carried it to the light, and looked at it intently, but after holding it a few seconds only, laid it on the table before him. I was astonished, but all his strange speech was uttered so quickly that I had not time to reflect upon it. All I remember is that a sick feeling of dread began to clutch at my heart. Mother's alarm had passed into perplexity and compassion. She looked on him as someone, above all, to be pitied. It had sometimes happened in the past that he had talked almost as strangely as now. Liza, for some reason, became suddenly very pale, and strangely made a sign to me with a motion of her head towards him. But most frightened of all was Tatiana Pavlovna. "What's the matter with you, Andrei Petrovitch, darling?" she inquired cautiously. "I really don't know, Tatiana Pavlovna, dear, what's the matter with me. Don't be uneasy. I still remember that you are Tatiana Pavlovna, and that you are dear. But I've only come for a minute, though. I should like to say something nice to Sonia, and I keep trying to find the right word, though my heart is full of words, which I don't know how to utter. Yes, really, all such strange words, somehow. Do you know, I feel as though I were split in two?" He looked round at us all, with a terribly serious face, and with perfectly genuine candor. "Yes, I am really split in two mentally, and I'm horribly afraid of it. It's just as though one's second self were standing beside one. One is sensible and rational oneself, but the other self is impelled to do something perfectly senseless and sometimes very funny. And suddenly you notice that you are longing to do that amusing thing, goodness knows why. That is what you want to, as it were, against your will. Though you fight against it with all your might, you want to. I once knew a doctor who suddenly began whistling in church at his father's funeral. I really was afraid to come to the funeral today because, for some reason, I was possessed by a firm conviction that I should begin to whistle or laugh in church like that unfortunate doctor who came to rather a bad end. And I really don't know why, but I've been haunted by the thought of that doctor all day. I am so haunted by him that I can't shake him off. Do you know, Sonia, here I've taken up the icon again." He had picked it up and was turning it about in his hand. "And do you know, I have a dreadful longing now, this very second, to smash it against the stove, against this corner. I am sure it would break into two halves, neither more or less." What was most striking was that he said this without the slightest trace of affectation or whimsical caprice. He spoke quite simply, but that made it all the more terrible, and he seemed really frightened of something. I noticed suddenly that his hands were trembling a little. "Andrei Petrovitch!" cried Mother, clasping her hands. "Let the icon alone! Let it alone, Andrei Petrovitch! Let it alone! Put it down!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna, jumping up. "Undress and go to bed. Arkady, run for the doctor." But what a fuss you're making," he said gently, scrutinizing us all intently. Then he suddenly put both elbows on the table and leaned his head in his hands. "I'm scaring you, but I tell you what, my friends, try to comfort me a little. Sit down again and all be calm, if only for a minute. Sonia, I did not come to talk of this at all. I came to tell you something, but it was quite different. Goodbye, Sonia. I'm going off on my wanderings again, as I have left you several times before, but no doubt I shall come back to you again one day. In that sense you are inevitable. To whom should I come back when all is over? Believe, Sonia, that I've come to you now as to an angel, and not as to an enemy. How could you be an enemy to me? How could you be an enemy?" Don't imagine that I came to break this icon, for do you know, Sonia, I am still longing to break it all the same." When Tatiana Pavlovna had cried out, "Let the icon alone," she had snatched it out of his hands and was holding it in hers. Suddenly, at his last word, he jumped up impulsively, snatched the icon in a flash from Tatiana's hands, and with a ferocious swing, smashed it with all his might against the corner of the tiled stove. The icon was broken into 2 pieces. He turned to us, and his pale face suddenly flushed red, almost purple, and every feature in his face quivered and worked. "Don't take it for a symbol, Sonia. It's not as Makar's legacy I have broken it, but only to break something. And anyway, I shall come back to you, my last angel. You may take it as a symbol, though. Of course it must have been so." And with sudden haste he went out of the room, going again through the kitchen, where he had left his fur coat and cap. I won't attempt to describe what happened to Mother. In mortal terror she stood clasping her hands above her, and she suddenly screamed after him, "Andrei Petrovitch, come back, if only to say goodbye, dear." "He'll come, Sophia, he'll come, don't worry yourself," Tatiana shrieked, trembling all over in a terrible rage, a really brutal rage. "Why, you heard he promised to come back himself. Let him go and amuse himself for the last time, the fool. He's getting old, and who'll nurse him when he's bedridden except you, his old nurse? Why, he tells you so himself. He's not ashamed." As for us, Liza was in a swoon. I would have run after him, but I rushed to Mother. I threw my arms round her and held her tight. Lukerya ran in with a glass of water for Liza, but Mother soon came to herself. She sank on the sofa, hid her face in her hands, and began crying. But you'd better run after him!" Tatiana Pavlovna shouted suddenly with all her might, as though she had suddenly waked up. "Go along! Go along! Overtake him! Don't leave him for a minute! Go along! Go along!" She pulled me forcibly away from Mother. "Oh, I shall run myself!" "Arkasha! Oh, run after him! Make haste!" Mother cried suddenly too. I ran off full speed through the kitchen and through the yard, but there was no sign of him anywhere. In the distance I saw black shadows in the darkness. I ran after them and examined each passer-by carefully as I overtook them. So I ran on to the crossroads. "People are not angry with the insane," suddenly flashed through my mind, but Tatiana was wild with rage at him. So he's not mad at all. Oh, it seemed to me all the time that it was symbolic, and that he was bent on putting an end to everything as he did to the icon, and showing that to us, to Mother and all. But that second self was unmistakably beside him too. Of that there could be no doubt. He was nowhere to be found, however, and I could not run to him. It was difficult to believe that he would have simply gone home. Suddenly an idea flashed upon me, and I rushed off to Anna Andreevna. Anna Andreevna had just returned, and I was shown up at once. I went in, controlling myself as far as I could. Without sitting down, I at once described to her the scene which had just taken place, that is, the second self. I shall never forget the greedy but pitilessly composed and self-complacent curiosity with which she listened, also standing, and I shall never forgive her for it. "Where is he? Perhaps you know?" I ended insistently. "Tatiana Pavlovna sent me to you yesterday." "I sent for you too yesterday. Yesterday he was at Tsarskoe Sielo. He came to see me too, and now," she looked at her watch, "now it is 7 o'clock, so he's pretty sure to be at home." "I see that you know all about it, so tell me, I cried. I know a good deal, but I don't know everything. Of course, there's no reason to conceal it from you." She scanned me with a strange glance, smiling and as though deliberating. "Yesterday morning, in answer to her letter, he made Katerina Nikolaevna a formal offer of marriage." "That's false," I said, opening my eyes wide. "The letter went through my hands. I took it to her myself, unopened. This time he behaved chivalrously and concealed nothing from me." "Anna Andreevna, I can't understand it." "Of course, it's hard to understand it, but it's like a gambler who stakes his last crown while he has a loaded pistol ready in his pocket. That's what his offer amounts to. It's 10-1 she won't accept his offer, but still he's reckoning on that 10th chance, and I confess that's very curious. I imagine, though, that it may be a case of frenzy, that second self, as you said so well just now." "And you laugh? And am I really to believe that the letter was given through you? Why, you are the fiancée of her father! Spare me, Anna Andreevna!" "He asked me to sacrifice my future to his happiness. Though he didn't really ask it, it was all done rather silently. I simply read it all in his eyes. Oh, my goodness, what will he do next? Why, he went to Königsberg to ask your mother's leave to marry Katerina Nikolaevna's stepdaughter. That's very like his pitching on me for his go-between and confidant yesterday." She was rather pale, but her calmness was only exaggerated sarcasm. Oh, I forgave her much then, as I began to grasp the position. For a minute I pondered. She waited in silence. "Do you know?" I laughed suddenly. "You delivered the letter because there was not the slightest risk for you, because there's no chance of a marriage. But what of him? Of her, too? Of course she will reject his offer, and then, what may not happen then? Where is he now, Anna Andreevna?" I cried. "Every minute is precious now. Any minute there may be trouble." "He is at home. I have told you so. In the letter to Katerina Nikolaevna, which I delivered, he asked her in any case to grant him an interview in his lodgings today at 7 o'clock this evening. She promised." "She's going to his lodging? How can that be?" "Why not? The lodging is Darya Onisimovna's. They might very well meet there as her guests." "But she's afraid of him. He may kill her." Anna Andreevna only smiled. In spite of the terror which I detected in her myself, Katerina Nikolaevna has always from the first cherished a certain reverence and admiration for the nobility of Andrei Petrovitch's principles and the loftiness of his mind. She is trusting herself to him this once, so as to have done with him forever. In his letter, he gave her the most solemn and chivalrous promise that she should have nothing to fear. In short, I don't remember the words of the letter, but she trusted herself, so to speak, for the last time, and, so to speak, responding with the same heroic feelings. There may have been a sort of chivalrous rivalry on both sides. "But the second self! The second self!" I exclaimed. "Besides, he's out of his mind." Yesterday, when she gave her promise to grant him an interview, Katerina Nikolaevna probably did not conceive of the possibility of that. I suddenly turned and was rushing out, to him, to them, of course. But from the next room I ran back for a second. "But perhaps that is just what would suit you, that he should kill her," I cried, and ran out of the house. I was shaking all over as though in a fit, but I went into the lodging quietly, through the kitchen, and asked in a whisper to see Darya Onisimovna. She came out at once and fastened a gaze of intense curiosity upon me. "His honor, he's not at home." But in a rapid whisper I explained bluntly and exactly that I knew all about it from Anna Andreevna, and that I had just come from her. Darya Onisimovna, where are they? They are in the room where you sat the day before yesterday at the table. Darya Onisimovna, let me go in. That's impossible. Not in there, but in the next room. Darya Onisimovna, Anna Andreevna wishes it, perhaps. If she didn't wish it, she wouldn't have told me herself. They won't hear me. She wishes it herself. And if she doesn't wish it? Said Darya Onisimovna, her eyes still riveted upon me. Darya Onisimovna, I remember your Olya. Let me in. Her lips and chin suddenly began to quiver. Dear friend, for Olya's sake, for the sake of your feeling, don't desert Anna Andreevna. My dear, you won't desert her, will you? You won't desert her? No, I won't. Give me your solemn promise you won't rush out upon them, and won't call out if I hide you in there? I swear on my honor, Darya Onisimovna. She took me by my coat, led me into a dark room, next to the one where they were sitting, guided me almost noiselessly over the soft carpet to the doorway, stationed me at the curtain that hung over it, and lifting the curtain a fraction of an inch, showed me them both. I remained. She went away. Of course I remained. I knew that I was eavesdropping, spying on other people's secrets, but I remained. How could I help remaining with the thought of this second self in my mind? Why, he had smashed the icon before my eyes. They were sitting facing one another at the table at which we had yesterday drunk to his resurrection. I got a good view of their faces. She was wearing a simple black dress, and was as beautiful and apparently calm as always. He was speaking. She was listening with intense and sympathetic attention. Perhaps there was some trace of timidity in her, too. He was terribly excited. I had come in the middle of their conversation, and so for some time I could make nothing of it. I remember she suddenly asked, "And I was the cause?" "No, I was the cause," he answered, "and you were only innocently guilty. You know that there are the innocently guilty. Those are generally the most unpardonable crimes, and they almost always bring their punishment," he added, laughing strangely. "And I actually thought for a moment that I had forgotten you and could laugh at my stupid passion. But you know that. What is he to me, though, that man you're going to marry? Yesterday I made you an offer. Forgive me for it. It was absurd, and yet I had no alternative but that. What could I have done but that absurd thing? I don't know." As he said this, he laughed hopelessly, suddenly lifting his eyes to her. Till then he had looked away as he talked. If I had been in her place, I should have been frightened at that laugh. I felt that. He suddenly got up from his chair. "Tell me, how could you consent to come here?" he asked suddenly, as though remembering the real point. "My invitation and my whole letter was absurd. Stay, I can quite imagine how it came to pass that you consented to come, but why did you come? That's the question. Can you have come simply from fear?" "I came to see you," she said, looking at him with timid caution. Both were silent for half a minute. Versalof sank back in his chair, and in a voice soft but almost trembling and full of intense feeling began. "It's so terribly long since I've seen you, Katerina Nikolaevna, so long that I scarcely thought it possible I should ever be sitting beside you again as I now am, looking into your face and listening to your voice. For 2 years we've not seen each other. For 2 years we've not talked. I never thought to speak to you again. But so be it. What is past, and what is will vanish like smoke tomorrow. So be it. I assent because there is no alternative again, but don't let your coming be in vain, he added suddenly, almost imploringly. Since you have shown me this charity and have come, don't let it be in vain. Answer me one question. What question? You know we shall never see each other again, and what is it to you? Tell me the truth for once, and answer me one question which sensible people never ask. Did you ever love me, or was I mistaken? She flushed crimson. I did love you, she brought out. I expected she would say that. Oh, always truthful, always sincere, always honest. And now, he went on, I don't love you now. And you are laughing? No, I laughed just now by accident, because I knew you would ask. And now? And I smiled at that, because when one guesses right, one always does smile. It seemed quite strange to me. I had never seen her so much on her guard, almost timid, indeed, and embarrassed. His eyes devoured her. I know that you don't love me, and you don't love me at all? Perhaps not at all. I don't love you, she added firmly, without smiling or flushing. Yes, I did love you, but not for long. I very soon got over it. I know. You saw that it was not what you wanted. But what do you want? Explain that once more. Have I ever explained that to you? What do I want? Why, I'm the most ordinary woman. I'm a peaceful person. I like cheerful people. Cheerful? You see, I don't know even how to talk to you. I believe that if you could have loved me less, I should have loved you then. She smiled timidly again. The most absolute sincerity was transparent in her answer, and was it possible she did not realize that her answer was the most final summing up of their relations, explaining everything? Oh, how well he must have understood that! But he looked at her and smiled strangely. Is Boering a cheerful person? He went on questioning her. He ought not to trouble you at all, she answered with some haste. I'm marrying him simply because with him I shall be most at peace. My whole heart remains in my own keeping. They say that you have grown fond of society, of the fashionable world again. Not fond of it. I know that there is just the same disorderliness in good society as everywhere else, but the outer forms are still attractive, so that if one lives only to pass the time, one can do it better there than anywhere. I've often heard the word disorderliness of late. You used to be afraid of my disorderliness too. Chains, ideas, and imbecilities. No, it was not quite that. What then, for God's sake? Tell me all, frankly. Well, I'll tell you frankly, for I look on you as a man of great intellect. I always felt there was something ridiculous about you. When she had said this, she suddenly flushed crimson, as though she feared she had said something fearfully indiscreet. For what you have just said, I can forgive you a great deal, he commented strangely. I hadn't finished, she said hurriedly, still flushing. It's I who am ridiculous to talk to you like a fool. No, you are not ridiculous. You are only a depraved, worldly woman, he said, turning horribly white. I did not finish either, when I asked you why you had come. Would you like me to finish? There is a document, a letter in existence, and you are awfully afraid of it, because if that letter comes into your father's hands, he may curse you and cut you out of his will. You are afraid of that letter, and you've come for that letter, he brought out. He was shaking all over, and his teeth were almost chattering. She listened to him with a despondent and pained expression of face. I know that you can do all sorts of things to harm me, she said, as if warding off his words, "but I have come not so much to persuade you not to persecute me, as to see you yourself. I've been wanting to meet you very much for a long time. But I find you just the same as ever," she added suddenly, as though carried away by a special and striking thought, and even by some strange sudden emotion. "Did you hope to see me different after my letter about your depravity? Tell me, did you come here without any fear?" "I came because I once loved you. But do you know, I beg you not to threaten me, please, with anything. While we are now together, don't remind me of my evil thoughts and feelings. If you could talk to me of something else, I should be very glad. Let threats come afterwards, but it should be different now. I came really to see you for a minute and to hear you. Oh, well, if you can't help it, kill me straight off. Only don't threaten me and don't torture yourself before me," she concluded, looking at him in strange expectation, as though she really thought he might kill her. He got up from his seat again, and looking at her with glowing eyes, said resolutely, "While you are here, you will suffer not the slightest annoyance." "Oh, yes, your word of honor," she said, smiling. "No, not only because I gave my word of honor in my letter, but because I want to think of you all night." "To torture yourself?" "I picture you in my mind whenever I'm alone. I do nothing but talk to you. I go into some squalid, dirty hole, and as a contrast you appear to me at once. But you always laugh at me as you do now." He said this as though he were beside himself. "I have never laughed at you, never!" she exclaimed in a voice full of feeling, and with a look of the greatest compassion in her face. "In coming here, I tried my utmost to do it so that you should have no reason to be mortified," she added suddenly. "I came here to tell you that I almost love you. Forgive me, perhaps I used the wrong words," she went on hurriedly. He laughed. "How is it you cannot dissemble? Why is it you are such a simple creature? Why is it you're not like all the rest? Why, how can you tell a man you are turning away that you almost love him?" "It's only that I could not express myself," she put in hurriedly. "I used the wrong words. It's because I've always felt abashed and unable to talk to you from the first time I met you. And if I used the wrong words, saying that I almost love you, in my thought it was almost so. So that's why I said so, though I love you with that, well, with that general love with which one loves everyone and which one is never ashamed to own." He listened in silence, fixing his glowing eyes upon her. "I am offending you, of course," he went on, as though beside himself. "This must really be what they call passion. All I know is that in your presence I am done for, in your absence too. It's just the same whether you are there or not. Wherever you may be, you are always before me. I know too that I can hate you intensely, more than I can love you. But I've long given up thinking about anything now. It's all the same to me. I'm only sorry I should love a woman like you." His voice broke. He went on, as it were, gasping for breath. "What is it to you? You think it wild of me to talk like that." He smiled a pale smile. "I believe, if only that would charm you, I would be ready to stand for 30 years like a post on one leg. I see you are sorry for me. Your face says I would love you if I could, but I can't. Yes? Never mind. I've no pride. I'm ready to take any charity from you like a beggar. Do you hear? A beggar has no pride." She got up and went to him. "Dear friend," she said with inexpressible feeling in her face, touching his shoulder with her hand, "I can't hear you talk like that. I shall think of you all my life as someone most precious, great-hearted, as something most sacred of all that I respect and love. Andrei Petrovitch, understand what I say. Why, it's not for nothing I've come here now, dear friend. Dear to me then and now. I shall never forget how deeply you stirred my mind when first we met. Let us part as friends, and you will be for me the most earnest and dearest thought in my whole life. Let us part, and then I will love you. I will love you, only let us part. Listen, he brought out, perfectly white. Grant me one charity more. Don't love me. Don't live with me. Let us never meet. I will be your slave if you summon me, and I will vanish at once if you don't want to see me or hear me. Only don't marry anyone. It sent a pang to my heart to hear those words. That naively humiliating entreaty was the more pitiful, the more heartrending for being so flagrant and impossible. Yes, indeed, he was asking charity. Could he imagine she would consent? Yet he had humbled himself to put it to the test. He had tried entreating her. This depth of spiritual degradation was insufferable to watch. Every feature in her face seemed suddenly distorted with pain, but before she had time to utter a word, he suddenly realized what he had done. "I will strangle you," he said suddenly, in a strange, distorted voice unlike his own. But she answered him strangely too, and she too spoke in a different voice, unlike her own. "If I granted you charity," she said with sudden firmness, "you would punish me for it afterwards worse than you threaten me now, for you would never forget that you stood before me as a beggar. I can't listen to threats from you," she added, looking at him with indignation, almost defiance. "Threats from you? You mean from such a beggar? I was joking," he said softly, smiling. "I won't touch you, don't be afraid. Go away, and I'll do my utmost to send you that letter. Only go, go. I wrote you a stupid letter, and you answered my stupid letter in kind by coming. We are quits. This is your way." He pointed towards the door. She was moving towards the room in which I was standing behind the curtain. "Forgive me if you can," she said, stopping in the doorway. "What if we meet some day, quite friends, and recall this scene with laughter?" he said suddenly. But his face was quivering all over like the face of a man in convulsions. "Oh, God grant we may!" she cried, clasping her hands, though she watched his face timidly, as though trying to guess what he meant. "Go along. Much sense we have, the pair of us, but oh, you are one of my own kind. I wrote you a mad letter, and you agreed to come to tell me that you almost love me. Yes, we are possessed by the same madness. Be always as mad. Don't change, and we shall meet as friends. That I predict. That I swear. And then I shall certainly love you, for I feel that even now." The woman in her could not resist flinging those last words to him from the doorway. She went out. With noiseless haste I went into the kitchen, and scarcely glancing at Darya Onissimovna, who was waiting for me, I went down the back staircase and across the yard into the street. But I had only time to see her get into the sledge that was waiting for her at the steps. I ran down the street. End of Part 3, Chapter 10. Recording by Linda Johnson.